This is Audible.
Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of The Poison King, The Life and Legend of Mithradates, Rome's Deadliest Enemy, by Adrian Mayer, narrated by Paul Hecht, and directed by Erica Jensen.
Introduction. Long ago and far away, in a little kingdom by the sea, a dazzling comet in the east foretold the birth of a remarkable prince who would dare to make war on the mightiest empire. As an infant in his cradle, he was marked for greatness by lightning. While he was still a boy, enemies in the castle poisoned his father, the king. His own mother, the queen, tried to do away with the prince, but he escaped, and lived like Robin Hood in the wilderness for 7 years. He grew strong and brave, and learned the secrets of poisons and antidotes. The prince returned to his kingdom and killed the wicked queen. He became a beloved king, ruling over many nations. When the powerful empire across the sea invaded his realm, people from many lands joined his grand war. The battles against the empire lasted his whole lifetime. Many beautiful queens sat by his side, but the king found true love with a woman as valiant in battle as he. When the king died, his passing was echoed by a terrible earthquake. For thousands of years afterward, the great king's legendary deeds were remembered and retold. It sounds like a fairy tale, but add the documented facts and its history. In about 120 BC, Mithradates VI, Eupator the Great, king of Pontus, inherited a small but wealthy kingdom on the Black Sea, northeastern Turkey. Mithridates is a Persian name meaning sent by Mithra, the ancient Iranian sun god. 2 variant spellings were used in antiquity. Greek inscriptions favored Mithradates, the Romans preferred Mithridates. As a descendant of Persian royalty and of Alexander the Great, Mithridates saw himself bridging east and west, and as the defender of the East against Roman domination. A complex leader of superb intelligence and fierce ambition, Mithridates boldly challenged the late Roman Republic, first with a shocking massacre, and then in a series of wars that lasted nearly 40 years. Poisoning was a traditional political weapon. Mithridates' father was murdered with poison, and Mithridates foiled several poison plots against himself. As a child, he dreamed of making himself immune to poisons. After hundreds of experiments, Mithridates unlocked the pharmacological paradox still studied today. Poisons can be beneficial as well as lethal. Many believed that his special antidote was the reason for his celebrated vigor and longevity. After his death, Mithridates' trademarked elixir was imbibed by Roman emperors, Chinese mandarins, and European kings and queens, inspiring a flow of scientific treatises on the Poison King's mastery of toxicology. This is the first book to explain the inspiration and scientific principles underlying Mithridates' antidote. Mithridates was an erudite patron of the arts and sciences. His military engineers built the first water-powered mill and technologically advanced siege engines. The cryptic Antikythera mechanism, the world's first computer, may have been one of Mithridates' prized possessions. Recruiting vast ethnically diverse armies from far-flung lands, Mithridates envisioned a powerful Black Sea empire to rival Rome's might. He won magnificent victories and suffered devastating defeats in some of the most spectacular battles in antiquity. Luring the Romans deeper into hostile lands, Mithridates forced them to conquer and occupy the rich territory that they had intended only to plunder. Rome's best generals won battle after battle, but were never able to lay their hands on the last untamed monarch to defy the Roman juggernaut. His followers revered him as the long-awaited savior of the East. The Romans called him the Eastern Hannibal. Mithridates became a legend in his own time. After the long Mithridatic Wars, even the Romans developed a grudging admiration for their most relentless enemy. Mithridates enjoyed a colorful afterlife in art, music, and literature. Medieval artists illustrated harrowing scenes from his reign, portraying him as a noble, dark knight battling cruel Roman tyrants. Machiavelli praised him as a valiant hero. His reign fascinated Louis XIV. Immortalized in a tragedy by the great French playwright Racine, Mithridates and his doomed harem also inspired the 14-year-old Mozart to write his first opera. Poets celebrated the king of poison. I tell the tale that I heard told, Mithridates he died old. But even the details about Mithridates' last hours, death and burial, are shrouded in mystery. For 2 millennia, Mithridates' extraordinary military and scientific achievements made him a household name, a major figure in the Roman Republic's all-star cast of characters alongside Hannibal, Spartacus, Cleopatra, and Julius Caesar. Over the past half-century, however, Mithridates' name and deeds began to fade from popular memory. Of all the nations that came into mortal conflict with Rome, mourned one writer, none is more utterly forgotten than the kingdom of Pontus. Her landmarks are uprooted, her temples fallen, and of her mightiest ruler there remain but distorted legends. But there are signs that Mithridates' star is rising again, as historians and archaeologists reconsider ancient struggles against imperialism and as scientists revive the old dream of a universal antidote to toxic weapons. New crises ignite in many of the strategic lands where Mithridates once ruled, fought, and won allies, a list familiar from today's headlines: Greece, Turkey, Armenia, Ukraine, Russia, Crimea, Georgia, Chechnya, Azerbaijan, Syria, Kurdistan, Iran, Iraq. While researching Mithridates' astonishing feat of crossing the Caucasus Mountains to make his last stand in the Crimea, I pored over maps of this little-known yet historically important corner of the world. In August 2008, the Caucasus burst onto the world stage as the Russian army attacked Georgia, ancient Caucasus, an independent former Soviet republic, over the contested regions of South Ossetia and Abkhazia. Invaders and refugees streamed over the very same rugged mountain pass traveled by Mithridates' fugitive army 2,000 years ago. Mithridates' name may be unfamiliar in the West today, but his reputation as a defender against imperialism wasn't forgotten in the East. Everyone knows the history of the struggle between Rome and Mithridates, declared the great Russian historian Mikhail Rostovtsev, and everyone remembers that Mithridates made his last stand in South Russia. In some former republics of the Soviet Union, Mithridates is still a local icon. For example, a Georgian biography of Mithridates appeared in 1965, and Russian novels about Tsar Mithridate Yevpatoros came out in 1993 and 2004. Between wars, sporadic scholarly and archaeological research takes place in Mithridates' Black Sea Empire. Considering the recent spate of political poisonings in Ukraine and Russia, there is black humor in the name of a bar in the king's old city of Pantikapayan, modern Kerch, daring you to order a drink in Mithridates' place. In lands once allied with or ruled by Mithridates, he is recalled as a charismatic leader who resisted Western encroachment. In Armenia and Kurdistan, for example, many consider Mithridates a national hero. After a long period of ignoring Mithridates, Turkey is beginning to take an interest in the first ruler to unite and defend the diverse peoples of Anatolia against foreign invaders. In 2007, historian Murat Arslan published his dissertation Mithridates VI, Eupator, Romanin Buyuk Dusmani, Rome's great enemy, on the ancient Anatolian hero, little known and neglected until today. Arslan likens Mithridates in his defense of Anatolia against the Romans to Alexander the Great saving Asia from the Persian Empire. The leading Turkish historian, Sencer Şahin, compares Mithridates to the Turkish national hero Ataturk, who successfully fought foreign invaders. Ancient sources for Mithridates' life. Nearly everything we know of Mithridates was written from his enemy's perspective, by the inheritors of Roman imperial culture who looked through a Roman lens eastward toward the expanding frontiers of the empire. The extant and missing ancient sources for Mithridates' life and times have been comprehensively evaluated by modern historians of the Roman world. Of the 50 or so ancient texts that contributed details of Mithridates' life, our chief sources are Justin's summary of a lost history by Pompeius Trogus, Appian's Mithridatic Wars, Cassius Dio's History of Rome, Strabo's Geography, Memnon's fragmentary history of Heraclea on the Black Sea, Cicero's speeches, and Plutarch's lives of the Roman generals Sulla, Lucullus, Pompey, who fought the Mithridatic Wars. Important material also appears in Pliny's natural history fragments of Sallust and Livy and Diodorus of Sicily, Ammianus Marcellinus, Galen, and other Latin and Greek authors. These ancient writers were able to consult the works of many other historians and a host of records, archives, living memories, and oral folklore, all irretrievable. Because the surviving texts were written from the vantage point of the victorious Roman Empire, outright and subtle biases were inevitable. To tell Mithridates' story from his own perspective, one would need to stand on the shores of the Black Sea and look, not just west toward Rome and Greece, but outward in all directions from Mithridates' kingdom and the allied lands that resisted Rome, lands with their own vital cultures and empires. This book takes up the challenge of trying to write from outside a Roman point of reference, to evoke a time before the imposing edifice of the triumphant Roman Empire. As is often pointed out, certain foes of the Romans ended up more famous than their conquerors. Rome's fascination with its dangerous enemies and admiration for their courage and ideals produced a wealth of biographical material. Some Roman writers, Cicero, Tacitus, and Diodorus, were sharply critical of Rome's harsh imperialism and avarice. At least 3 sources, Strabo, Plutarch, and Trogus, had personal links to the Mithridatic Wars. They understood animosity toward the late Roman Republic and treated some aspects of Mithridates' life favorably. Regrettably, we cannot consult the lost accounts by Mithridates' contemporaries who were personally involved in the wars, such as Rutilius Rufus, Lucius Cornelius Sisenna, Linnaeus, Mithradates, and Hypsicrates. Intriguing clues in ancient and medieval texts are now all that remain of a rich store of lively anecdotes that once circulated orally about Mithridates. Every scrap in the literary record is valuable, along with artistic, numismatic, epigraphical, and archaeological evidence, much of it only recently come to light. A surprising amount of material about Mithridates and his times can be pieced together to form a flickering picture of his upbringing and education, influences and heroes, speeches and appeal to followers, military strategies, scientific experiments and leisure pursuits, love affairs, hopes and doubts, motivations, and his complex psychology. Even the king's moods, jokes, and dreams were recorded. Historical methods. The incomplete nature of the ancient record sometimes forces historians into the realm of guesswork. In such cases, the approach followed by the great detective Sherlock Holmes is appropriate. When compelled to rely on guesswork, Holmes explained his method thus: "We must balance probabilities and choose the most likely. It is the scientific use of the imagination, but we have always some material basis on which to work." In piecing together a coherent historical narrative from broken shards to reconstruct missing elements that were taken for granted but not described in the ancient record, historians of antiquity draw on classical and modern knowledge to fill in background details of economy, cultural influences, climate, geography, topography, natural history, political alliances, and so on. Historical reconstruction is essential in retrieving a fully realized life of any ancient figure. In the endeavor to balance fidelity to history with fidelity to an individual from the past, however, character and motivations cannot be completely and authentically represented or expressed in the domain of history alone. To be faithful to Mithridates, the historical person we can never really know, one can apply the scientific use of the imagination to fill in the spaces between surviving accounts and contextual facts. This is especially apposite for Mithridates, a unique, atypical Hellenistic ruler. In recent years, historians have also introduced counterfactual virtual or what-if thought experiments as tools for understanding the meaning and ramifications of historical events, imagining alternative outcomes and filling in gaps. These techniques are not a modern invention. As early as the 5th century BC, for example, the Greek historian Herodotus and the playwright Euripides recounted alternative versions of the story of Helen of Troy, in which Helen never went to Troy but spent the entire war in Egypt. The Roman historian Livy asked what would have happened had Alexander the Great lived to invade Italy. Livy argued that Rome would have defeated him. John Lewis Gaddis's Landscape of History 2002 was influential in helping me map uncharted areas of Mithridates' life while maintaining historical fidelity. Gaddis also explains how scenario building allows historians to use their imaginations to revisit and replay the past by asking in a disciplined way what might have happened under specific conditions. To narrate, and in a few cases to dramatize Mithridates' story, I sometimes flesh out missing elements in the historical record, drawing on known facts, literary and archaeological evidence, comparable events and probabilities. In these instances, I follow the widely accepted rules for disciplined alternative history established in Neil Ferguson's Virtual History 2000. The details must be probable or plausible for Mithridates' time and place, and they must match contemporary experiences derived from ancient literature, art and history, and/or archaeology. Phrases like might have, could have, and perhaps signal these passages, but I also clearly identify in text or endnotes all instances of my filling in gaps or dead ends, adding historically appropriate details, reconciling contradictory accounts, or proposing logical scenarios for how events could have unfolded. In proposing scenarios, I adhere to the known historical landmarks and conditions of possibility in the ancient sources. This approach differs significantly from historical fiction, in which novelists are free to contradict known facts and create new characters and conditions. Modern views of Mithridates and his Black Sea Empire. Despite his extraordinary achievements and role in the downfall of the Roman Republic, Mithridates has received remarkably little scholarly or popular attention. Théodore Reynac's magisterial Mithradates Audiobook, Roi du Pont, in French and German, remains a great authority on Mithridates despite its Belle Époque outlook. Since Reynac, a great deal of new material, scientific studies, historical analyses, and archaeological evidence has come to light to explain Mithridates' toxicological research, his rich afterlife, his Black Sea context, and his ambitions and accomplishments. The Poison King is the first full-scale biography of Mithridates from birth to death and beyond in well over a century. The first work, exclusively about Mithridates in English, was a popular biography by the historical novelist Alfred Duggan. He died old, Mithradates Eupator, King of Pontus. Duggan's references to cringing Asiatics and red Indians date the book drastically. A stereotyped image of Mithridates as a cruel, decadent Oriental sultan, an Asiatic enemy of culture and civilization, originated in the 1850s with the great Roman historian Theodor Mommsen. Latifa Zumara's survey of Mithridates' reception in Europe draws attention to the racist assumptions of Mommsen, who compared Mithridates to Ottoman despots, and of Hermann Bengtson, writing a century later, who declared that the massacre of 88 BC could only be conceived in the brain of an Asiatic barbarian. As Zumara notes, Reynac, who praised Mithridates' intellect, claimed that his portraits revealed the broad nostrils, thick lips, and fleshy chin of a self-indulgent Oriental sultan, in contrast to the perfect profiles of classical Greeks. Mommsen's stereotype persists in, for example, Colleen McCullough's novel The Grass Crown, 1991. Michael Curtis Ford's 2004 novel The Last King, told from the point of view of Mithridates' son, portrays the king as a brilliant Greek commander. Mithridates makes an appearance as an ambitious despot from the east, power-hungry and ruthless, in Tom Holland's Rubicon, and A Military History by Philip Matishak depicts Mithridates as savage and vindictive, almost a monster, but magnificent in defeat. European scholars after Reinach have focused on specific aspects of Mithridates' reign. Brian McGing analyzes his propaganda and diplomacy in The Foreign Policy of Mithridates VI Eupator. The campaigns against Mithridates from the Roman perspective are covered in the Cambridge Ancient History, Volume 9. Luis Ballesteros Pastor's Mithradates Eupator, Re del Ponto, assessed Mithridates' conflict with Rome as an independent Hellenistic monarch, and Attilio Mastrocinque's Studi sulle guerre Mithridatiche considered how ancient biases influenced modern views of the king. The lands around the Black Sea are beginning to attract scholarly attention in their own right. Stephen Mitchell's two-volume Anatolia was the first comprehensive study devoted to ancient Asia Minor. The Black Sea Trade Project of the University of Pennsylvania Museum of Archaeology and Anthropology used advanced archaeological techniques to explore ancient Sinope, the capital of Mithridates' kingdom. In 2006, archaeologist Gocha Tsetskladze founded the interdisciplinary journal Ancient West and East. The Chinese Academy of Social Sciences Institute of History sponsors scholarship about Eurasia, defined as stretching from the Yellow Sea to the Danube. Denise Bourdieu-Erchias surveyed Mithridatid archaeology around the Black Sea. Susan Alcock's Archaeology of Memory is uncovering the impact of Roman imperialism in Armenia, and a study of the impact of the Mithridatic Wars on civilians by Tony Gnacco del Hoyo and colleagues appeared in 2009. The Danish Center for Black Sea Studies, founded in 2002, hosted an international conference of leading Mithridates scholars in 2007. The superb collection of papers, Mithridates VI and the Pontic Kingdom, was also published in 2009. For many readers, Mithridates' story may bring to mind current events in the Middle East, Transcaucasia, and former Soviet republics around the Black Sea. As a classical folklorist and a historian of ancient science, I first became fascinated by Mithridates' life and legend while researching unconventional warfare and the use of poisons in antiquity. My initial research began in the shadow of the terrorist attack of September 11, 2001 on New York City and the Pentagon, masterminded by the charismatic Islamic leader Osama bin Laden, who eluded capture by disappearing into the mountains between Afghanistan and Pakistan. I began writing during the War on Terror and invasion of Iraq in 2003, which President George W. Bush justified by a spurious casus belli, claiming that Saddam Hussein of Iraq not only possessed weapons of mass destruction, but was protecting the terrorists responsible for 9/11. As of this writing, spring 2009, U.S. military forces have been unable to capture or kill Osama bin Laden and are still engaged in wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. Some parallels with Rome's decades-long failed mission to capture Mithridates have already been drawn by others. Mithridates' blows against a Western superpower 2,000 years ago have begun to recapture the attention of Western commentators and the supporters of Islamic insurgencies. As it has for 2 millennia, Mithridates' name continues to strike discordant notes. Italian journalists compared Osama bin Laden to Mithridates in 2003. In 2007, a classicist and conservative commentator E. Christian Kopf remarked that Rome suffered its own version of 9/11 in 88 BC, when Mithridates massacred 80,000 Roman and Italian businessmen and traders and their families. Even though many Roman generals defeated Mithridates in battles, he remained at large, a hero in the Near East, posing a threat to Rome's national interest as long as he lived. The story of Rome and Mithridates is worth pondering today, notes Robert W. Merry, an expert on international economics. Imperial expansion always breeds the likes of Mithridates in the far-flung reaches of the imperial domain. It was the decades of inconclusive wars in the Near East to crush Mithradates and his followers, remarked Mary, that ushered in the internal chaos and violence which would end the 400-year-old Roman Republic. Islamicists and their sympathizers often cast their resistance to Western superpowers in terms of resistance to Rumiyeh, the Arabic name for ancient Rome. The former Indian ambassador to Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Jordan, K. Gajendra Singh, sees echoes of Mithridates in the Iraq War. He maintains that Western hegemony in the Middle East began when the Roman army first invaded Anatolia. Since then, says Singh, the West has demonized Mithridates VI of Pontus for standing up to Rome. In Singh's view, the West exploits Mideast oil resources with the connivance of client rulers, just as the Roman Empire ruthlessly exploited and taxed their subjects in Asia. Striking parallels between current world crises and the Mithridatic Wars arose during the completion of this book. The resurgence of piracy on the high seas, as Somalian pirates captured international oil tankers and held them for ransom, recalls the powerful pirate fleets of the 1st century BC, allies of Mithridates. Piracy thrives when authority is disputed and superpowers are distracted. Rome, contending with civil uprisings and provincial revolts, as well as with Mithridates' challenges, was severely hindered by the pirates infesting the Black Sea and Mediterranean. The global economic collapse of 2008-9 bears striking similarities to the financial catastrophe that Rome suffered when Mithridates invaded Rome's province of Asia and wiped out the Roman presence there in 88 BC. As the great statesman Cicero explained, when so many thousands of investors lost large fortunes, there was a collapse of credit at Rome because repayments were interrupted. It is impossible for many individuals in a single state to lose their property and fortunes without involving still greater numbers in their ruin. Mithridates' side of the story. Extreme charismatic personalities have always attracted popular fascination. In explaining the magnetism of the bad men of antiquity and modernity, Edward Champlin, biographer of 2 Roman emperors with notoriously negative press, Nero and Tiberius, cites a fundamental truth. Those considered heroes are not always good human beings. Many revered historical figures perpetrated deplorable acts, and even ultimate failure need not tarnish heroic status. Nobility in defeat can win glory. Combining the history of science, military history, and biography, I tell a tale of genius, charisma, and idealism ultimately destroyed by a powerful empire that could tolerate no rival. Capable of savage acts as well as gallant compassion, Mithridates embodied paradox. He was a Persian monarch who idealized democratic Greece and despised the Romans as uncivilized barbarians. The typical view of classical antiquity pits the civilized West, Greece, Rome, against the barbarian East, Persia. Mithridates' dream was to unite the great cultures of Greece and the East to resist the seemingly unstoppable tide of the Roman Empire. In this romantic goal, and against impossible odds, Mithridates carried forward Alexander's vision of a new, diverse Greco-Asian empire for more than half a century. My goal is to render a 3-dimensional, holistic portrait of Mithridates and his world, and to try to explain his complex legacy. An articulate and erudite Philhellene, admirer of Alexander the Great, and proud heir of Cyrus and Darius of Persia, he was a courageous warrior, brilliant strategist, devious poisoner, daring gambler, scientific researcher, avid lover, unpredictable parent, connoisseur of art and theater, escape artist, sometime terrorist, and relentless nemesis of the Roman Empire. Mithridates' vital afterlife in art, music, literature, and science is an important part of the story. This is the first biography to take account of the popular lore that surrounded Mithridates from his birth to the present day. To illuminate his life and the legend, I've drawn on the widest possible range of sources, from antiquity to international modern scholarship, and from the most recent numismatic, archaeological, epigraphical and pharmacological discoveries to medieval chronicles, Gothic folklore, European tragedies, operas, modern fiction, and poetry. Like the paradoxical toxins and antidotes he sought to control, Mithradates was a double-edged sword, corrosive of the predatory Roman Republic and protector of Rome's intended prey. In the end, the Romans emerged victorious. Yet Mithradates proved to the world that the new Roman Empire wasn't invincible. He forced the Romans to conquer and occupy the Mid-East, a perpetual trouble spot for them. His popular cause led Rome to rethink its imperial policies. The long pursuit of this formidable enemy coincided with the death of the old Roman ideals of honor and freedom. Mithradates helped define for the ancients the limits of violent resistance and prepared the way for new methods of grappling with tyranny in the transition from republic to empire, from BC to AD. Mithradates' story is well worth our attention. Modern parallels may sharpen our interest. But as the curious reader delves deeper into the ancient narratives, one is swept away by the sheer audacity, the epic defiance, the chiaroscuro effect of treachery and revenge set against compassion and idealism, the noble dreams and dreadful nightmares, and the tantalizing unsolved mysteries. Mithradates' incredible saga is a rollicking good story. Chapter 1. Kill them all, and let the gods sort them out. In spring of 88 BC, in dozens of cities across Anatolia, Asia Minor, modern Turkey, sworn enemies of Rome joined a secret plot. On an appointed day in 1 month's time, they vowed to kill every Roman man, woman, and child in their territories. The conspiracy was masterminded by King Mithradates the Great, who communicated secretly with numerous local leaders in Rome's new province of Asia. Asia, at this time, referred to lands from the eastern Aegean to India. Rome's province of Asia encompassed western Turkey. How Mithradates kept the plot secret remains one of the great intelligence mysteries of antiquity. The conspirators promised to round up and slay all the Romans and Italians living in their towns, including women and children and slaves of Italian descent. They agreed to confiscate the Romans' property and throw the bodies out to the dogs and crows. Anyone who tried to warn or protect Romans or bury their bodies was to be harshly punished. Slaves who spoke languages other than Latin would be spared, and those who joined in the killing of their masters would be rewarded. People who murdered Roman moneylenders would have their debts cancelled. Bounties were offered to informers and killers of Romans in hiding. The deadly plot worked perfectly. According to several ancient historians, at least 80,000, perhaps as many as 150,000 Roman and Italian residents of Anatolia and Aegean islands were massacred on that day. The figures are shocking, perhaps exaggerated, but not unrealistic. Exact population figures for the 1st century BC are not known, but great numbers of Italian merchants and new Roman citizens had swarmed to recently conquered lands as Rome expanded its empire in the late Republic. Details of the bloody attack were recorded by the Roman historian Appian, whose figures were based in part on the memoirs of Cornelius Sulla, the Roman general dispatched by the Senate to avenge the killings. Other details emerged from accounts of eyewitnesses and survivors, such as P. Rutilius Rufus, a Roman official who escaped and wrote a history of the attack and its aftermath. More facts came from enemy combatants and communiques captured by Sulla in the war that erupted after the massacre. Ancient statistics often represent guesswork or exaggeration. Even if the lower death toll of 80,000 was inflated, as some scholars believe, and if we reduce the count of the dead by half, the slaughter of unsuspecting innocents was staggering. The extent of the massacre is not in doubt. Modern historians agree with the ancient sources that virtually all Roman and Italian residents of Provincia Asia were wiped out. The plan was meticulously synchronized, and it was carried out with ferocity. As the fateful day dawned, mobs tore down Roman statues and inscriptions that had been erected in their public squares. We have vivid accounts of what happened next from 5 of the numerous cities where Romans were slain. Pergamon, a prosperous city in western Anatolia, was fabled to have been founded by Hercules' son. Like many Hellenistic cities populated by Greeks who intermarried with indigenous people, Pergamon, after Alexander the Great's death in 323 BC, had evolved a hybrid of democracy and Persian-influenced monarchy. The cultural center of Asia Minor, Pergamon boasted a vast library of 200,000 scrolls, a spectacular 10,000-seat theater, and a monumental great altar decorated with sculptures of the Olympian gods defeating the giants. People came from all around the Mediterranean, seeking cures at the famous Temple of Asclepius, god of medicine. The Romans had chosen Pergamon to be the capital of their new province, but by 88 BC, most of western Asia was allied with King Mithradates, who had taken over the royal palace in Pergamon for his own headquarters. When the violence began that day in Pergamon, thousands of terrified Roman families fled out of the city gates to the Temple of Asclepius. By ancient Greek custom, all temples were sacred, inviolable spaces, havens from war and violence, under the protection of the gods. Under the right of asylum, asylia, anyone, citizen, foreigner, slave, innocent or guilty, could find refuge inside a temple. Pursuers usually dared not commit the sacrilege of murder before the gods. But on this day, there was no mercy for the people crowding around the statues of the healing god. The Pergamenes burst into the sanctuary and shot down the trapped men, women, and children in cold blood at close range with arrows. Meanwhile, as night fell in Adramyttion, a shipbuilding port, the townspeople drove the Roman settlers down to the seashore. The desperate throng plunged into the dark water. The killers waded in after them, cutting down the men and women and drowning the children in the waves. In Ephesus, a cosmopolitan city of nearly 250,000, similar atrocities defiled the temple of Artemis. The Ephesians took great pride in their temple, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Amazons had worshipped here, and the fabulously rich King Croesus built the original temple. It was said that the goddess herself had magically lifted the colossal lintel stone over the entrance. The sanctuary was filled with priceless treasures dedicated to Artemis, protector of supplicants. Known as Diana to the Romans, Cybele or Anahit in the Near East, Artemis was honored by Greeks and barbarians alike. When Paul preached in Ephesus a century after the massacre, he acknowledged that Artemis was still the goddess worshipped by all Asia. The temple of Artemis claimed the most ancient tradition of asylum. The Ephesians liked to tell how Alexander the Great had visited their temple and, in a grand gesture, extended its radius of protection. 2 centuries later, King Mithradates himself had climbed onto the roof of the temple and declared that the new boundary of asylum would now reach as far as he could shoot an arrow. His arrow flew a stade, about 200 yards. Everyone in the Greek world understood that murder in a sacred place was taboo. In fact, the citizens of at least one community allied with Mithradates, the island of Kos, spared the Roman families who huddled inside the temple on the day of the massacre. When townspeople began smashing statues in Ephesus, the Romans naturally fled to the great temple of Artemis. But the Ephesians violated the hallowed tradition of sanctuary. Charging through the temple's carved cypress doors, they chopped down the suppliants as they clung to statues of the goddess. Farther south, in the port of Connus, the bloodbath continued. Famed for delicious figs, Connus was also notorious for its unhealthy salt marshes. At the time of the massacre, Connus's main exports were salt and slaves for the Romans. The town had long been the butt of jokes about the greenish skin of the malaria-ridden populace whose summer fevers were attributed to their eating too many of the famous figs. The city's dismal reputation continued into the Byzantine era. Those wretched Connians railed an early Christian orator, "When did they ever produce a worthwhile citizen? All their misfortunes are due to their extreme folly and rascality." In 167 BC, the Romans had liberated Connus from the powerful island of Rhodes, yet in 88 BC the citizens of Connus were especially savage. On the day of the attack, the resident Italians clustered around a Roman statue of Vesta, the goddess who protected families and guaranteed Rome's survival. The Connians pursued them, grabbed the children, and killed them in front of their parents, then slaughtered the screaming women. They cut down the men last, heaping their bodies atop their families. Tralles, a wealthy trading town known for fields of colorful snapdragons and heliotrope, had long resisted Rome. In retaliation, the Roman Senate had taken away the city's privilege of minting coins. When the citizens received Mithradates' secret missive, they dithered, worried about blood guilt. The assembly voted to hire someone else to do the dirty work, a thug named Theophilus from Paphlagonia, a region famed for fine horses, but stereotyped as the home of truculent, superstitious rubes. On the appointed day, Theophilus and his gang rode into Tralles wearing wicker helmets and high leather boots, armed with scimitars. They herded the Italians inside the Temple of Concord, built by the Romans themselves and dedicated to peace. Survivors were haunted by the image of the attackers slashing at the victims' hands, which were left clutching the sacred statues. Similar scenes took place in many other towns allied with Mithradates. We know, for example, that Romans were killed on the island of Chios because Mithradates later accused the Chians of not sharing confiscated Roman property with him. At Nysa, east of Tralles, ancient inscriptions indicate that resident Italians were murdered in the temple of Zeus. Such was the awful fate that befell the Romans and Italians of Asia, wrote the historian Appian. Men, women, and children, their freedmen and slaves of Italian origin. 500 years later, the butchery was still an icon of horror. At the twilight of the Roman Empire, as Vandals and Goths swept across North Africa, St. Augustine, born AD 354 in what is now Algeria, described the terrible catastrophes that the Romans had suffered when they were still pagans. He recalled that disastrous day when Mithradates, king of Asia, ordered that all Roman citizens residing anywhere in Asia, where great numbers were engaged in business, should be put to death. Imagine the miserable spectacle, continued Augustine, as each person was suddenly and treacherously murdered wherever he or she happened to be, in bed or at table, in the fields or in the streets, in markets or in temples. Think of the tears and groans of the dying. Indeed, Augustine exclaimed, we should even pity the executioners themselves, for just as the slain were pierced in body, the killers were wounded in spirit. What cruel necessity, he asked, compelled these ordinary people to suddenly change from bland neighbors into ruthless murderers? Who were the killers? Historians had long assumed that the lowest rabble must have carried out the slaughter, but a close reading of the ancient sources now leads scholars to conclude that ordinary people of all classes, ethnic groups, and walks of life participated in the popular coalition to wipe out Romans. The killers were indigenous Anatolians, Greeks, and Jews, reacting to Rome's harsh rule and corrupt system of taxation, which threw individuals and entire cities into deep debt. In 88 BC, Mithridates' opposition to Rome appealed to wealthy and poor alike. Even if the death toll was lower than the 80,000 to 150,000 reported in antiquity, the massacre's message was stark. As Appian wrote in his account of the Mithridatic Wars, the atrocities made it very plain how deeply the Roman Republic was detested for its rapacious policies. Contemporary Romans acknowledged the reasons for the attack. In Asia, warned the great statesman Cicero, the Roman name is held in loathing, and Roman tributes, tithes, and taxes are instruments of death. The Italian settlers, with their households and slaves, wove themselves into the fabric of these Anatolian cities, achieving economic power and political position. By 88 BC, a large population of Roman merchants, moneylenders, tax collectors, slave traders, entrepreneurs, shopkeepers, and others lived among the Greco-Asians as neighbors. Many of the new settlers had acquired their land from native people bankrupted by Roman taxation. The Romans spoke Latin or Italian dialects among themselves, but bargained in Greek in the marketplace. They bet on the cockfights, prayed in the temples, and laughed and cried in the theater. Yet they didn't blend in. Their clothing and customs were different. Everyone knew who the Romans were. As historian Susan Alcock points out, they knew where they lived, and they displayed every sign of hating their guts. Slavery was salt in the wound. Although many Greeks kept slaves, the massive Roman demand for slave labor clashed with the inclusive melding of democratic traditions and indigenous monarchies of Anatolia. Slavery was forbidden by ancient Persian law and religion. The Romans preferred to enslave non-Italians, especially people from the Near East. There was a seemingly endless supply of prisoners of war from the empire's advancing frontiers, and pirates prowled the Black Sea and eastern Aegean, seeking human booty to sell to the masters of the Mediterranean world. It was said that as many as 10,000 captive people from around the Black Sea and the Near East might be traded in one day at the great Roman slave market on the once sacred island of Delos. Crushing taxes were another form of servitude, forcing even the wealthy into debt and compelling some families to sell their children into slavery. A typical elite Roman owned several hundred slaves, a craftsman 2 or 3. According to the latest estimates, there were roughly 1.5 million slaves in Italy at this time. The ratio of slaves was higher in the Roman province of Asia. In Pergamon, for example, slaves made up about 1/3 of the population. Most of those held in bondage spoke non-Italian tongues, but even without the marker of language it was easy to recognize slaves. Many had Latin words crudely tattooed across their foreheads, identifying them as Roman property. Slaves, and salt, were commodities, subject to Roman duty taxes. According to a legal inscription of this period found in Ephesus, imported slaves were to be tattooed with the words, "tax paid." During the later empire, "Stop me, I'm a runaway," was another motto that Roman masters etched on the brows of slaves. A few years before the massacre, the Romans had punished the Ephesians for protecting a fugitive slave who had taken refuge in the temple of Artemis. The Ephesians, who believed they were the descendants of 1,000 runaway Greek slaves, had prevented a Roman official from entering the temple to retrieve his property, perhaps a local man enslaved for debt. In the inscribed records of cures that people sought at the temples of Asclepius, archaeologists have found the names of slaves who prayed to the healing god to remove their forehead tattoos. Runaways often wore pirate-style bandanas to hide the marks of their bondage. Others attempted to remove the tattoos with caustic salves. After the massacre, about 6,000 liberated slaves joined Mithradates' cause, swelling his army with highly motivated fighting men filled with hatred for Romans. As word of the attacks of 88 BC spread, mercenary soldiers commanded by Roman officers in the east deserted en masse. The Roman navy, manned by Greek sailors stationed in the Black Sea, went over to Mithradates, bringing hundreds of warships to his cause. And the complicity of each murderous city, the entire populace, was now sealed in blood. Mithradates' master plan ensured what scholars of international relations call credible commitment. In diplomatic stare-downs and in warfare, one side can reinforce its strategic position by deliberately cutting off its own options, thereby making its threats more believable. All Roman Asia was now credibly committed to war on Rome. Back in Italy, the reaction was shock, outrage, fear. Mithradates' timing was unerring. Violent civil war was erupting in Italy. The Roman losses in Asia precipitated a massive financial crisis in Rome. A series of awful portents had terrified the city. Out of a clear blue sky, a celestial trumpet blared out a long, mournful note. Etruscan soothsayers, traditional interpreters of divine messages, declared that it heralded the end of an age and the advent of a new world order. Halley's Comet, as we now call it, appeared another dreadful portent. The Senate declared Mithradates Rome's most dangerous enemy and dispatched the ruthless General Sulla on a search-and-destroy mission. The massacre of 88 BC was unique, even in that blood-soaked era. It didn't occur in towns at war, nor was it a rampage by soldiers in the aftershock of battle. In no other episode in antiquity was ordinary people's killing of so many specifically targeted civilians so painstakingly planned in advance. No other ancient terror attack featured simultaneous strikes in so many cities. The indigenous revolt in Roman Britain, led by the warrior queen Boudica, is sometimes compared to the massacre of 88 BC. Her uprising in AD 59 culminated in the slaughter of about 70,000 Romans and British sympathizers, but those killings were spontaneous, not planned and methodical. Genocide is a charged concept, but it seems fair to cast the carnage of 88 BC as genocidal. Genocide, defined by the United Nations in 1948, specifies killing or maiming with the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. Mithradates' intent to exterminate Romans living in Anatolia was explicitly based on language and ethnic origin. His goal was the elimination of an enemy by destroying the entire Italian-speaking population in Asia Minor. Was the massacre an act of terrorism as we understand it today? Terrorism is another highly controversial concept, but most would agree that terrorism is a deplorable tactic, usually defined as the use of violence against innocents in order to inspire fear in the service of a political goal. In 88 BC, unsuspecting Roman non-combatants were systematically killed, and the perpetrator's intention was to convince Rome to alter its foreign policy and withdraw from Asia. Of course, the Romans also carried out acts of terrorism at home and abroad. As historian Gregory Bullich pointed out in a recent article on terrorism in antiquity, whenever Romans indulged in state-sponsored terrorism, subjugated people responded in kind. Those who resort to terrorism always believe that their ideals and objectives justify it, notes Bullich, and it is the victims who ultimately decide what qualifies as terrorism. But the official definition of terrorism is debated. It's often said that one nation's terrorists may be another nation's freedom fighters, and that war is terror within bounds, whereas terrorism exceeds the horrors expected in warfare. Some maintain today that state-sponsored mass killings of civilians are not technically acts of terrorism. Even the United Nations has been unable to come up with a definition accepted by all members. According to the UN draft of 2005, the targeting and deliberate killing of civilians and non-combatants cannot be justified or legitimized by any cause or grievance, and any such action to intimidate a population or to compel a government to act cannot be justified on any ground. But notably, the phrase that originally concluded this sentence, "and constitutes an act of terrorism," was deleted in the final version. It's challenging to try to apply concepts drawn from modern international law to the past without being anachronistic, cautions R. Bruce Hitchner, historian of Rome and director of the Dayton Peace Accords Project. Hitchner points out that the Romans themselves and other peoples in antiquity regularly carried out activities in war and peace that clearly fall into the categories of genocide, terrorism, and crimes against humanity. Ancient societies as a whole were fundamentally violent, he notes, and the 1st century BC was fraught with private, collective, and state-sponsored acts of terror. It is high time we acknowledge the darker side of antiquity. Hitchner's conclusion: the massacre of 88 BC certainly looks like terrorism, genocide, and a crime against humanity. In terms of scale and cold-blooded premeditation, the Black Day in 88 BC was the most horrendous and most successful single act of terror in ancient history. Yet most modern Roman historians tend to gloss over this disquieting episode. This tendency reflects a kind of scholarly amnesia, in Susan Alcock's words, an attempt to smooth over the violence of Rome's annexation of the East by focusing instead on the peaceful high culture and consensus that emerged in the later empire. But instead of conveniently forgetting the massacre of 88 BC, suggests Alcock, historians should probe the complex backstory to understand the cultural collisions that helped to create Mithradates' world. It's disappointing that historians have not given this extraordinary event in antiquity the discussion it deserves, agrees Deniz Burcu Erciyes, a young Turkish historian. Until today, notes Erciyes, very few events have surpassed this level of genocide. Certainly, in our own era, when mass killings and terrorism have become all too familiar, it seems worth paying attention to a historic attack of such scale and savagery in the ancient Near East, a moment in which aggrieved, diverse populations came together to strike a vicious blow against the dominant imperial power. After the massacre, Mithridates' armies marched into Greece, freeing the mainland Greeks from Roman domination. Hailed as a liberator, whose birth had been foretold by ancient oracles, the brilliant strategist became the most powerful ruler in Western Asia, annexing territories and winning the loyalty of zealous followers from the Black Sea to ancient Iraq. Thus, the Romans, racked by bloody civil conflict and slave uprisings in Italy, were drawn into a long war in the Mid-East, costing countless lives, draining treasuries, and gnawing at Rome's image of invincibility. Rome's best generals, from Sulla and Lucullus to Pompey the Great, would attempt to destroy Mithridates, but he eluded capture. Each time the Romans had him in their grasp, he slipped away to plan new attacks with his seemingly inexhaustible armies. The most dangerous threat to Rome since Hannibal, Mithridates won stunning victories in some of the most spectacular battles in antiquity. Yet he also suffered staggering defeats that reduced his army to a few ragtag survivors. The charismatic ruler's uncanny ability to surge back stronger after each setback unnerved the Romans. Mithridates' tactics were often underhanded, diabolical, devastating, yet he also pursued some noble ideals. Mithridates freed thousands of slaves, pardoned prisoners of war, granted wide democratic voting rights, and shared his royal treasure with his followers. Contradictions like these helped to create the king's legendary aura. Mithridates' dual image as a tragic hero confronting the juggernaut of empire and as an icon of cruelty persisted throughout the Middle Ages into modern times in Europe and the Middle East. Even though Mithridates' Greco-Persian heritage and appeal combined Eastern and Western traditions, his lifelong conflict with Rome seemed to epitomize, for many, a collision of East and West. For the Romans, Mithridates' Greekness made him culturally superior, but his Persian Anatolian heritage made him an inferior barbarian. Cicero, who lived through the Mithridatic Wars, demonstrates the Roman ambivalence toward the man who perpetrated the miserable and inhuman massacre of all the Roman citizens in so many cities at one and the same moment, with the intention of erasing all memory of the Roman name and every trace of its empire. They called this Mithridates a god, continued Cicero. They called him their good father and the savior of Asia. They called him liberator. Yet, after Mithridates' death, Cicero himself called Mithridates the greatest monarch since Alexander and the most formidable opponent Rome had ever encountered. For generations after his passing, Mithridates could not be spoken of without anxiety mixed with admiration, as the Roman writer Velius Paterculus commented in AD 30. Mithridates, he declared, possessed exceptional bravery and a great spirit, but in his hatred for Rome, he was another Hannibal. Mithridates remains an ambiguous figure for many today, hero and model to some, perpetrator of monstrous crimes against humanity according to others. How did this one individual mobilize such virulent animosity against the mighty empire? Who was this man, and why did he harbor such murderous hatred toward Rome? Chapter 2. A Savior is Born in a Castle by the Sea. The Comets. The star appeared in the east so brilliant that it seemed to rival the sun and set the night sky aflame. The luminous tail curved across a quarter of the heavens as long as the Milky Way. The year was 135 B.C. Across Anatolia, and from the Caucasus to Persia, the comet was greeted with rejoicing. According to well-known prophecies, a bright new light in the sky would announce the coming of a savior king, a messiah or great leader, who would triumph over enemies. 4 generations later, another marvelous star in the east would lead the Magi to the little town of Bethlehem to honor the humble birth of another savior. But before the star of Bethlehem, there was the star of Sinope. The comet of 135 B.C. coincided with the birth of Mithridates VI, Eupator Dionysus in Sinope, capital of Pontus, on the Black Sea. The infant's family name, Mithradates, Old Persian, Mithradatha, sent by Mithra, commemorated the ancient Iranian, Persian, god of sun, light, and truth. In ancient Persian traditions, a great fire or light from the heavens had accompanied Mithra's birth. According to the Roman historian Justin, 2 heavenly portents foretold the future greatness of the newborn prince of Pontus. In the year that Mithradates was begotten, and again when he first began to rule, comets blazed forth with such splendor that the whole sky seemed to be on fire. Justin's account of the 2 comets was based on a now-lost history by Pompeius Trogus. Trogus drew on eyewitness reports of his uncle, a cavalry officer from the Vocontian tribe of Gaul who fought in the Mithridatic Wars. The ancient sources for the life of Mithridates are fragmentary. Except for some of the king's speeches, remarks, inscriptions, and correspondence, what survives of Mithridates' story was written from the standpoint of imperial Rome, the ultimate victor after his death in 63 BC. Much of the legendary and popular lore surrounding Mithridates' birth and early years was subject to ancient spin and counterspin, but contemporary and later Greek and Roman authors preserved what was known about Mithridates' life and described the historical events before, during, and after his long reign. If we combine what has come down to us from antiquity with what is known about royal Persian, Anatolian, and Macedonian Greek customs in the Hellenistic age, the era after the conquest of Alexander the Great, we can piece together a realistic picture of Mithridates' birth, childhood, education, and early reign, and we can try to understand his appeal to followers. Were the comets simply grandiose propaganda invented by Mithridates' supporters after the great king's death? Were they just another fantastic tale, concocted in antiquity to add luster to Mithridates' reputation? This has been the generally accepted opinion of modern historians. The view was first advanced in 1890 by Theodor Renach, the great authority on the king of Pontus, who was unaware that European astronomers had recognized the reality of the 2 comets as early as 1783. Most classical historians continue to view the story of the comets as a politically motivated myth based on ancient Iranian or Persian legends. To learn the truth, we need to look beyond classical scholarship. In fact, the comets were not simply a fiction created to glorify the memory of Mithridates. 2 spectacular comets really did appear, exactly as described by Justin. Proof comes from the other side of the world. In China, royal astronomers of the Han dynasty observed this same pair of distinctive comets. Archaeologists have discovered their remarkably detailed astronomical records and drawings on ancient silk manuscripts in Han tombs. The Han records reported that 2 extremely rare war banner-type stars appeared for about 2 months in late summer and fall of 135 BC and again in 119 BC. Trailing fiery tails like battle pennants, the pair of comets caused great excitement in China. According to the Han soothsayers, war banner comets predicted massacres, terrible wars, and the rise of a great conqueror. The Chinese astronomers' descriptions and diagrams match the unique features of the comets described by Justin. Extraordinarily brilliant, with very long curving dust tails filling much of the sky, each comet took 4 hours to rise and set, and was visible for 70 days. John T. Ramsey, a historian who studies ancient observations of celestial events, recently re-examined these independent Chinese observations of the comets to determine the years of Mithridates' birth and the beginning of his reign. Ancient Greek and Latin sources are inconsistent about the chronology of this period. The only secure date is the year of Mithridates' death in 63 BC. Ramsey's comparison of the Roman and Chinese astronomical details indicates that Mithridates was probably born in the spring of 134 BC, conceived in summer or autumn of 135, and was crowned king in about 119, when he was 14 or 15. At least 2 Roman sources agree with the birth date of 135-134. The comets also solve a numismatic mystery. A series of tiny, small-denomination coins was issued in the early years of Mithradates' reign. These little bronze pennies, with a star and the winged horse Pegasus on one side and a comet on the other, circulated in outlying territories of Mithradates' kingdom. They were intended for ordinary people around the eastern Black Sea, Chalkis, modern Republic of Georgia, and Crimea, Ukraine, who would use them to buy food and other necessities. The comet on these coins puzzled classical numismatists. At the time of Mithridates' birth, Greeks and Romans dreaded comets as portents of doom. The word disaster comes from the Latin for dire, star, or comet. Comets were traditional harbingers of war or the violent overthrow of rulers. Other coins of the Kingdom of Pontus usually displayed the king's portrait, with a crescent and star symbol. As far as the classical historians knew, no ancient coins depicted objects of ill omen, and no other coins of this period featured a comet. Why, the scholars wondered, would Mithridates risk minting coins stamped with such a sinister image? It turns out, however, that Mithridates' comet coins were not unique, and comets were not a bad omen in his lands. Unknown to classical historians in the West, coins depicting a comet were also minted in Armenia during this period. In 2004, I came across a brief note in the journal Astronomy and Geophysics describing a comet image on silver and copper coins minted by the Armenian king Tigranes II between 83 and 69 BC. The Armenian co-authors, a physicist and a numismatist, were interested in identifying the comet rather than its historical significance. Their note was unknown to Western historians of the Greco-Roman world until I brought it to the attention of John Ramsay, who included this new evidence in his 2006-2007 catalogue of ancient comets. The coins of Armenia ordinarily portrayed kings wearing a traditional tiara decorated with 2 eagles and an 8-rayed star. But these unusual coins show Tigranes II wearing a tiara decorated with a comet trailing a long curved tail. The Armenian scholars speculated that the comet on the coin was one of the earliest artistic representation of Halley's comet, which appeared in 87 BC during Tigranes' reign. But who was Tigranes, and why would he, of all ancient rulers of this time, also decide to place a comet on his coins? Of Persian Alan ancestry, Tigranes the Great ruled the kingdom of Armenia. He was Mithridates' most trusted ally. His queen was Mithridates' favorite daughter. Tigranes extended his vast domains from the Caucasus Mountains to Mesopotamia. These 2 powerful monarchs were close friends, and as the story unfolds, we'll learn of their daring exploits together during their campaigns against the Romans. Looking at the evidence from a Persian-influenced rather than Roman or Greek point of view, we can solve the mystery of the remarkable comet coins issued by Tigranes and Mithridates. Comets terrified the Greco-Romans, but in the Near East a great blaze of light in the sky was a hopeful sign of the rise of a powerful leader. When Halley's comet appeared in 87 BC, the year after the great massacre of the Romans by Mithridates' allies, it sent shivers of fear through Italy, where comets were evil omens. But in the Near East, the spectacular pair of comets of 135 and 119 BC had already been interpreted as favorable omens associated with Mithridates' birth and rise to power. So when a 3rd comet appeared in 87 BC, it would be seen as yet another guarantee of Mithridates' grand destiny. In the East, Halley's comet seemed to signal divine approval of Mithridates' and Tigranes' victories thus far. The comet on Tigranes' tiara has a prominent curve in its tail. This curve is a rare feature that was definitely present in the war banner comets of 135 and 119 BC. In contrast, Halley's comet always has a straight tail. These facts suggest that Tigranes' tiara and his coins alluded to the 2 distinctive curved-tail comets of 135 and 119 BC linked to Mithridates rather than to Halley's comet. Tigranes' comet imagery not only confirms the positive meaning of comets in the East, but it may have been a public declaration of Tigranes' commitment to Mithridates' cause. Mithridates' comets of 135 and 119 BC appeared in the constellation Pegasus. This position in the sky helps explain why he chose the winged horse as his personal emblem. Pegasus was a symbol that bridged east and west, like Mithridates himself. In Greek myth, Pegasus carried the god Zeus's lightning, but the immortal flying horse originated in Mesopotamian mythology. Moreover, a comet in the horse constellation would have carried even deeper meaning for Mithridates and his Persian-influenced followers. The sun god Mithra always recognized a new king by sending an omen via his sacred animal, the horse. The curved shape of the twin comets' tails held special significance, too. In Anatolia, the new star's crescent tails might have called to mind the crescent and star symbol of Pontus. But even more awe-inspiring was the resemblance to a distinctive weapon. In Mithridates' world, comets were associated with war because they looked like great swords suspended in the sky. The rare comets of 135 and 119 had curved tails, reminding the Chinese of war banners. In the Near East, however, the crescent shape called to mind a particular kind of sword. The sickle-shaped harpe, the Persian scimitar, the signature weapon of Mithra himself. The indigenous populations of Anatolia, Armenia, Media, Syria, Scythia, and other lands of the old Persian Empire, unlike the Romans who feared comets, interpreted comets as signs of hope, not grounds for despair. The comet coins of Mithridates and Tigranes promised that a great king had come to fulfill the ancient predictions about a new star in the east and salvation from tyranny. Viewed from this eastern perspective, the comets point to a startling, overlooked fact. Some 130 years before the Star of Bethlehem led the wise men to assign the Saviour's role to another newborn, those hopes of salvation centered on Mithridates. The Prophecies. Mystical prophecies about the destruction of the world's last empire were already swirling long before Mithridates' birth. In antiquity, oracles, dreams, omens, and prodigies, wondrous, eerie events, were often interpreted to convey political messages, especially in times of crisis. As Rome's power and brutality increased, so did the sense of impending doom. Many oracles were read by Romans and non-Romans alike as warnings about the ultimate fate of the Republic. Some poetic visions evoked the imagery of the sacred symbol of Rome, the she-wolf that nursed the infant twin founders Romulus and Remus. Some warned that the offspring of a wild predator would someday tear their own motherland to shreds. After the defeat of Rome's great enemy, Hannibal, in the Second Punic War, 202 BC, the Romans took lands in Spain, North Africa, Greece, and the Near East. This early Roman expansion wasn't carried out according to an imperial master plan. Instead, the Senate conferred approval on ambitious commanders seeking personal glory and riches through foreign conquests. In conquered or threatened lands, the Romans were feared as bloodthirsty, driven by lust for gold and triumph. The historian Polybius described how Roman soldiers took special pride in a vicious way of war. Their orders, he claimed, were to systematically kill every living thing before beginning to loot. In the legion's wake, said Polybius, lay smoldering battlegrounds and devastated towns, streets, and fields, strewn with the bodies of men, women, and children put to the sword, and even dogs, sheep, and cows chopped to pieces. In the East, hopes for salvation grew. The most famous apocalyptic revelation was an ancient Iranian prophecy known as the Oracle of Hystaspes, a Persian Babylonian sage. This oracle foretold the destruction of Rome by fire and sword, and the coming of a savior king from the east, whose birth would be proclaimed by a brilliant light from heaven. Another prophecy, the Zoroastrian apocalyptic scripture of the 3rd century BC called the Bachman Yasht, envisioned an avenging savior prince who would be born under a shooting star. This prince would drive foreign tyrants out of Asia. An ancient oracle of Egypt promised that the gods would send a great king from the Orient. The Hebrew prediction, Daniel chapter 2 verse 7, of the downfall of the last great empire was written in 165 BC, just 30 years before Mithridates' birth. During Mithridates' reign, a handbook of Egyptian star omens was widely read, Comets signified massive war losses for Rome in Asia. Macabre events seemed to confirm the oracles. A ghastly tale recounted by a compiler of popular lore began to circulate after 191 BC. In that year, the Romans defeated the Greco-Babylonian, Seleucid king Antiochus III at Thermopylae in Greece. While the Roman victors were plundering the enemy corpses on the battlefield, a Syrian cavalry officer named Bouplagos rose up from the dead. Bleeding from 12 gruesome wounds, the ghost warned in a rasping whisper that Zeus would send a bold-hearted tribe to punish Rome. The Roman soldiers panicked, and their generals, much shaken by this utterance, consulted the oracle at Delphi. But the Delphic oracle was ominous too, threatening awful punishment for Rome's outrages in Greece and Asia. The next day, the Roman general Publius fell into a frenzied trance, raving about horrible wars to come, gory atrocities, and unspeakable desolation for Rome. Terrified soldiers rushed to his tent. Many died in the stampede. The Romans heard their trusted commander howl, "I see a great king from the land of the rising sun, who shall recruit a mighty army of many nations to obliterate Rome." Publius scrambled up a tree and declared that he himself would be devoured by a wolf, the sacred symbol of Rome. Aghast, the men watched as a wolf attacked and ate their esteemed general. Only his head remained, and it continued to predict doom. So the nightmarish story went, and as the tale spread, many believed. In years to come, many remembered. As Rome's predatory ambitions rose, dire omens proliferated. Rains of blood, plagues, monstrous births, talking cows. The Sibylline books, ancient texts written on palm leaves and stored in a stone chest beneath the temple of Jupiter in Rome, had been consulted by priests during crises since Rome's foundation. These cryptic writings spoke of a great conflagration from the sky falling to earth, and foretold terrible devastation and violent conflict for Rome. The so-called third book of the Sibylline oracles, different from the Roman Sibylline utterances, was another source of bad news for the Romans. Some of its passages were ancient, but others were apparently composed by anti-Roman Jews living in Anatolia during Rome's expansion, 160 to 140 BC and 80 to 40 BC. The widely circulated Third Sibylline book declared that Rome's impending corruption and ruin would come when a comet appeared as a sign of the sword and death. Mithradates' comets resembled curved swords. "Then," declared the oracle, "all the peoples of the East will rise up and unite, forcing Rome to pay back 3 times the riches it has plundered. They shall enslave 20 Romans for each Asian in servitude to Rome." In 88 BC, the year of the massacre of Romans, the Greek philosopher Athenion met with Mithradates and brought back a message of hope to Athens. Rome's conquest of Greece, 200 to 146 BC, had brought much suffering. In Epirus, in 167 BC, for example, the Romans systematically enslaved the entire population. The destruction of Corinth in 146 was another tragedy, never forgotten by the Greeks. Just before the massacre of 88 BC, Athenion delivered a rousing speech to the demoralized citizens of Athens. "Oracles everywhere promise that Mithradates, already hailed as a god in Asia, will be victorious." These sensational events and portents from so many different sources, predicting the fall of an evil empire and the advent of a savior king born under an eastern star, became intertwined and loomed large in Mithradates' story during his lifetime. These oracles and the comets nourished the king's self-image and his official publicity. The prophecies helped create fertile ground for popular support of his campaign against the tyranny of Rome. Mithradates, the Oriental savior, king of oracles and prophecies, hoped that all people would see in him the king from the east, destined to bring about the destruction of Rome, foretold in oracles. The widespread belief in the ancient Near East that heavenly fire or light would announce the birth of a Redeemer helps explain another story told about Mithradates. When he was a baby, lightning struck his cradle. Mithridates was unharmed, but the lightning left a distinctive scar in the shape of a diadem or crown on his forehead. Some said the lightning strike inspired his nickname, Dionysus, after the Greek god of liberation, change, and new beginnings. Dionysus had been marked for greatness by Zeus's divine lightning while still in the womb. Mithridates used this name in his propaganda and placed Dionysus's image on his coins, an immediately recognizable symbol of opposition to Rome. The god's worship had been banned by the Roman Senate in 186 BC because of Dionysus's association with slave revolts and foreign rebellions. In Greco-Roman popular lore, a non-fatal lightning strike promised great distinction and fame. Similar beliefs held in the East, too. According to the writings of the Magi, Persian Zoroastrian priest astronomers, the savior king was to be distinguished by a special mark on his body. The Magi in his father's palace saw Mithridates' lightning scar as a sign of divine approval. The diadem shape meant the gods had crowned him at birth. Many figures in history, myth, and legend have been marked for eminence by a bolt of lightning, from King Darius I of Persia and Alexander of Macedon to Harry Potter of Hogwarts. Mithridates' lightning story is unverifiable, of course, but it's not impossible. 2 out of 3 people struck by lightning do survive. What is significant is that all these accumulating omens, prophecies, oracles, mythic traditions, and extraordinary natural phenomena were coalescing around the time of Mithridates. He was uniquely placed to take advantage of these converging Eastern and Western beliefs. Royal blood. Another Mithridatic claim, long rejected as fable, turns out to receive support in genealogical and historical evidence. Mithridates traced his father's bloodline to Persian kings and his mother's family to Alexander the Great. He also declared that his ancestral lands had been bestowed by Darius I, the great Achaemenid ruler, who had consolidated the vast Persian Empire. He died in 486 BC. It has been widely assumed by modern scholars that propagandists invented this noble ancestry for Mithridates. Macedonian and Persian family trees are tangled and further complicated by the ancient practice of reusing the same royal names over many generations. Luckily, nicknames were common, and sometimes people had more than one, like Mithridates' Eupator Dionysus. 2 classical historians recently re-evaluated the evidence in the ancient sources pertaining to Mithridates' heritage. Their investigation reveals that Mithridates' paternal line was in all probability related by blood to Darius I, who had married 2 daughters and a granddaughter of Cyrus Vazraka the Great, founder of the Persian Empire. So, Mithridates' claim to descend from Cyrus and Darius was not mere propaganda. Darius had granted a fiefdom to Mithridates' ancestors, which became a powerful satrapy, a provincial governorship, centered in the ancient Greek city of Sinope in Pontus on the Black Sea. What about the Alexandrian lineage? Mithridates was related to Barsine, a Persian princess captured by Alexander after the Battle of Issus in 333 BC. Barsine had a son with Alexander and resided in Pergamon, where she maintained ties with Mithridates' family. Mithridates' mother, Laodice, a princess from Antioch, Syria, was a descendant of Alexander's Macedonian general Seleucus Nicator, the founder of the new Macedonian Persian Empire, stretching from Anatolia and Central Asia to Babylonia and Iran. It was Alexander's dream to meld Greek and Persian bloodlines and cultures as the foundation for a magnificent hybrid civilization. After Alexander's conquest of Persia, marriage alliances were carried out on a grand scale among Macedonian and Persian aristocrats. Laodice's kinship to Alexander is plausible, since Macedonian nobles shared bloodlines, but impossible to prove or disprove. Modern DNA studies show that the genetic material of powerful rulers such as Genghis Khan was generously dispersed in numerous unofficial offspring. This common practice, along with the custom of large harems for Macedonian and Persian royalty, gives further support to Mithridates' claim to be the heir, by blood, land, and ideals, of the greatest rulers of Greece and Persia. As with the comets and oracles, what really matters is that Mithridates' illustrious ancestry was unquestioned in antiquity. Mithridates himself, his supporters and his enemies, all saw him as the living embodiment of Alexander's vision of Persian-Greek fusion. Until the end of his life, Mithridates cherished a cloak, believed to have belonged to Alexander. How could Mithridates have obtained such a relic? Was the robe handed down in his mother's noble Macedonian family? Or did Barsine present her lover's mantle to Mithridates' relatives in Pergamon? The ancient historian Appian inadvertently provides a clue. Appian says that after Mithridates' death in 63 BC, the Romans discovered Alexander's cloak in Mithridates' castle, among the treasures that Mithridates had received from Cleopatra III, wife of Ptolemy VIII of Egypt. During his succession crisis in Egypt, this queen had stored her treasures for safekeeping on the island of Kos. Some years later, in 88 BC, the year of the Great Massacre of the Romans, in case you'd forgotten, some years later, in 88 BC, the year of the Great Massacre of the Romans, Kos turned over these treasures to Mithridates. But how could a mantle belonging to Alexander the Great come to be among Cleopatra III's treasures? Genealogical detective work provides an answer. Cleopatra, her husband, and her father were all direct descendants of Alexander's best friend and general, Ptolemy. When Alexander died in 323 BC in Babylon, Ptolemy hijacked the corpse and presumably his cloak to Egypt in order to support his claim to be Alexander's successor. Cleopatra's husband may well have inherited this precious relic from his Macedonian ancestors. Again, however, the robe's true provenance is irrelevant. Everyone, including the Romans, believed that Mithridates had inherited Alexander's mantle, and that it was an authentic physical link to Alexander. To wear Alexander's cloak was not merely symbolic for Mithridates. In ancient Persian court rituals, the robe or khilat of a venerated personal ruler was thought to transmit the owner's personal qualities and authority. Cyrus the Great presented his fine purple robe to his most beloved friend. Darius III dreamed that Alexander wore his royal robe. Numerous other examples of the ritual, dorophoriki in ancient Greek, appear in Old Testament and other Near Eastern writings. The ancient concept is the basis of well-known legends about St. Paul's cloak and the robe worn by Jesus. The idea lives on today in our phrases to assume the mantle and to vest power, and in the desire to possess clothing worn by cult figures. Two striking modern examples occurred in 2006. In Lebanon, Shiite Muslims flocked to see the abaya, or robe worn by the Hezbollah leader Nasrallah, displayed in several cities. Meanwhile, in the United States, the fabulous gold lame cape worn by Elvis Presley, the King, received high bids in a celebrity auction. Presley's cape was decorated with a sequined comet design. By Mithridates' time, Alexander's life had achieved cult status, and, as we shall see, Mithridates shared many notable commonalities with his idol. Some resemblances were real, others were embroidered with legend, but Mithridates' followers saw every parallel as proof of his glorious destiny. The Mythic Hero Script. Precious little is known about Mithridates' youth. Curiously, however, an obscure childhood is typical of larger-than-life individuals whose exploits become legendary. What we do know about Mithridates' early years comes from a few passages in Justin and passing remarks by other ancient historians. Some of the episodes in these accounts sound like the stuff of fairy tales. This has led modern historians to reject several events in Mithridates' life as propaganda, fabricated after the fact by his supporters. Some suspicion is justified. Mithridates was keenly aware of his public image, and some loyalists were experts in manipulating public relations. Yet, many unusual details in the king's life are accepted as true, supported by historical and archaeological evidence. Some incidents are likely or plausible. Other anecdotes seem extraordinary, yet none are impossible. But the meaning of Mithridates' compelling life story goes beyond political propaganda. What is truly striking is that his biography parallels a standard sequence of incidents typically found in the life stories of mythic heroes across different times and cultures. The universal pattern of hero-defining attributes of legendary and historical personages was first recognized by psychologist Otto Rank and comparative myth scholar Fitzroy Raglan. Their model has been refined and applied to dozens of heroic figures in myth, history, and popular culture around the world from antiquity to the present. The model contains 23 features that distinguish mythic heroes, including such things as royal parentage, omens at birth, victories over powerful enemies, an auspicious marriage, and a mysterious death. 1 point is given to each trait, up to a complete 23. There are variations in how different scholars interpret key events in individual lives, but folklorists have calculated the mythic hero scores of, for example, Moses, Oedipus, and Cyrus the Great, 20 to 23 points, Jesus, Muhammad, Hercules, and King Arthur, 18 to 20, Alexander the Great, Buddha, Joan of Arc, and Robin Hood, 13 to 16, Harry Potter, 14, Spartacus, 12, and John F. Kennedy, 5. Since antiquity, Mithradates has been admired by many as a champion of anti-imperialism despite his eventual defeat. But modern Western historians tend to cast Mithradates as Rome's evil, Oriental nemesis rather than a heroic figure. Perhaps that's why no one has ever thought to calculate Mithradates' rating on the Archetypal Hero Index. How does his story measure up by the established criteria for immortal legend? The points add up quickly. Prophecies predicted Mithridates' birth and rise to power. His father, King Mithridates V, and his mother, Laodice, a princess, may have been related through intertwined Persian-Macedonian family trees. Conceived under the rare comet of 135 BC, the infant Mithridates survived a lightning strike. He was associated with the gods Mithra and Dionysus, and like Alexander the Great, he claimed Hercules as a divine ancestor. As a youngster, Mithridates eluded murder plots by his guardians by experimenting with antidotes, ultimately inventing a secret potion that protected against all poisons. As a teenager, Mithridates disappeared. For 7 years, no one knew whether the crown prince of Pontus was dead or alive. As the following will reveal, by the time he was a young man, Mithridates had already tallied an impressive score of 10 on the mythic hero scale. Without giving away what transpires over his long and dramatic lifetime, Mithridates fulfilled all the remaining requirements of the Mythic Hero Index, for a perfect score of 23. Historical personages for whom there are complete written records normally rate 5 to 10 points. Mithridates' high score indicates that many aspects of his life were preserved orally in popular lore. Some events, comets and prophecies, ancestry, toxicological experiments, horsemanship are documented, while other stories coalesced around grains of truth or were exaggerated or made up, although nothing reported in the sources is beyond belief. Mithridates was brilliant at presenting himself as the savior of Greek and Persian civilization, and the scourge of Rome. Undoubtedly, he encouraged favorable interpretations of oracles and omens, assassination attempts, narrow escapes, notable feats, gallant deeds, and other actual events to his advantage. But much of what historians assume were deliberate falsehoods dreamed up as propaganda were more likely the result of a gradual, natural process. In the snowball effect of oral tradition, the actual facts of Mithridates' life mingled with probable and then with plausible events. Between romance and reality, propaganda and plausibility, lies the real story. As we consider what seem like improbable events in Mithridates' story, it's worth keeping in mind that in scientific probability-possibility theory, probability applies only to the future, not to past events. Even if something reported in the past had small odds of occurring, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. Over time, of course, Mithridates' story accumulated more and more narrative details that conformed to the heroic archetype. Mithridates' high score is the result of the accretion of mythic motifs in oral tradition around actual events, contemporary public relations, and a genuinely remarkable life. One senses that Mithridates himself understood the mythic hero script and endeavored to live it out. The circumstances of his birth and many other events were beyond his control, of course, yet from a very early age it seems that Mithridates self-consciously cast himself as the hero of his own epic saga. As a child, Mithridates heard the oracles surrounding his birth and absorbed the life stories of illustrious ancestors and other role models from myth and history. Hidden under his curly bangs was the special lightning scar shaped like a diadem. It would be no wonder if Mithridates came to think of himself as a mythic hero and resolved to behave like one. Most of the crucial elements of the heroic plotline were readily available to him, 2 millennia before modern myth scholars recognized the Persian king Cyrus the Great as the epitome of the historical hero. Another real-life idol, Alexander, followed the heroic pattern, which is also prominent in the myths of the divine Mithra, Dionysus, and Hercules. Folklorists have a word to describe the way real-life actions can be guided by legends: ostension. Ostension explains how widely known myths and legends sometimes shape ordinary people's behavior patterns, leading them to enact or perform certain elements from mythic narratives, thereby translating fiction into fact. Events inspire stories, and stories influence events. The concept of ostension is another reason why some episodes in Mithridates' life story appear to mirror Greek myths and theater. If Mithridates was guided by something like a mythic hero script, that helps explain his phenomenal self-confidence and ability to surge back after crushing losses. Mithridates' belief that he was a hero in the classical mold, marked from birth for a glorious destiny, was a wellspring of his perseverance and resourcefulness in times of crisis. He was determined to be remembered for all time. Mithridates was not introduced to his father until he was 5 years old, a Persian custom intended to protect a king from grief should his son die in infancy. Until then, the little prince lived with his mother, Queen Laodice, and concubines and children in the harem. Mithridates listened to exciting myths and legends recounted by the women and their guardians and confidants, the eunuchs, castrated males who served as trusted attendants, generals, and powerful advisers in Persian-influenced courts. Notably, of the many names of eunuchs that have survived from antiquity, half are from Mithridates' reign, a fact that reminds us of the constant court intrigues in this era. Indeed, palace conspirators would plot to do away with the young ruler after the untimely death of his father. But that was still in the future. While the old king still lived, he oversaw his heir's education. As soon as the boy celebrated his 5th birthday, tutors began his immersion in classical Greek lessons and the Persian essentials of kingship. Chapter 3. Education of a Young Hero. They mounted the boy on the wide back of the high-strung stallion. Whirling and bucking, the horse galloped away with the little rider gripping the reins and his child-sized javelin. The prince was only 10, but husky and tall for his age. He'd been riding horses since age 5. But this steed, fresh from the high pastures of Cappadocia, was not yet broken. As the horse raced across the field, Mithridates seemed in peril of being thrown, but somehow he hung on. He managed to control the horse and hurl his spear with force and skill, surprising in someone so young. Some in the palace suspected that the young prince had survived a plot to arrange a fatal riding accident. Perhaps they thanked Pegasus, the boy's protector. Others may have recalled that the god Mithra always showed favor to a new ruler by sending a horse omen. Some Greek grooms might have whispered that malevolent ghosts, taraxipoi, horse frighteners, the spirits of dead charioteers, spooked the animal. Everyone was reminded of the young Alexander the Great, who had impressed his elders by taming a wild horse. Aside from Justin's vignette of the close call with the bucking horse, most of Mithridates' childhood is a blank. Ancient writers describe the adult Mithridates' extraordinary size, strength, and stamina, his gargantuan appetites, earthy humor, and sexual preferences. All agree that he was a brilliant military strategist, fluent in many languages, a courageous fighter, and a gifted toxicologist. A cultured patron of music and the arts, the king loved spectacle and grandiose gestures. There is ample evidence of Mithridates' implacable hatred of Rome, pride in his Persian-Greek ancestry, and his imitation of Alexander the Great. His noble ideals and charismatic and often paranoid personality are well attested, as are the striking contradictions in his character. As king, Mithridates could be merciful or ruthless, chivalrous yet cruel. By filling in the gaps and fleshing out scenes in the incomplete ancient accounts with known facts and evidence about Mithridates' time and place, and by working back from what we know about the man, we can imagine the boy. This approach raises new questions about Mithridates. What shaped his character and public persona? Who, besides Alexander and Cyrus the Great, were his models? Which mythic, historic, and current events made strong impressions? Why such deep animosity toward Rome? What were his ultimate goals? What inspired his scientific pursuits? What was the origin of his search for the perfect antidote? First, let's set the scene in Sinope, where young Mithridates received his education, and then consider some likely influences during his formative years. Pontus, cultural crossroads. Mithridates' father, Mithridates V Euergetes, benefactor, inherited the wealthy kingdom of Pontus in about 150 BC. Euergetes expanded Pontus's influence, annexing land and making advantageous marriage alliances. He and Queen Laodice had 7 children. Continuing the tradition that frustrates historians, the royal pair named both sons Mithridates and called their first 2 daughters Laodice. The boys had nicknames. Our Mithridates was dubbed Dionysus as a boy, and later added Eupator, good father. His younger brother was Mithridates Crestus, the good. Their 3 younger sisters were Nyssa, Roxana, and Statira. To gain control of Cappadocia, the kingdom south of Pontus, Euergetes married his eldest daughter, Laodice, Mithridates' older sister, to the boy king Ariathes VI, whose mother had placed him on the throne after poisoning his 5 brothers. Poisoning was a typical form of royal succession in this era. Not long after, the self-assured Laodice, a few years older than her husband, arrived in Cappadocia, her wicked mother-in-law was conveniently murdered. Mithridates Eupator's best friend was Dorilaus, raised in the palace as a brother. Dorilaus was the orphaned nephew of General Dorilaus, best friend and military advisor of Mithridates' father. Dorilaus's family was related to the historian Strabo, who was born in Amasya, Pontus, in 63 BC, the year of Mithridates' death. Strabo wrote extensively and nostalgically about his homeland and the surrounding countries. He described Sinope's impressive fortifications, beautiful gardens, old peach and olive orchards, handsome marble buildings, fine temples, lively market, and new gymnasium. Strabo's narrative also tells us about the kind of education an aristocratic boy received in Pontus. Strabo recounted how his own family had been sundered by the Mithridatic Wars. His mother was a great-granddaughter of General Dorilaus, and his mother's uncle, Moaphernes, a Persian name, was a friend of Mithridates. Strabo's great-uncle served Mithridates, and his paternal grandfather was one of his commanders, overseeing fortresses in Pontus. Near the end of the Mithridatic Wars, Strabo's grandfather turned the forts over to the Romans, but never received the promised reward, something that still rankled Strabo. Other information linked Strabo and Mithridates. Strabo's mother sent him to school in Nyssa, near Tralles, towns that had massacred Romans in 88 BC. Later, Strabo studied with Tyrannio, a learned friend of Mithridates. Strabo mentions a relative named Theophilus. This name, in view of Strabo's pro-Mithridatic ties, led Strabo's modern biographer to wonder whether Strabo was related to Theophilus of Paphlagonia, hired by the people of Tralles to slaughter the Romans in 88 BC. That remains an intriguing guess, but Strabo, a native Pontian, who has much to tell us about Mithridates' world, was typical of the multi-ethnic heritage and complicated politics of Anatolia in the 1st century BC. Native Anatolians, Greek colonists, Persians, and Alexander's Macedonians were powerful influences in Mithridates' homeland. Greek culture was strong in the large cities on the Aegean coast, but much less marked in the ports rimming the Black Sea. The great Russian historian M. Rostovtsev characterized the Hellenic influence around the Black Sea as a thin Greek shell around a hard native kernel. In the Anatolian heartland and Pontus, Persian-influenced and indigenous culture predominated. At the same time, Mithridates' father was a Philhellene, and Greek was the official language of his court. Ambassadors and eunuchs, peripatetic Greek philosophers and Black Sea pirates, polyglot traders and tattooed Thracians, snake charmers and grim magi, learned doctors and shamans, soldiers and storytellers from many different lands rubbed shoulders in the palace of Sinope. Surrounded by so many diverse ethnicities, dialects, and backgrounds, Mithridates could practice his gift for languages at an early age. In this dynamic, cosmopolitan milieu, exciting tales of the Persian heroes Cyrus and Darius mingled naturally with the exploits of Alexander of Macedon and Hannibal of Carthage. In such a melting pot, religious beliefs and practices were eclectic and overlapping. Young Mithridates performed Greek rituals for the Olympian gods, but he also worshipped ancient Anatolian and Iranian deities. Mithridates' father was devoted to Apollo and Zeus, but as king he was also the high priest or magus in the Zoroastrian worship of the Iranian sun divinities Ahura Mazda and Mithra. As a boy, Mithridates observed his father saluting the rising sun and consulting the magi about omens and dreams. When his father made fire offerings on mountaintop altars, young Mithridates learned the ritual duties he would inherit. Much about ancient Persian religion remains a mystery, but historians agree that truth was the highest ideal. Free will was a key moral concept. Sun and light were revered. Fire was sacred. The respect and awe accorded to fire was a natural impulse in the petroleum-rich deserts of Mesopotamia and the oil deposits of the Crimea, and in Baku by the Caspian Sea. These were places where fountains of volatile naphtha and lakes of asphalt combusted spontaneously and burned eternally with super-hot blue-orange flames unquenched by water. Such sacred fiery substances, common in Mithridates' lands, but unfamiliar to the Romans, would prove valuable in battle. Herodotus, Xenophon, Strabo, and other Greek historians described the Persians' dualistic worldview in which light and truth, Arta, in Old Iranian, eternally battled the evil forces of darkness and lies, Druj. Dishonesty was reprehensible. Debt was a morally deplorable condition, because indebted people were susceptible to deceit and enslavement. Debtors and slaves were unable to exercise free will, unable to choose to struggle against darkness. These beliefs help explain why the hatred of Romans was so profound in the Persian-influenced province of Asia. Under Rome's rapacious and corrupt taxation policies, moneylenders charged exorbitant interest rates and confiscated all of an indebted man's possessions when he defaulted. Then he was enslaved and sold to Roman masters. Roman taxes plunged entire cities into overwhelming debt, forcing them to sell artworks and other treasures, their land, and their own people. Even the wealthiest kings succumbed to bankruptcy and blackmail. To oppose the Romans was to fight on the side of truth and light. School days. Like Cyrus and Alexander, Mithridates was nurtured by a large circle of guardians, tutors, and trainers. His playmates were Dorilaus, Gaius, son of Hermias, also considered a stepbrother, and other boys from aristocratic Greek, Persian, Cappadocian, and indigenous Anatolian families. The boys' education was a blend of Greek and Persian culture and athletic training. Many of the teachers were Greeks versed in paideia, traditional Hellenic literature, classical art and music, mythology and history, with readings from Aristotle, Plato, Thucydides, Xenophon, and Herodotus. The boys memorized Homer's Iliad and Greek poetry and plays. Alexander had loved to quote from the plays of Euripides. Mithridates' favorite drama might have been The Persians, written by Aeschylus after the Greeks defeated Xerxes at Salamis in 480 BC. Aeschylus painted the Persian soldiers and their weapons in luminous colors and treated the Persian king sympathetically as a valiant, noble despot who tragically underestimated the Greek love of liberty, a mistake King Mithridates would avoid. Mithridates' education included botanical medicine with Persian rhizotomists and Greek root cutters. The Magi were adepts in plant poisons and antidotes. Mithridates' own grandfather, King Pharnaces I, had discovered a plant called pharnakeon, reputed to be a cure-all. Aristotle, Alexander's tutor, had inspired a love of natural history and medicine in his student. Mithridates, too, was fascinated by natural sciences and medicine, but with a twist. Mithridates' passion was poisons. He understood the duality of pharmaca, drugs derived from powerful plant, mineral, and animal substances. Paradoxically, these substances could be fatally toxic, or they could serve as a health-giving tonic. Everything depended on the dosage. And for every poison, nature provided an antidote. Indeed, some poisons could be counteracted by other poisons. One ancient historian, Memnon, declared that Mithridates was a serial poisoner from childhood on. This seems unlikely, although during his long reign, Mithridates certainly did wield poison as a weapon. Memnon's rumor probably originated because of young Mithridates' experiments with poisons based on the principles that toxins could be used for good or ill. It's likely that he began investigating easily available poisons as a boy. Pontus was blessed with an abundance of deadly natural resources. Children learned to identify common toxic plants such as aconite or monkshood, hellebore, nightshade, yew, henbane, hemlock. A budding toxicologist could capture venomous spiders, wasps, and snakes, and carry out poison experiments on small animals. The prince pursued harmless hobbies too, collecting beautiful agates, crystals, and minerals. As king, Mithridates wrote treatises on gemology and amber, and his famous collection of exquisitely carved agate goblets and cameo rings ended up in the hands of various extravagant Romans after his death, later finding their way into royal museums in Europe. A Persian prince's upbringing was described in exciting detail by the Greek historians Herodotus and Xenophon, whose books Mithridates read. Both writers had traveled extensively in the old Persian Empire, and, like Aeschylus, they admired certain Persian customs and values taught at an early age, such as justice, gratitude, responsibility, and self-control. We can be sure that young Mithridates heard plenty of family lore from his relatives about the origins of his kingdom and his glorious forebears. But Mithridates could also pore over the lively accounts of his ancestors by Herodotus and Xenophon to learn how to become a proper Greco-Persian monarch. Xenophon's own story was thrilling. He had commanded 10,000 Greek mercenaries fighting for the Persian usurper Cyrus the Younger's lost cause in Mesopotamia in about 400 BC. Xenophon's memoir, The March of the 10,000, told of the long, arduous trek home by way of Pontus. Xenophon's vast army had camped right outside the stone walls of Sinope. Mithridates' own hometown had provided Xenophon's soldiers with food and supplies. Xenophon's historical romance, The Education of Cyrus, brims with stirring tales about the boyhood, military career, and chivalry of the elder Cyrus, founder of the Persian Empire in about 550 BC. Xenophon recounts how Cyrus the Great became a good and enlightened king, committed to truth and light, ruling myriad independent tribes from Parthia to the Black Sea with their consent. Cyrus's respect for truth also encompassed justice, mercy, and generosity. Xenophon reveals the secret of the great ruler's power, a question of interest to Mithridates. It was Cyrus's ability to inspire awe and fear while winning the loyalty and affection of his followers. Persians believed that the best king was a strong-willed, benevolent father to his people. Notably, Mithridates later chose the nickname Eupator, or Good Father. Xenophon tells how Cyrus, an expert charioteer, redesigned the archaic chariot for war. He gave it stronger, longer axles and a high bronze-armored turret to protect the driver, and armored the driver and 4 horses in chain mail. Then Cyrus added a fiendish flourish, sharp curved blades extending about 3 feet out from the wheels. Cyrus's retooling transformed the chariot from a fancy, flimsy taxicab into a monstrous threshing machine that could churn through enemy lines. Some of Xenophon's most riveting passages describe the horrible effect of Cyrus's 300 scythed chariots. Mithridates himself became a champion at racing chariots, a dangerous contest inaugurated by Cyrus. The little prince probably began driving chariots at 8 or 9. Controlling a team of 2 or 4 horses for up to 12 laps around a crowded racecourse with hairpin curves and no rules demands extraordinary skill and strength. As an adult, Mithradates won chariot races in games around the Aegean and Anatolia. His size, strength, and daring allowed him to take this high-risk sport to unheard-of extremes. Cyrus had driven 8 horses abreast. Mithradates topped him, winning fame for driving chariots with 10 racing steeds. The more horses, of course, the greater the thrills and spills. This exploit later inspired the young Roman Emperor Nero to pen a poem criticizing Mithradates' hubris. By Nero's day, the number of Mithradates' chariot horses had been exaggerated to 16. Later, competing at the Olympic Games in Greece, Nero attempted to match Mithradates' amazing feat. The emperor crashed and nearly died. Since the time of Cyrus, aristocratic Persian boys were taught the 3 pillars of a noble education: ride, shoot, and tell the truth. Boys began riding soon after learning to walk. As we saw, conspirators inside the court tried to arrange riding accidents to do away with the rightful heir of Pontus. There were also attempts to poison him. Many, including Mithradates, believed that his mother, Queen Laodice, was involved. There's no reason to doubt these ancient suspicions. Such schemes were common in the treacherous world Mithradates inhabited. Perhaps because of the dangerous steeds he was given to ride, Mithradates became an expert horseman of legendary endurance. Learning to shoot meant expertise with the bow and arrow, and hurling javelins from a galloping horse, crucial skills in hunting and warfare. Mithradates and his friends lived like boot-camp recruits, taking turns guarding the citadel of Sinope, practicing hand-to-hand combat with the Persian harpe, saber, and spear. They ate Spartan meals of bread, watercress, and water. They were taken on short excursions into the countryside to hunt rabbits and other small game. Within his father's game park, they practiced stalking stags and old lions, perhaps boars and bears. Mithradates loved the hunt. The boys were impatient for the time when, like Cyrus, Xerxes, Darius, and Alexander, they would venture into the mountains after real wild animals. Vigorous athletic and military training was part of Greek education, too, and historians tell us that Mithradates, an unusually tall and robust youth, excelled in wrestling, boxing, foot racing, swimming, wielding the dagger and sword, and traditional face-to-face hoplite combat with spear and shield. As future commander of Pontus's army, Mithradates needed to learn how to rule and protect his kingdom's wealth and independence. His father expected his son to know the history, geography, economy, natural resources, towns, roads, fortresses, and trade relations of Pontus and the neighboring lands. Mithradates would inherit his father's foreign policy concerns, too, which included clashes with the powerful Scythian nomads of the northern Black Sea area and steppes. Intricate diplomacy maintained balance among the democratic Greek cities and indigenous monarchies of the East. The complex negotiations and shifting alliances of this period are extremely difficult to follow in the fragmentary ancient accounts and are much debated by modern historians. But the key issue for an Anatolian monarch was how to handle Rome's burgeoning power and imperial designs in the lands east of the Mediterranean. During the final Punic War, Mithradates' father had aided Rome, sending troops to help defeat Carthage in 146 BC. When Mithradates was a boy, his father sided with Rome again, helping to suppress a popular uprising in Anatolia. The Roman Senate recognized the kingdom of Pontus as an official friend of Rome, in other words, a client state they expected to control. In the lands influenced by the venerable civilizations of Greece and Persia, the ambitious raw power of upstart Rome inspired contempt mixed with fear. Rome had a history of suddenly turning on its allies. As a child, Mithradates learned the names of the important clans in Rome: the Julii, Cornelii, Lucinii, Aquilii, and others. He was conversant in Roman history and myth. In later speeches, he mocked Rome's legend of the wild wolf that had nursed the founder twins Romulus and Remus, and revealed his deep knowledge of Roman conquests and conflicts. Mithradates grew up very aware of Rome's great power. Negotiating with Romans was like walking a tightrope over a deep gorge, easy to fall off, impossible to sidestep. There were only 2 options, both risky: become Rome's friend, or confront Rome head-on. For a savior prince, predestined for mythic glory, there was only one honorable path. But perils lurked close to home, too. Struggles over power, territories, and independence constantly arose among and within the Hellenistic monarchies, states with fluid borders and unstable ruling families left over from the old Persian and Macedonian empires. The courts seethed with conspiracies, intrigues, factions, betrayals, poisonings, and murders. At a tender age in Sinope, Mithradates understood that his most treacherous enemies might be his friends and family. Even his own mother was suspect. Pontus was rich. Its navy controlled the Black Sea trade. For as long as anyone could remember, swift pirate ships had plied the same waters. Large pirate fleets amassed wealth by supplying the sprawling Roman slave market on the island of Delos, unloading thousands of fresh captives every day. During Mithradates' childhood, he heard a lot of talk of piracy and certainly met pirate captains in his father's banquet halls. Pirates were raiding ship and shore with increasing boldness, even kidnapping Roman nobles for ransom. More than 1,000 pirate vessels cruised the Black Sea and the Aegean during the 1st century BC. They considered themselves a sovereign nation of the high seas. Pontus had long benefited from lucrative arrangements with the pirates, ensuring safe harbors and markets where they could sell booty. His father's military advisor, the elder Dorilaus, recruited mercenaries and pirates in the Aegean and the Black Sea for Pontus. During his own wars on Rome, Mithradates would count the great pirate navies among his strongest allies. Mithradates' access to money throughout his life has posed a perennial puzzle for historians. Pirate plunder was surely one source. Another source of Pontus's wealth was the Black Sea's abundant tuna and mackerel. Tons of salted fish were exported each year to the Mediterranean. Peaches, apricots, figs, nuts, olives, and grain grew along Pontus's mild coast, watered by rivers from great mountain ranges. A system of roads linked the trading ports of Sinope and Amysus to Amasya and other inland towns. Thick forests provided pine for shipbuilding, walnut and maple for furniture and game for meat, hides, and even pharmaca. Beavers, for example, were a prized Pontic product. Beaver testicles were valued for treating fever and boosting immunity and sexual vigor. Castoreum from the musk glands contains salicylic acid, the active ingredient in aspirin, from willow bark, the beaver's chief food. Pontus also possessed plentiful gold, silver, copper, iron, rock salt, mercury, sulfur, and many other rare minerals used for pigments and medicine or for poison. Pontus had long-standing ties with Pantikapayon, a city and fortress on the Chersonese, guarding the Cimmerian Bosporus, connecting the turbulent deep Black Sea to the shallow Sea of Azov. Across the strait on the Taman Peninsula was the citadel of Phanagoria. These two wealthy ports controlled the crucial saltfish trade and grain from the Scythian steppes bound for Mediterranean markets. In this region today, archaeologists and tomb robbers excavate many kurgans, grave mounds from Mithridates' time. The magnificent gold jewelry, realistic golden death masks, weapons, fine pottery, exquisitely carved gems, and other grave goods give us a glimpse of the riches of these lands which would later become part of Mithridates' expanded kingdom. Roiling pools of black oil belching tar volcanoes and fountains of ever-burning naphtha on both sides of the Cimmerian Bosporus had long inspired awe. Earthquakes periodically ravaged this region. As a boy, Mithridates may have listened to the historian Theopompus of Sinope explain how the earth suddenly split open on the Taman Peninsula, spilling out the stupendous skeletons of monsters and giants, actually mastodon fossils. Instead of taking these sacred relics to be displayed in the temple as cultured Greeks did, Theopompus said that the nomads simply heaved the fearsome bones into the Sea of Azov. A young prince in Sinope would be eager to see for himself the marvelous sights and curious peoples, the landscapes of legendary grandeur and exciting possibilities of the northern Black Sea. Any child growing up in Sinope heard anecdotes about the city's most famous citizen, Diogenes the Cynic. The eccentric philosopher who called a capacious wine jug home and performed all bodily functions in public was exiled from Sinope, but his unconventional ideas were very influential. Mithridates knew the famous story of Diogenes' meeting with Alexander, who admired the philosopher's way of life. Diogenes taught that wisdom flowed from decisive physical action. He advocated wandering the countryside with few possessions, living austerely off the land, and following a rigorous regimen of endurance training. Was young Mithridates influenced by Diogenes? He grew up with Persian Macedonian luxuries, elaborate carved couches and thrones under golden canopies, lavish banquets and expensive tapestries and artworks, servants to read aloud to him and to think up diversions, silver nails in his boots, myrrh-scented baths, and perhaps even golden sand imported from Egypt for his playground. As king, he accumulated and enjoyed untold riches. But he knew that the greatest military leaders, Cyrus, Alexander, and Hannibal, were tough warriors who scorned the soft court life. Like them, young Mithridates looked after his own armor, weapons, and horses, and reveled in the outdoor life and hardship that were part of his own education. And as we shall see, young Mithridates would eschew luxury and live for several years much like Diogenes, sleeping under the stars, rambling in the mountains, and devising his own bodybuilding program. But before he set out on that adventure, Mithridates was schooled in history and geography. Sinope traded with Greek and barbarian outposts all around the Black Sea. Beyond the mouth of the Danube ranged semi-nomadic warrior tribes of Mysia and Thrace. Neighboring Bithynia was the traditional gateway between Asia and Europe, and inland lay Galatia, settled by Gauls in the 3rd century BC, and rough Paphlagonia. Far south rose the snow-capped Taurus range of Cappadocia, or Persian Katpatuka, land of fine horses. To the east lay the rich mountain kingdom of Armenia, named after one of Jason's Argonauts. Hannibal had designed Armenia's heavily fortified royal capital, Artaxata, or Artashat, Joy of Truth, after he lost the Second Punic War to the Romans. Even Hannibal had spent time in Mithridates' homeland. Hannibal in Anatolia. Young Mithridates probably memorized Hannibal's adventures down to the last detail, taking in every success and setback in the Carthaginians' relentless war against Rome. Mithridates knew that as a little boy Hannibal had taken a sacred oath to never cease fighting the detested Romans. Hannibal kept his vow until his death at age 70. After Rome had devastated the Carthaginian army, Hannibal was forced to flee North Africa. He spent the rest of his life in Anatolia, advising other enemies of Rome. He convinced King Antiochus III of Syria to make war on Rome by invading Greece. But Hannibal and Antiochus suffered a disastrous defeat at Thermopylae. That battle held special meaning for Mithridates because of the notorious prophecies of the Syrian ghost who rose from the dead, and the raving Roman general predicting that a savior king would rise in the east to punish Rome. After another decisive defeat of Antiochus by the Romans at Magnesia, Hannibal was welcomed to Bithynia by King Prusias. With his new ally, Hannibal continued to wage war on Rome and its client kings. In a naval battle, Hannibal was outnumbered by Rome's client, King Eumenes II of Pergamon. Young Mithridates, with his interest in poison snakes and cunning tactics, would have appreciated Hannibal's ploy. He sent his sailors ashore to collect venomous vipers which they stuffed into clay jars. Hannibal won the day by catapulting the writhing snakes onto the decks of Eumenes' ships. The old general's last hours were dramatic and uncompromising. In the end, King Prusias betrayed Hannibal to the Romans. As the Romans closed in, Hannibal, one-eyed since crossing the frozen Alps, holed up in his castle in Bithynia, fitted with secret doors on every side. But escape was impossible now. An ugly death at Roman hands loomed. Hannibal took control of his fate. He slipped off the golden ring he always wore, pried open the hidden compartment, and swallowed the dram of deadly poison. With that last defiant act, Rome's first great enemy entered the realm of legend. The Poisoned Gardens of Mad King Attalus. More recent resistance to Rome also fired young Mithridates' imagination. The revolt of several Anatolian cities against Roman rule while Mithridates was a boy was a raw memory of imperial might. The insurrection was led by an idealistic young rebel named Aristonicus, a son of King Eumenes II of Pergamon and a harpist's daughter from Ephesus. Aristonicus was the younger stepbrother of Attalus III, who succeeded Eumenes. King Attalus was peculiar, paranoid, reclusive. He was called crazy for preferring science to governing, and he had no heirs. As a boy, Mithradates heard rumors accusing Attalus of poisoning enemies and relatives. Withdrawing from court life, letting his hair and beard grow long and scraggly, Attalus set aside his crown and took to wearing simple garments. He spent his days tending his gardens, studying botany, pharmacology, and metallurgy. He died suddenly of sunstroke in 133 BC. But was Attalus really insane, as portrayed by Justin and other historians? A revised view was proposed in 1988 by Kent Rigsby. Rigsby reasoned that the king's reputation for murder and madness was distorted by those who wanted to make Attalus seem unfit to name his successor. Pointing out that scientific and philosophical pursuits were typical of sophisticated Hellenistic monarchs, Rigsby suggested that in reality Attalus was a scientist and scholar. The king may have been eccentric, but his activities represent serious scientific research. Pergamon, with its great library, active scientific community, and the healing temple of Asclepius, was the center of medical learning. But the remarkable significance of Attalus's research has been overlooked by Rigsby and other historians. Justin's most damning example of Attalus's madness was his obsession with digging and sowing in his garden, and his bizarre practice of concocting mixtures of healthful and beneficial plants drenched with the juices of poisonous ones, which he presented as special gifts to his friends. The historian Plutarch tells us that Attalus cultivated toxic plants such as henbane, hellebore, hemlock, aconite or monkshood, and belladonna in his royal gardens, and became an expert in their juices and fruits. Galen, the celebrated physician from Pergamon, added that Attalus also experimented with antidotes against the venoms of spiders, scorpions, toxic sea slugs, and snakes. Galen praised the king for testing his mixtures only on condemned criminals. Can it be a coincidence that the youthful Mithradates engaged in the very same sort of activities and experiments as had mad King Attalus? We know that Mithradates created his renowned universal antidote, the Mithradatium, by mixing tiny doses of deadly poisons with antidotes. Mithridates, who would achieve lasting fame as the world's first experimental toxicologist, may well have been inspired at a young age by his grandfather Pharnaces' discovery of a panacea, and by the unusual research first begun by the last king of Pergamon, mad Attalus. Attalus's sudden death in 133 BC, about a year after Mithridates' birth, set in motion the chain of events that would eventually lead to Mithridates' wars on Rome. Attalus's will shocked everyone. He bequeathed his kingdom to Rome. This unexpected inheritance became the basis for Rome's vast and lucrative province of Asia. Was Attalus's will a Roman forgery, as Mithridates would later claim? What ruler in his right mind would will his kingdom to Rome? Attalus's stepbrother, Aristonicus, immediately organized a popular rebellion to claim the throne and keep the Romans from annexing the kingdom. Aristonicus and the Citizens of the Sun. Aristonicus established rebel headquarters at Leuci, founded by a Persian rebel leader in the 4th century BC. Attalus's navy quickly joined Aristonicus. Pro-Roman officials in Pergamon attempted to appease the population by granting citizenship to foreigners, mercenaries, and freedmen, but numerous cities joined Aristonicus, including Colophon, Mindos, Tralles, Nysa, Phocea, Thyatira, Stratonicia in Mysia, Apollonia, and the island of Samos. The Stoic philosopher Blasius, a supporter of democratic principles and an exile from Rome, also supported Aristonicus's cause. The city of Ephesus, allied with Rome at the time, sent a fleet against Aristonicus at Cyme. He lost the battle and fled far inland. All seemed lost. But now the story of Aristonicus's revolt gains real momentum, with much to enthrall young Mithradates. The rebel leader eluded capture, traveling to his base of support in the Persian-influenced central Anatolian highlands. Here, Aristonicus established a utopian city-state called Heliopolis, City of the Sun. The citizens were free and equal, and Aristonicus promised to liberate all slaves and cancel debts, eradicating evils that were particularly identified with Rome. He assembled a great army of Heliopoliti, citizens of the Sun, indigenous Anatolians and descendants of Alexander's Macedonians, poor and middle classes, debtors and slaves. From his new stronghold, Aristonicus issued coins, asserting his royal claim. All these developments greatly alarmed the Romans already beset by slave revolts and indigenous uprisings in Italy. Most modern pro-Roman historians downplay the revolutionary nature of Aristonicus's insurrection, suggesting that his motive for mobilizing resourceless people and slaves was nothing but desperation after the naval defeat. They point out that Aristonicus defended monarchy. But in Anatolia, independent democratic monarchy was a traditional, popular, anti-Roman concept. Aristonicus's ideology and his campaign, the first popular Anatolian uprising against Roman domination, might well have been a model for Mithradates' own war on Rome, his appeal to followers, and his policies of erasing debts and freeing slaves. The tale of the young rebel from Anatolia, the land of the rising sun, battling overwhelming odds and Roman treachery, would have appealed to Mithradates, who was a boy when the uprising was quelled. Later, Mithradates' own campaigns against Rome could be seen as keeping the faith of Aristonicus's insurgency as well as Hannibal's boyhood vow. As we shall see, Mithradates frequently alluded to Aristonicus's revolt in his speeches. The names chosen by Aristonicus for Heliopolis and its citizens of the sun receive scant comment from Roman historians, and contemporary Romans apparently missed the significance too. But these names radiated mystical and political symbolism in Greco-Persian lands. Notably, a Zoroastrian tribe of Armenia called themselves by a similar name, Adavordik, children of the sun, and prided themselves on never submitting to tyrants. For Mithradates and for Aristonicus's followers, citizens and polis reflected Greek democratic traditions. Of the sun evoked the ancient Persian god Mithra, Mithradates' namesake. The name, Citizens of the Sun, announced that Aristonicus and his army were fighting on the side of light and truth against the forces of darkness. Mithridates' father, and the rulers of Bithynia, Cappadocia, Ephesus, and Paphlagonia were nervous about Rome's reaction. They agreed to send troops against Aristonicus, but the citizens of the sun persevered. It appeared that Aristonicus would be acclaimed king of Pergamon and Greater Phrygia. The Roman Senate dispatched its own legions in 131 BC, commanded by P. Licinius Crassus. But Crassus was bent on plundering Attilus's palace instead of leading a campaign. His disorganized army was routed in a battle near Leuce. Crassus, surrounded by a hostile mob, poked a Thracian in the eye with his whip. The enraged barbarian stabbed Crassus to death. The Roman's head was presented to Aristonicus. The citizens of the sun won more victories. Rome sent M. Perperna to put down the spreading insurgency. Perperna, fresh from suppressing a slave revolt in Sicily, captured Aristonicus alive. Although Perperna suddenly died, reportedly of disease, Aristonicus was sent in chains to Rome, along with Attilus's fabulous treasures from Pergamon. The rebel leader was cast into the Teleanum, a stone dungeon 12 feet deep, described by the historian Sallust as repugnant and fearsome from neglect, darkness, and stench. The state executioner strangled Aristonicus in his cell in 129 BC. In Cyme, where Aristonicus's navy had been defeated, it was said that the statue of Apollo wept. Inspired by their leader's martyrdom and Rome's ineffective campaign, and perhaps seeing Perperna's sudden death as a good omen, the citizens of the sun continued to resist. The Senate dispatched the ambitious consul Manius Aquilius to crush the insurrection and establish Roman provincial government in Pergamon. It must have impressed Mithradates that the cities loyal to Aristonicus still held fast, protecting the sun's citizens inside their fortified walls. Aquilius faced a series of long drawn-out sieges before he could occupy the land and set up the new government. To bring the war to a quick end, Aquilius resorted to a ruthless solution. He ordered his men to pour poison into the water supplies of the besieged cities. This biological weapon killed soldiers and non-combatants alike, and Aquilius's army easily overran the cities. Even in Rome, however, some critics deplored such a barbarous tactic, declaring that Aquilius's expedient victory dishonored old Roman military values. Aquilius took over Pergamon and levied heavy taxes for personal profit. Aristonicus's rebellion was over, and Rome's allies were rewarded. Mithradates' father received Greater Phrygia in thanks. But popular outrage was visceral in the territories coveted by Rome. Aquilius's vicious victory through poison and his suffocating taxation intensified the loathing for Rome. Cities that had supported Aristonicus's revolt were severely punished. Yet, even the official friends of Rome experienced anxiety rather than security. Everyone was beginning to realize that Rome had a nasty habit of attacking former clients. During his childhood, Mithradates would have heard many details of Aristonicus's Anatolian uprising that are lost to us. He may have known, for example, whether Aristonicus, grandson of a harpist, had been named after Alexander's brave harpist friend, Aristonicus, who died gloriously in battle. Mithradates also would have learned which poison Aquilius had used to taint the wells. Hellebore, a common plant with a notorious military history, was probably the agent of death. Mithradates, who studied toxic plants and warfare, could recall the infamous story of a similar siege situation some 500 years earlier in Greece. The victorious generals, aided by a corrupt doctor, had annihilated the townspeople by poisoning the water supply with crushed hellebore. Medea's Magic Potions. Wedged between Armenia and the sheer cliffs where the Caucasus Mountains plunged into the eastern Black Sea, lay fabled Colchis, now modern-day Georgia, a harshland rich in gold and exotic minerals and plants. In Greek myth, Zeus had chained Prometheus, the rebel titan who brought fire to mortals, on the highest peak in the Caucasus, sending an eagle to tear out his liver for eternity. Mithradates and his friends heard exciting myths set in their own native lands. In the epic poem about Jason and the Argonauts and their quest for the Golden Fleece, the Argo sailed east toward the sun's golden treasure house along the southern shore of the Black Sea, stopping for adventures and founding towns. In Sinope, Mithradates might have played near the marble statue of his city's founder, the Argonaut Autolycus. The Argonauts had marveled at Pontus's iron mines and its weird towers of salt on the Halys River. Pressing on to Themyscira, the great Amazon stronghold on the Thermodon River, the Argonauts sailed to far Colchis, under the forbidding Caucasus Mountains. There, Jason fell in love with Medea, the beautiful barbarian sorceress. Mistress of poisons and magic, granddaughter of the sun god, Medea could tame mysterious fire from the black oil pools of Baku on the Caspian Sea to create unquenchable flames. Her potions bestowed superhuman strength, or death-like sleep, and made one invulnerable to fire or sword. Medea knew the secrets of deadly dragon's blood and all the antidotes for serpent venom. It's easy to picture young Mithradates, future toxicologist, enthralled by the description of Medea alighting from her sun chariot to gather pharmaca. In the gloom of night, clothed in black, murmuring eerie incantations, Medea climbed higher and higher into the Caucasus Mountains. There, springing from the ichor that had flowed out of Prometheus's side, a flower the color of saffron bloomed on tall twin stalks. From the fleshy root, blood-red sap oozed. This crimson liquid Medea captured in a pure white shell from the Caspian Sea. The Mighty Hercules. In young Mithridates' eclectic pantheon of mythic role models, the Persian sorceress Medea was joined by Hercules, the Greek superhero, who rescued Prometheus from his torture. In the course of his adventures, Hercules had traveled across the towering Caucasus Mountains into Scythia, where he won a duel with Hippolyte, queen of the Amazons. The natives of the city of Pergamon believed they were the descendants of Hercules' son Telephus. Like Alexander, Mithradates also claimed descent from Hercules. 3 remarkable marble statues show how deeply Mithradates identified with Hercules. The first, a sculpture in Pergamon probably created in 88 to 85 BC, when Mithradates established royal headquarters there, depicts a fatherly Hercules wearing his signature lion-skin cape, holding his infant son Telephus. Recent analysis of portraiture in contemporary coins and sculpture suggests that the model for the little boy was none other than Mithradates. The child's profile and hairstyle strongly resemble portraits of the adult Mithradates on his early silver coins. The pudgy face was not meant to be a good likeness of Mithradates as a toddler, but the similarity to Mithradates' coin portraits and the message would have been immediately recognized by everyone. The likeness was so obvious that after his defeat of Mithradates in 63 BC, the Roman general Pompey seized this statue of baby Mithradates to show off in Rome. Another statue group discovered in 1925 at the Great Altar of Pergamon shows a youthful Hercules freeing Prometheus. The young man in the lion skin is a lifelike portrait of Mithradates on the verge of manhood. It's similar to another well-known portrait statue in the Louvre that is securely identified as the adult Mithradates, also wearing Hercules' lion skin. The image of Mithradates as Hercules, liberating the chained Titan, had great symbolic value for Greeks and the people of the East, because it depicted the king as a savior-liberator. Alexander and Darius. Portraits on coins show that Mithradates copied Alexander's flamboyant shoulder-length hairstyle. Alexander's charisma, military genius, grand dreams, and tragic death just before his 33rd birthday had made him a cult figure, not just for Greco-Persians like Mithradates, but for many Romans too. Even as a child, Mithradates discovered much in Alexander's life story that matched his own, and much to emulate. To portray Mithradates as the new Alexander, the antithesis of uncivilized Rome, Mithradates and his circle loved to draw comparisons between the two. Incidents like Mithridates' taming of a wild stallion fostered popular associations between the beloved Alexander and the Prince of Pontus. Like Alexander, Mithridates had a magnetic personality. Did young Mithridates consciously mirror his hero's well-known mannerisms? Alexander had a habit of tilting his head to the left. Some sculpted portraits of the youthful Mithridates not only resemble Alexander, but also show his head inclined leftward. Alexander was also said to have a certain melting look in his eyes. We can imagine young Mithridates perfecting his version of Alexander's melting gaze on his friends Dorilaus and Gaius, his little sisters, and other children in Sinope. Alexander's companions had even claimed that his body and clothing exuded a pleasant, sweet fragrance. That, too, was something Mithridates could achieve with myrrh and other perfumes used by men and women in Persian-influenced courts. Mithridates could probably recite the life story of Alexander, who set out at about age 22 to conquer the most powerful empire in the world. The Persian Empire under Darius III ranged over 3 continents and ruled about 25 million diverse people. But by the time Alexander died, almost 200 years before Mithridates' birth, Darius's empire had been incorporated into the new Macedonian Empire, stretching from Greece and Anatolia to Egypt and all the way to the Himalayas. The mesmerizing story of Alexander and Darius III held many lessons for Mithridates. The Macedonians were outnumbered 2 to 1, yet Alexander overwhelmed Darius's army at Issus. Darius made a daring escape in his chariot and recruited 200,000 more warriors from the fringes of his empire, backed by armored cavalry, ranks of dread scythed chariots, and war elephants. The 2 armies met again at Gaugamela. But Alexander's brilliant maneuvers again decimated the Persians. This time Darius was able to slip away on horseback. At his defeat, Darius had expressed admiration for Alexander, even approving him as his successor to rule the Persian Empire. Fleeing to the far eastern reaches of his empire, Darius was murdered by his closest generals. Mithridates knew that Alexander famously wept over Darius's corpse and buried him with great honors at Persepolis. Rejecting the traditional Greek hatred of barbarians, that is, non-Greeks, Alexander welcomed his new subjects into his inner circle. Their mutual esteem and courtly gestures made Darius and Alexander into perfectly matched noble adversaries, like brave knights in a medieval tale of chivalry. Mithridates took great pride in his connections to both commanders and embraced a visionary dream of fusing Persia and Greece to overcome Rome, the barbarous empire of the West. After his conquest of the Persian Empire, Alexander had adopted Persian customs and Persian dress. The ancient historians tell us that Mithridates wore old-fashioned Persian costumes. This seemingly eccentric habit was a way of honoring and calling attention to his Persian heritage, and another way to imitate Alexander, too. We know that Mithridates inherited antique furniture and other treasures from Darius I. On rainy days in the palace at Sinope, the boy could visit the storerooms and open cedar treasure chests filled with Persian tiaras, golden earrings, bracelets and necklaces, rings and carved gems, jars redolent of exotic perfumes and vintage finery, long white robes edged with purple and embroidered with gilded hawks and lions. Mithridates knew that Alexander had taken care not to dress in the extravagant fashion ridiculed by the plainly dressed Greeks of the Medes, the ancient kinsmen of Persian kings. Nor did Alexander choose to wear the full royal Persian costume, a fancy long robe over trousers and turned-up slippers topped with a tiara. Instead, Alexander combined Greek and Persian styles into a modest but elegant fashion statement, a simple, short, pure white tunic belted with a Persian sash that held his dagger and sandals, no trousers or crown. The Macedonians considered the Persian tiara and trousers outlandish. Some of Alexander's armor included antique pieces. Young Mithridates also designed his own dashing hybrid ensemble, probably after experimenting as a boy. Like Alexander, he wore a simple diadem, a purple and white ribbon tied around his head, and a brilliant white tunic, modestly embroidered with purple hems. The tunic was belted with a Persian-style, jewel-encrusted sash to hold the golden scabbard of his dagger against his thigh. Old-fashioned Persian trousers and leather boots with turned-up toes completed the king's outfit. The king is dead. Long live the king. During his boyhood in Sinope, mythic deeds, historical models, both good and bad, and his scientific poison projects occupied Mithridates' thoughts. He spent his days collecting rocks and reptiles, riding and hunting with his friends, reading and daydreaming. It must have seemed a happy and idyllic time, with only fleeting clouds. Mithridates' father held many feasts for courtiers and honored guests, with enthusiastic drinking, slabs of venison and lamb, and Black Sea tuna, bread and olives, cherries and peaches. In 120 or 119 BC, Mithridates celebrated his birthday, his 14th or 15th. According to Persian custom, a birthday called for a banquet of special magnificence. A whole ox, camel, or donkey was roasted inside a giant brick oven. Each course was served separately, along with a great deal of wine. A flight of many different honeyed sweets followed, while conjurers from Parthia, Indian snake-charmers, Syrian tumblers and dancers entertained, and harpists and drummers filled the great hall with music. At one of his lavish banquets, Mithridates' father suddenly clutched his throat. Lurching out of his chair, he fell dead, his heavy silver cup rolling silently across the thick carpet. In that one moment, Mithridates' whole world was thrown into tumult. Mithridates V, Euergetes, was assassinated in about 120 BC in Sinope, poisoned by persons unknown. The deed was done while the king's friend General Dorilaus was away in Crete, recruiting for Pontus's army. When he received the news of the murder, it was too dangerous to return. He remained in Crete. Paranoia suddenly replaced Mithridates' vague mistrust of his mother. Was he next? Who could be trusted? He turned to his closest companions and best friend, young Dorilaus. Perhaps he also found support among some teachers and courtiers. Comparisons to the assassination of Alexander's father, Philip of Macedon, were inevitable, and the parallels must have been chilling for Mithridates. Philip was murdered at a wedding banquet. Alexander had blamed his father's great enemies, the Persians, but many suspected his mother, Olympias. Characterized by ancient historians as a jealous, murderous witch, Olympias terrified men with the huge tame snakes she bred for Dionysian orgies. Mithradates had heard the ghastly stories about what happened after Philip's violent death. Olympias had burned Alexander's infant half-brother to death and poisoned Alexander's other half-brother with drugs that destroyed his mind. In Sinope, some worried that Romans might have been behind the assassination of Mithradates' father, but the ancient evidence points to a palace coup. Was Mithridates' own mother, Queen Laodice, really a wicked witch, as Olympias was reputed to have been? To modern readers, the idea of murderous mothers seems like a Grimm's fairy tale, but Mithridates knew of many ambitious queens in neighboring kingdoms who seized power through intrigue, murder, and poison. The mother of Prince Ariathes of Cappadocia, for example, had poisoned Ariathes' 5 younger brothers one by one. Mithridates noticed that his mother doted on his little brother, Mithridates the Good. The murder of Mithridates' father supports Justin's statement that they were plots to do away with Mithridates himself. As modern historians point out, Mithridates' life really was in danger. The unknown murderers of his father were embedded in the palace, among his guardians and tutors. It's easy to believe that Queen Laodice was complicit. After his father was buried in the royal mausoleum at Amasya, the old Pontic capital, young Mithridates was crowned king of Pontus. His father's will apparently left the kingdom to the joint rule of Queen Laodice, Mithridates, and his brother Mithridates the Good. Since both princes were underage, Laodice retained all power as regent, and she favored her younger, more malleable son. Laodice's love of luxury made her a compliant client of Rome. Over the next few years she accepted their bribes, and her extravagance pushed Pontus into debt. In 119 BC, a marvelous omen suddenly appeared in the sky. The spectacular comet, with the long scimitar tail observed before Mithridates' birth, returned, just as he was crowned king. The Magi and people in Persian-influenced lands rejoiced. This heavenly sign affirmed that Mithridates was indeed the savior king sent by Mithra, the great leader, who would rescue the East from Rome, as promised by the comet of 135 BC and widely known prophecies. The rare coins depicting a comet may have been minted just after his coronation. But Mithridates knew he had to devise a survival plan, or he would never live to fulfill his destiny. He began carrying his dagger with him at all times. At night he kept the blade under his pillow, just as Alexander had done. The Poison Prince. What was the poison that killed his father? This compelling question recalled other unsolved royal deaths like that of Alexander. Alexander's companions believed that he had been murdered with a nameless poison, a mysterious substance of curious lore, an ice-cold dew collected from the mossy rocks where the river Styx cascaded over a high cliff in Greece. The dew was so corrosive that it dissolved metal and could be stored only in the hoof of a mule. Modern toxicologists have been unable to identify this poison. The ancient descriptions point to an acidic substance. A likely culprit may be a recently discovered, naturally occurring, extremely toxic acidic bacteria found in calcium carbonate crusts that leach out from limestone bedrock. But Mithridates had to consider more easily available possibilities, closer to home. Was his father the victim of some noxious plant? They were myriad: henbane, yew, deadly nightshade, hemlock, mandrake, monkshood, hellebore, poppies, mushrooms, oleander. Mithridates had dabbled in toxic experiments as a boy, goaded by fears of poisoning. But now it was a matter of life and death. According to Justin, when his enemies' attempts on his life failed because of the boy's superior strength and skill, they tried to kill him with poison. He began urgent investigations of pharmaca, secretly testing them on others and himself. For models, young Mithridates could look to the mythical sorceress Medea, but also to his grandfather's panacea, to Attilus's misunderstood toxicological research in Pergamon, and to Alexander's bold, near-fatal scientific experiments in Babylonia and India with naphtha and powerful potions. Alexander had prescribed drugs and antidotes for his companions and himself. In India, for example, Alexander's men were dying gruesome deaths after being attacked with swords dipped in snake venom. Alexander dreamed of the plant that could save them, and consulted with Hindu doctors about antidotes for snakebite. Another time, Alexander was courageous enough to drink down a beaker of medicine that knocked him unconscious, almost killing him. Now, Mithradates too would dare to search for the perfect formula to neutralize all poisons. Toxic natural resources abounded in the Black Sea region. The nomads of Scythia dipped their arrows in a sophisticated concoction of viper venom and other pathogens. Their shamans were experts in antidotes based on venom. In Armenia's remote lakes lurked venomous fish, and Pontus boasted its own poisons. Wild honey, distilled by bees from the nectar of poisonous rhododendrons and oleander, so profuse on the coast, could kill a man. Even the flesh of Pontic ducks was poisonous. The ducks thrived on hellebore and other baneful plants, and the bees enjoyed a strange immunity to poison. Did these mysterious facts inspire Mithradates to search for ways to inure himself to poisons? Nefarious rare minerals were mined in Pontus. Sinope was the center for processing and exporting Sinopic red earth, realgar, orpiment, and other glittering dark red and yellow crystals surrounded by magical and ominous folklore. Known by many different names, these minerals occurred in association with mercury, lead, sulfur, iron ore, cobalt, nickel, and gold. The mines exhaled vapors so noxious that they were said to be worked only by slaves who had been sentenced to death for terrible crimes. One of the most infamous of the mines was Sandara Kurgion Dag, Mount Realgar, described by the geographer Strabo. On the Halys River, near Pimolisa, gangs of 200 slaves labored to hollow out the entire mountain. Strabo notes that Mount Realgar mine was finally abandoned as unprofitable because it was too expensive to continually replace the slaves as they dropped dead from the toxic fumes. The various ancient words for groups of related compounds make them difficult to sort out and identify today. Cinnabar, Zingiefra, Vermilion, Sinopic red earth, ruby sulfur, Miltos sinopicae, Sinopoli, orpiment, ochre, Sandaraca, Sandix, Lithargion, Zamik, Arsenicum, Arhenicum, Zirniki, Sindura, Minium, Armenian Kalki, Realgar, Dragon's Blood. All were ancient names for the many forms of toxic ores containing mercury, sulfur, and/or arsenic. Sinopic red earth was used to waterproof ships. Many of these costly substances were prized as brilliant pigments, varnishes, and textile dyes. They were also important in alchemy and medicine. But Mithradates investigated their more sinister qualities. Arsenic, from the Persian word zamik, was a deadly, odorless, tasteless poison, undetectable in food or drink, the ideal toxin for murder. The poison that someone slipped into his father's meat or wine was most likely pure arsenic, produced by heating realgar, red arsenic sulfate. Mithradates discovered a curious phenomenon. By ingesting minuscule amounts of arsenic each day, he learned that one could build up an immunity to larger doses that would otherwise be fatal. Perhaps he achieved tolerance to arsenic at an early age, since, as Justin states, the conspirators in the palace failed in their attempts to poison him while he was a boy. He took other precautions, too, like those suggested by the Roman satirist Juvenal. Trust none of the dishes at dinner. Those sweets are black with the poison your mother put in them. Whatever she offers you, make sure another samples it first. Let your tutor test each cup you are poured. Mithradates supplemented his clandestine study of toxicology by stepping up his physical training. Hunting was a perfect excuse for spending time away from the castle. Meanwhile, he planned his next move. From his reading of Xenophon's books, his grounding in myth and history, Mithradates would have known exactly what was required of a young hero whose life was in danger. One day, armed with his bow, dagger, and javelin, the intrepid prince rode out of Sinope's gates with his most loyal companions. They did not return. Chapter 4. The Lost Boys. Dreading that his enemies in the palace would succeed with a sword what they had failed to accomplish with poison, Mithradates was compelled to protect himself. There were only two choices. Young Mithradates could remain in Sinope, dominated by his treacherous mother, hoping to survive until he was old enough to wrest power away from her, or he could take decisive action, the sort of path advocated by Sinope's philosopher Diogenes. Mithradates' destiny, promised by oracles and comets, demanded that he seize the second option. In devising a plan, Mithradates could consider the experiences of Cyrus of Persia, Alexander, and Mithradates I, the founder of the Pontic kingdom. Each had left home and family for a period of time before assuming power. While in exile, these leaders gained wisdom, faithful followers, political clout, and popular favor. The rebel leader Aristonicus had also found refuge and support in the Anatolian heartland. Listening to Persian tales of his ancestors and reading Xenophon's writings, Mithradates could identify with Cyrus the Great, whose enemies had tried to kill him as an infant. At age 13, Cyrus left the royal palace at Susa and lived in Media, eventually returning to become ruler of all Persia. In action-packed descriptions of Cyrus's big game hunts and other adventures, Xenophon told how the future king of Persia and his friends learned self-reliance and decision-making through daring exploits together in the Iranian highlands. In Xenophon's On Hunting, written for young Greek noblemen, a boy could find exciting anecdotes and practical advice. The experience of hunting together instilled virtue, leadership, and military prowess in adolescent aristocrats. Xenophon not only detailed all the proper clothing, equipment, and methods for chasing game, but the great Greek general declared that excellence in the hunt naturally produced heroic warriors and commanders. Mithradates' hero Alexander had loved to hunt with his friends. They relaxed by chasing rabbits and weasels, and proved their manhood by killing lions and bears. A headstrong, reckless teenager, Alexander was famous for risking danger in both hunting and war. Mithradates surely envied Alexander's opportunity to go on his own authority to battle at age 16, while his father was away. Later, during a family crisis, Alexander summoned his companions and rode off to the wilds of Illyria in the far west of the Macedonian Empire. There, Alexander and his friends lived on their own by hunting. When Alexander's father was murdered, Alexander had to act quickly to win the trust of the Macedonian army. Ideas for a similar venture, one that would combine hunting with statecraft, began to take form in Mithridates' mind. According to Justin, Mithridates came up with a bold plan that called for great resourcefulness and perseverance. Justin's account is terse, but revealing. Beginning in childhood, Mithridates was fixated on survival. On guard against plots, especially poisoning, he fortified himself with antidotes and athletics. After his father's death, Justin says, Mithridates and some companions disappeared from Sinope. For 7 years, they never slept under a roof, and survived by hunting and bivouacking in the mountains. The young king built endurance by chasing wild beasts on foot and outrunning them when they turned to attack him. Sometimes, like the Greek superhero Hercules, Mithridates even dared to pit his might against dangerous wild animals by wrestling and killing them bare-handed. Justin is describing exactly the kind of Greco-Persian aristocratic Boy Scout activities encouraged by Xenophon. By these methods, says Justin, Mithridates not only evaded the attempts on his life, but also developed great strength and passed amazing tests of stamina and courage. After 7 years away, Justin writes in his concise style, Mithridates returned to Sinope, dealt with his enemies, and began his reign. Regrettably, the laconic Justin is our only surviving source for this important period, the time after the assassination of Mithridates' father, until the beginning of Mithridates' independent reign. Because Justin was condensing the lost work of another historian, Trogus, his version omits, conflates, or repeats some events. If only we had Trogus's original full accounts. Some modern historians, faced with inexact dates, reject Justin's chronology altogether, pointing out that statues and inscriptions honoring Mithradates and his younger brother were erected in Delos in 116 to 115 BC, 5 years after their father's murder, while Mithradates was supposed to be away from Sinope. But Queen Laodice could easily have erected statues and inscriptions on behalf of the young co-heirs during Mithradates' absence. Indeed, this would have been a wise propaganda move to counter rumors that the missing prince had been done away with. In response, Mithradates' supporters might have issued coins featuring his birth comet while he was in exile as a way to advertise the young king's destiny and prepare for his eventual return. Both factions had good reasons to publicize his image while Mithradates was absent. It's true that Justin's 7 years is a suspiciously mythic number. 7 often stands for several years in folklore contexts. Stripped of the folkloric flourishes, however, Justin's account is neither sensational nor illogical. There's nothing incredible about the idea that Mithradates disappeared after his father's murder. He faced real peril in Sinope. There are many examples of murdered royal children in this era. There's no reason to doubt that the crown prince departed with some companions in the manner described by Justin and perhaps detailed by Trogus. We cannot know exactly how long Mithradates was actually away, but 4 or 5 years is a reasonable interval. How did Mithradates organize his escape? What happened during the most mysterious period of Mithradates' life, the years between his father's murder and the day that Mithradates returned to power? What follows is a plausible scenario for how Mithradates' self-imposed exile might have unfolded, based on known facts and informed speculation. The plan. The journey wasn't a spontaneous lark, but would have required months of meticulous planning. A secretive, creative, and daring youngster, sure of his place in history, Mithradates thought up a strategy that recapitulated episodes from the lives of his heroes and incorporated his love of the hunt. The royal heir of Pontus was surrounded by close friends his own age and a little older, including some noblemen in their 20s. This circle of comrades replicated the elite retinues that had surrounded Alexander and Cyrus. Mithradates' best friend Dorilaus helped with logistics. His life was threatened too. As the nephew of the murdered king's general Dorilaus, young Dorilaus would have been targeted by the conspirators in the palace. We can imagine the 2 boys whispering late into the night, deciding who among their schoolmates could be trusted to accompany them. Mithradates' spoiled little brother, Mithradates the Good, was not included. From inscriptions on portrait busts found in Delos, we have the names of some of Mithradates' closest associates in his early reign. Some may have been members of his youthful entourage, such as Gaius, son of Hermias, and Diophantus, son of Mithares, and Gordius, the Cappadocian, who became Mithradates' special envoy. The runaways expected to keep on the move for some years until they felt strong enough to seize victory. Too large a group might attract attention. A group of 8 or 10 could efficiently hunt and provide for themselves. Mithradates must have radiated confidence and intellect by age 14 or 15 to have such devoted companions who agreed to follow him in exile. Impelled by friendship and adventure, they could also hope for great rewards. They knew that Alexander's companions had inherited his kingdom. The incentive for Mithradates and Dorilaus was powerful. They were running for their lives. Now, with the plan roughly plotted out, Mithradates talked incessantly about hunting. Justin tells us he feigned a great passion for the hunt before he disappeared. His band stayed away longer on each outing without drawing suspicion. Maybe the group cached provisions and coins in secure outposts during forays before the big day. The young king could requisition extra horses from the royal stable for an extended hunting trip. After all, hunting was his favorite activity, an obsession, really. I imagine that Mithradates and his friends were prepared to depart by 118 or 117 BC. Mithradates could portray the expedition as a special occasion to celebrate his 16th birthday and his first year as the boy king of Pontus. As Mithradates and his companions rode out after his birthday banquet that spring, Each wore practical hunting attire of subdued colors as recommended by Xenophon, no bright white or purple. The young men wore dun-colored tunics, hats, short woolen cloaks, and high leather boots. Some wore Persian trousers like Mithradates. Their leader was distinguished by his simple diadem and a heavy gold signet ring with a royal seal of Pontus. Each boy took a pair of javelins, staff and cudgel, bow and arrows, sword and dagger. Favorite hounds trotted alongside the pack horses, loaded with bedding, nets for big game, cups and utensils, personal items such as musical instruments, gaming pieces, fishing, hooks and line, and best-loved books. Each adventurer carried a leather pouch bulging with coins for necessities and food and to reward citizens of Pontus. Money would also be needed for temple dedications. Mithradates could procure a map of Pontus and information about mountain ranges, rivers and springs, towns and villages, fortifications, temple precincts, royal highways, minor roads, and trails over mountain passes. The group had long ago scouted out their first campsite, a full day's ride away. The boys bid casual farewells to families and friends, acting as though they would soon return, but knowing they would not see them again for several years, if ever. Outward Bound. At sunrise, the band set out south from Sinope's gates, taking the middle fork over the hills to the Amnius River valley. The west fork headed along the rocky coast to the tiny coves of Paphlagonia. The east route followed the coast to Amysus. The mountains and valleys of Anatolia run east-west. Crossing the foothills, the hunting party forded the Amnius and turned their horses southeast on the old Persian road along the Halys River. On the rider's right rose heavily forested mountains with good campsites, pure water, and excellent hunting. But they wouldn't linger within reach of Sinope. Crossing the stone bridge over the Halys, the riders continued past small villages along the ancient road. The first nights were filled with excitement, tinged with anxiety at the enormity of their mission. The conversation might have turned to poisons as the group bypassed the road to the fortress guarding Mount Realgar mine, where slaves dropped dead from inhaling the grievous fumes of Sinopic red earth. This deadly substance, arsenic, was probably what killed their king Euergetes. Mithradates intended to continue his toxicological studies, looking forward to testing new pharmaca in the field. To live long enough to attain all the ambitious goals he had set for himself, he needed to perfect his antidote. But first, keeping in mind Alexander's first move after the assassination of his father, Mithradates understood how vital it was to win the trust of his father's military commanders in the kingdom. Many might regard him as the puppet of his powerful mother, unlikely to live to celebrate his 20th birthday. He had to send a strong signal to Pontus's armies to assure them that Mithradates VI, the Eupator, was now their leader in fact, as well as name. He must convince them that he had a real strategy for regaining power in Sinope. They needed to know that Mithradates would bring glory to the kingdom and wealth and victory to its warriors. In the 1st century BC, Pontus and the other eastern territories of Anatolia resembled a medieval feudal landscape. A system of roads connected major cities, minor routes linked villages, temple lands, and hereditary estates, and there were many horse trails and footpaths. Castles and strongholds guarded strategic locales. Mithradates' logical first goal would have been the citadel of Amasya, about 150 miles from Sinope. At the next major crossroads, Mithradates' party reached the Iris River and a well-known spa called Phasamon, where the travelers made dedications to the healing god Asclepius and to the lovely nymphs who were said to frolic in the warm springs. Refreshed after relaxing in the medicinal baths, the young riders continued to Amasya. There was no reason to avoid the main roads. They were not yet missed in Sinope. Near Amasya they ascended the hilltop temple of Zeus Stratios, leader of armies, where Mithradates had often watched his father perform fire sacrifices at the high altar. Mithradates worshipped Zeus as a form of Ahura Mazda, or Mithra. Perhaps Mithradates himself now performed this ceremony for the first time. The ruins of this altar, with inscriptions dedicated to Zeus, are still visible today. Queen Laodicea's power lay within the palace at Sinope, and perhaps extended to a few nearby towns. Mithridates' father's friends and troops still controlled the fortifications of Pontus. They would welcome Mithridates and his companions. The citizens of the Chora, countryside, were faithful to the murdered king and his son, and Amasya was the home of Dorilaus's family. The historian Strabo lavished praise on the beauty and strategic position of his native Amasya, the former capital. The royal residence was moved to Sinope in about 183 BC. The fertile valleys of the Chora were famous for fruit and grain, and rich silver mines lay to the northwest. Amasya was guarded by an impregnable fortress perched on twin peaks connected by a natural rock bridge. Subterranean staircases and several secret reservoirs enabled the fort to withstand long sieges. These features can be seen today in the ruins at Amasya. When Mithridates and his company arrived, the soldiers showed the king these secret passages and water tanks and outlying watchtowers that communicated with Fortress Amasya. This was just the sort of valuable knowledge Mithridates needed to have as commander of Pontus's armies. Writing a few decades after the death of Mithridates, Strabo visited all of the old Mithridatic strongholds. He climbed up to the ancient stone tower at Sigillion in the Chora of Amasya, overlooking the hot springs. This tower, noted Strabo, contained yet another large reservoir, once very useful to the kings of Pontus. By Strabo's day, however, all of Mithridates' secret cisterns were bone dry, choked with huge boulders on the orders of Pompey the Great after the end of the Mithradatic Wars. But on that fresh spring day in 117 BC, the fragrance of apple blossoms on the breeze, Mithridates and his friends ascended Sigillion Tower and Amasya's walls to inspect the fortifications and admire the view. From the bracing heights north of Amasya they could gaze down on the treeless plain around Lake Stepane some miles away. By the lake one could make out Laodicea, founded by Mithridates' mother after his father's murder. She had accepted Roman loans, money from slavery and taxes bled from Anatolia, to build an extravagant lakeside villa and castle Igizari on a limestone bluff. As he surveyed the scene, Mithridates couldn't suppress a grin. His mother had located her castle based on proximity to the hot springs and the pretty lake. She was thinking of ease of travel and entertaining instead of a defensible location. After the end of the Mithridatic Wars, Strabo visited Lake Stepane, reporting it to be jumping with fat fish. But Strabo found Laodicea's fine palace a pile of rubble overgrown with vines surrounded by fields of grain. Her castle was deserted, but still standing. Today, one can still see Castle Igizari near the village that retains her name in Turkish, Ladik. Archaeologists have discovered bronze coins here, engraved with Laodicea's name, issued during Mithridates' absence. These finds, and other coins stamped with her name and portrait, along with the star and crescent emblem of Pontus, indicate that Laodice considered herself the legitimate sovereign of Pontus. Some historians suggest that she intended Laodicea to be the new capital of Pontus. Mithridates avoided this region controlled by his mother, but the rest of Pontus was dotted with hundreds of other strongholds, fortresses, towers, and guard stations, manned by loyalists and nobles of ancient Persian stock, ruling their secluded fiefs from craggy castles deep in the forest. They would welcome Mithridates as their chieftain, and supply provisions and new horses. Mithridates meant to visit as many fortifications as possible to win support throughout his kingdom. It was also imperative to claim Mithridatic treasures and arrange to safeguard the gold and silver that his father had stored in these isolated castles over the years. Gaining the trust of the garrison at Amasya, Mithridates would receive travel information and more detailed military briefings about secret treasuries, armories, and lesser-known routes over the mountains. If reports of the Romans' activities reached Amasya, he must have agonized over their imperial designs on western Anatolia and his mother's acquiescence. Laodice allowed the Romans to take away Greater Phrygia, which the Roman Senate had presented to his father after the rebellion of Aristonicus and the Sun citizens. In about 116 BC, while Mithridates was in exile, a party of 10 Roman officials arrived in Sinope to arrange the takeover of this new province. Queen Laodice withdrew the Pontic army from Phrygia and disbanded the kingdom's forces. She also advised her daughter, Laodice the Elder, Queen of Cappadocia, to ally with Rome. His mother was selling out the great accomplishments of the reign of Mithridates' father. One important key to winning the Pontic army's loyalty was to demonstrate continuity of the royal line. Alexander, for example, had visited the tomb of Cyrus the Great as a way of portraying himself as the next true king of Persia. Mithridates' emotions must have intensified when he and his friends paid their respects at the mausoleum of his royal ancestors in Amasya. 5 elaborate sepulchres of the kings of Pontus were carved into the cliffs high above the river, in accordance with ancient Iranian and Anatolian funeral customs. This magnificent necropolis and the handsome walls of the fortress on the Acropolis of Amasya are the most impressive archaeological remains in all Pontus. In 2002, archaeologists discovered internal staircases and tunnels connecting the tombs with the castle above. An inscription identifies the resting place of Mithridates' grandfather, Pharnaces I. Each tomb had a terrace planted with wildflowers. In Zoroastrian belief, the king's personal fire was extinguished upon death, but his Khvarna, spirit, might still cling to the bones interred in the tomb. If Mithridates' ancestors' spirits remained nearby, surely they smiled on the boy's daring plans to escape assassination and avenge his father's murder. A warm welcome at Amasya bolstered Mithridates' confidence and his companions' enthusiasm for their great adventure. Vowing to return one day when Amasya's famed golden apples were ripe, Mithridates traveled southward along the Iris River, stopping at another of his father's fortresses, Dadasa, on a high bluff above the village of Gaziura. From Gaziura, a road led west towards Zila, defended by another fortress, Skotios. There was a large temple domain at Zila founded centuries earlier by Scythian nomads sacred to the Persian goddess Anahit. If the boys from Sinope were lucky enough to arrive during her annual festival, they would have joined crowds of intoxicated men and women dressed in Scythian costumes, leggings knitted in zigzag patterns, leather tunics and pointed tasseled caps, and, in Strabo's words, reveling wantonly. After Zila, the boys returned to the easterly route, crossing the bridge over the Iris to visit more castles at Dazamon and Talaura. From here, they may have made a foray south to the Halys River on the road to Cappadocia. With each face-to-face consultation with his father's commanders, Mithridates received pledges of their support and ensured that he controlled his inheritance. The coin and treasure hoards hidden in each of these forts would be of great importance to Mithridates in the wars to come. The Turret Folk. As the leaves began to turn red and gold, Mithridates led the group north toward the mild sea-coast, a good place to spend their first winter. The route went by way of Kabaira, a fortified palace of the ancient kings of Pontus. Strategically placed on the Lycos River, the defensible location and wild beauty of Kabaira made a very strong impression on young Mithridates. Strabo noted that it was encircled by heavily wooded mountains with plenty of game. One of the most impressive features near Kabaira was a year-round natural spring on a high crag above the river some miles to the northwest. The spring gushed forth in a powerful waterfall that cascaded down the sheer rock face into the deep ravine below. Besides the fortified royal residence, Kabaira maintained a large sanctuary dedicated to the Anatolian moon god Men and the moon goddess Selene. At the temple founded by Pharnaces I, the kings of Pontus traditionally swore their sacred oaths, invoking men to bestow health, safety, and prosperity. The boys of Sinope admired the image of the god holding his javelin astride his horse with a crescent moon over his shoulder. From Kabaira, Mithridates might have decided to take the little-used winding trail over the mountains to the Black Sea. Strabo describes this region's herds of gazelle and grain fields, and grapes, pears, apples, and nuts in such abundance that one could gather food all year long. Strabo even mentions the deep carpets of fallen leaves for cushioning wayfarers' beds. Continuing to follow the narrow seashore road toward the sunrise, the riders from Sinope were retracing the route traveled by Xenophon and his 10,000 Greek mercenaries, and by Jason and the Argonauts. Exploring the rocky coast, the group discovered hidden coves frequented by pirates plying the Black Sea. The road petered out into a rough track in the remote Cora of Trapezus, a town with an excellent harbor. From Trapezus, a route headed south over the Zigana Pass into the upper Euphrates River Valley and Armenia. To the northeast lay Chalkis, legendary land of gold, poisons, and witchcraft. In the distance were the forbidding Caucasus Mountains, and beyond that the boundless steppes of Scythia. As their horses picked their way along the coastal path, Mithradates called in at the forts of Side, Fabda, Cabica, and Pharnacia. Villagers here made their living mining silver and zinc and fishing for tuna. Each hamlet was deeply honored to be visited by the young king of Pontus. They greeted the royal hunting party with fish, bread, and wine. 300 years earlier, Xenophon and his army had enjoyed similar hospitality from the village's ancestors. When Mithradates and his friends arrived at Trapezus, they would have recalled how Xenophon's homesick soldiers had shouted for joy upon finally coming in view of the Black Sea here. During their travels, Mithradates was becoming familiar with his future subjects and his kingdom's natural resources and geography, its fertile valleys, harbors, and strongholds in majestic mountains. He and his young friends embraced the risks and hardships, always vigilant for sudden storms in the mountains, several species of venomous snakes, and fierce wolves, boars, and bears. Another danger came from isolated peoples and their deadly flora. In the mountains of Pontus and Armenia, pocked with silver, zinc, tin, and iron mines, dwelled many strange primitive tribes. The Pariadres, Sanae, Bizares, Circeti, and Mosinoaci, to name only a few, listed by Strabo. Mithradates, with his knack for languages, was quite eager to meet these exotic groups and see whether he could communicate with them. The shamans must know rare toxins and arcane antidotes. Would the archers reveal secret recipes for poison arrows? Toxic hellebore, belladonna, and blue monkshood flourished in the meadows and mountainsides. The travelers had to make sure their horses didn't eat these lethal plants. Mithradates carefully collected specimens, keeping notes on their properties and antidotes. The boys had probably already experimented with hellebore-tipped arrows used by the Gauls and others for hunting rabbits. The technique worked well as long as one quickly cut away the tainted flesh around the wound. The Gauls carried antidotes with them in case of self-injury with an arrow, as did the Scythians. One day Mithradates could hope to meet the Soanes, a tribe of remote Chalkis famous for their arrow drug. Strabo remarked that the stench of a Soane arrow whizzing past one's head was noxious enough to kill a man. The Mosinoaci, the turret folk, were the worst of the savage mountain tribes in Strabo's opinion. Subsisting on chestnuts, pickled fish, and the flesh of wild animals, the turret folk carved dugout canoes, wielded iron battle-axes and spears, and constructed tree houses on scaffolds in the dense rhododendron forests on the mountain sides above the sea. Xenophon, who had led his 10,000 through their territory, reported that the tribe elected a king to dispense justice. This king was kept captive on the highest scaffold. If his judgments failed to please, the people starved him to death. The turret folk, observed Xenophon, relished having sex in public, and the pale skin of the men and women and even the children was heavily tattooed, covered with colorful patterns of all sorts of beautiful flowers. The turret folk were hostile to strangers, notorious for attacking unsuspecting wayfarers by leaping down on them like killer apes from their mosini, or turrets. This must be how Mithradates and his friends first made their acquaintance. Somehow, Mithradates won this warlike group over. The turret folk would prove to be an important ally in the last Mithridatic war. When spring arrived, the lost boys from Sinope led their horses up the switchbacks into the mountains and disappeared into the cool, high forests where the last snowflakes sifted down from the evergreen boughs. Whooping with exhilaration, the young men celebrated the first anniversary of their freedom to live by their own wits, like Robin Hood and his merry band in Sherwood Forest. They looked forward to seasons to come, dodging any authorities with ties to the traitors back in Sinope, plotting their triumphal return. Munching almonds, pistachios, chestnuts, and dried figs collected at the lower elevations, and copying wise old Diogenes' austere regime of foraging, the boys gathered tender green shoots through spring and into summer. Remembering how young Cyrus exhorted his companions centuries before in Persia, Mithradates declared that pure, icy water from melted snow was perfect for slaking thirst, and that the earth herself provided the finest bed. Golden pears, apricots, and plums ripened through the months. As summer faded, the youths gorged on the wild cherries native to Pontus and the steppes, and dried some for provisions. Mithradates' band may even have met some rustic folk who taught them how to curdle mare's milk with cherry juice to make the refreshing fermented drink enjoyed by Scythian nomads. The fruit seemed to ease the strains of their vigorous outdoor life, and indeed cherry juice has been shown to soothe aching muscles. Weeks passed, months, then years. Mithradates' party hunted hares, gazelles, wild goats, and deer, draping trophies of their kills on tree branches as dedications to the local gods. Fishing in pristine lakes and streams added variety. Some of the older boys showed off by making artificial flies, tying feathers artfully to the fishhooks, a new technique invented in Greece a century earlier. One day the hunters killed a Pontic beaver and dared each other to eat the testicles, reputed to fortify one's manhood. Everyone kept on the lookout for ferocious lions and bears that still roamed here, just as in the glorious days of Hercules. Perilous pastimes. As the boys gained confidence and skill, they sought more dangerous game. The most experienced hunters boasted of facing down fierce wild boars. Hunting boar was the essential test of manhood in Alexander's Macedonia. Only those who had personally killed a boar with a spear without a net were considered worthy. Recalling the great boar hunts of the Greek heroes of myth and one heroine, Atalanta, the boys wondered, was it really true that the more enraged the boar, the more fiery the tusks? Old hunters claimed that the red-hot tusks could singe the fur of the hunting hounds. Xenophon explained the method of hunting boar. Wielding 9-foot war spears with 15-inch blades, fitted with a cross-piece to prevent the beast from running up the lance, Mithradates and his friends, yelling with excitement, pursue the beast until it is cornered. Warily, the muscular and brave prince approaches. If he misses his mark, the desperate animal will charge and gore the boys and dogs. Mithradates dispatches the boar with a well-aimed thrust, and his friends dine royally that night. One early spring near Trapezus, after dropping in on their new friends, the turret folk, the explorers ride through lush stands of magenta, pink, and white rhododendron blossoms. They have learned that the poison sap of these flowers makes arrows lethal. Along the winding trail in the forest, they notice a number of wild beehives, the waxy combs dripping tempting honey. Mithradates, his mind buzzing with his toxicology experiments, recalls the warning of the turret folk to avoid eating any honey in these beautiful forests. What a delicious paradox! A sweet poison. Suddenly, he understands why Xenophon's entire Greek army had mysteriously collapsed, unable to rise for 3 days after sampling the wild honey of Trapezus. Xenophon wrote that he was mystified to see all his men strewn on the ground, totally defenseless in unfamiliar territory. Mithradates regales his friends with Xenophon's lurid description of the powerful effects of rhododendron nectar. Curious, the boys investigate. The honey is thin and runny, reddish and slightly bitter, nothing like the golden honey cake served at their birthday banquets back home. A dab of the dark stuff tickles their palms, the tongue tingles after a tiny taste. Mithradates challenges his companions to a devilish contest. He'll be the judge. Who can eat the most honey without slurring his words, stumbling around like a drunkard, shitting his trousers, or finally passing out cold? No doubt there were many other competitions, as Mithradates coolly expanded his scientific knowledge of poisons and antidotes, and as the young men tested themselves. They were absorbing lessons in loyalty, teamwork, trust, and leadership, and gaining practical knowledge. How far could one shoot an arrow or throw a javelin? How many stades could one ride in a day? 8 stades equals about a mile. Who could tolerate the most hornet stings? What's the best treatment for snakebite? Just how fast could one run when chased by an angry bear? Contests showed who was best at reciting Homeric verses, quoting poetry, wrestling, mock combat, swimming. The boys challenged each other to foot races, horse races, and countless other daredevil games. The Temple of Love. This was a pack of energetic, athletic teenage boys reveling in their freedom, seeking experience and adventure. What were their sex lives like during those years alone together? Some of the youths in the group paired off as lovers in the traditional aristocratic Greek style. Others enjoyed bisexual encounters, paralleling the well-known inclinations of Alexander the Great and his Macedonian companions, as well as many leading Roman aristocrats of Mithradates' day. That was not the traditional Persian way, however, according to the Greek historian Herodotus. He claimed that the Persians had learned from the Greeks to accept homosexuality. Roman historians remarked, with surprise given his Greek tutors, that Mithridates was attracted only to women, never to boys or men. Others in his circle probably shared this interesting quirk. But where would young Mithridates and his friends find willing girls in rural Pontus? At his father's banquets, Mithridates, Dorilaus, Gaius, and their schoolmates had overheard the men bragging about their sexual exploits in certain notorious temple sanctuaries in Anatolia. Devoted to the cults of Near Eastern goddesses of love, Mylitta, Ma, Enyo, Anahit, and Bellona, these rich temple complexes maintained vast holdings of sacred land and employed thousands of priests, priestesses, and workers. In Pontus the high priest was very powerful. His only superior was the king who appointed him. The temple's great wealth came from sacred prostitutes, a well-known but little understood ancient practice. In Pontus, Cappadocia, Armenia, Babylon, Lydia, and some other ancient cultures, it was the custom for young women to have sex with strangers in the temple before they married. They donated the silver they earned to the goddess. The most renowned of these temples of love were Comana, Cappadocia, and Comana Pontica. The historian Diodorus describes a visit to Comana Pontica as a relaxing and entertaining romp rather than a solemn religious ritual. While still in Sinope, Mithridates and the boys dreamed of one day visiting these pleasure gardens, imagining themselves welcomed by bevies of beautiful girls dedicated to enjoying sacred sex with strangers who happened by. In the flowery words of the Epicurean philosopher Lucretius, a contemporary of Mithridates who wrote of love and lust, the dreams of young boys on the verge of manhood are often invaded by images of alluring, delightful women, and the boys' bodies discharge fluids while fast asleep. Even the costly splendors of oriental coverlets do not escape a soaking. Now the youths had the opportunity to make those dreams come true. The head priest at Comana Pontica in the picturesque Iris River Valley had been appointed by Mithridates' father. Second only to the king, the priest was in a position to know many secrets and to give and receive many favors. Here was a unique chance for Mithridates to mix business with pleasure. This most trusted person, a relative or close friend of the murdered king, would receive Mithridates as his new monarch. So, driven by what Lucretius called the tyranny of lust that comes with an adolescent's ripening years and strengthening loins, Mithridates and his friends, we may reasonably assume, visited the gardens of Comana more than once in the years they were out on their own. What happened in Comana stayed in Comana. But a translation of Lucretius's discreet scientific Latin description of the ideal sexual encounter gives a sense of Mithridates' interludes in Comana. Both men's and women's yearning for bliss comes in irresistible waves. Body clings greedily to body, eager limbs entwine, moist lips are pressed against lips in fierce kisses, breaths are drawn through clenched teeth, and it is seed time in the fields of Venus. Several ancient writers describe the customs at these temples. It seems that the young women could refuse offers and choose partners based on their own taste, beckoning to those whose status and physical appeal most match their own. We can imagine that Mithridates' young aristocrats were embraced as handsome, rich strangers known to be very generous with silver coins. Shared experiences at Comana strengthened the bond between Mithridates and his friend Dorilaus. At some point, Mithridates promised Dorilaus that as soon as he regained control of his kingdom, he would appoint him high priest of the Temple of Love. Rustic Lessons. Living close to nature, observing plants, animals, insects, birds, and reptiles appealed to Mithridates. Like Alexander, he was keenly interested in natural history and possessed an experimental turn of mind. A discovery, while gathering firewood, of a salamander under a rotting tree, for example, might end badly for the amphibian. What boy could resist testing the folk beliefs surrounding salamanders? Were they really impervious to fire? Dried salamander skins were used in antiquity to store precious royal possessions. Traders in Sinope displayed sheets of the gray, fibrous wool shed by giant salamanders in remote India, in fact, natural asbestos from Tajikistan. The salamander's reputed invulnerability to burning would fascinate a young man preoccupied with acquiring personal immunity to poisons and making himself invisible. Mithridates recalled the assertion by Alexander's tutor Aristotle that salamanders could not only walk through fire but could actually extinguish flames. If Mithridates experimented with a salamander in the fire, he probably proved Aristotle mistaken. The boys may have tested other folklore about salamanders. They were toxic, yet their flesh, mixed with honey, was supposed to be an aphrodisiac. Conversation around the campfire often turned to military history and tactics. What substances, for instance, would best protect wooden siege machines, stone walls, and palisades from flaming arrows or burning naphtha? Some military experts recommended dousing walls and siege engines in sour wine or vinegar as a defense against fire. Vinegar is a real fire retardant. But Mithridates, recalling Hannibal's campaigns against the Romans, would have pointed out that vinegar-drenched stones had a tendency to crack and crumble if they overheated in a fire attack. Everyone agreed that alum, if one could import enough of this rare mineral from Egypt or Syria, was the superior fire retardant for military defense. During the years away from Sinope, Mithridates and his friends could continue their interrupted education by reciting epic poetry, discussing history, debating philosophy, and reading books. The new technique of binding vellum or sheepskin parchment into a book form had been invented in Pergamon about 50 years earlier to replace Egyptian papyrus scrolls. This technology allowed the young aristocrats to carry durable, compact editions of their favorite works. Vellum books also enabled Mithridates to keep written records of his scientific investigations through all his travels and campaigns. Mithridates knew that Alexander had cherished his copy of Homer's Iliad, annotated by his teacher Aristotle. Even on war campaigns, Alexander kept this scroll beside his dagger under his bed. After he defeated Darius III, Alexander stored his Iliad in a richly wrought casket, one of the Persian monarch's most precious treasures. It's not unthinkable that the Prince of Pontus copied Alexander and kept his own book of Homer in a similar bejeweled casket, perhaps discovered among the heirlooms of Darius I. In Homer's epic about the First World War between Europe and Asia, Mithridates found engrossing descriptions of the Trojans who defended Anatolia against the Greek aggressors. From Mithridates' perspective, to resist the invaders from the west who came to Asia to plunder and loot under the pretext of retrieving a king's stolen wife seemed just and righteous. Imagine Mithridates' scorn when he learned from his tutors in Sinope that the uncouth Romans actually believed that they were descended from the magnificent Trojans of Anatolia. Like his Persian ancestors, who had their own translations of the Iliad, Mithridates appreciated the epic from the point of view of the Trojan king Priam. He knew that Xerxes made a special trip to Troy in 480 BC. Xerxes had climbed the stone stairway of the highest tower of Priam's citadel, and his magi had sacrificed 1,000 cattle to the spirits of the Trojan heroes. Alexander had visited Troy too, and poured a libation to the Greek champion Achilles. Mithridates hoped to see Troy one day, to marvel at the oversized bronze weapons of the Trojan hero Hector and the harp plucked by Paris. A royal visitor might try on Ajax's huge bronze helmet, even touch the enormous bones of the ancient warriors. Like Xerxes, Mithridates would imagine King Priam in his tower, surveying the polyglot legions of Persia's allies from around the Black Sea and beyond. Priam's armies massed on the plain below Mount Ida, at the grave mound of the Amazon queen Myrine. The homelands of Priam's allies were at the edge of the world for the ancient Greeks, who called them barbarians. But their names, recited by Homer, would have rung wonderfully familiar to Mithridates. There were Paphlagonians from wild horse country, and Scythian nomad archers, quivers bristling with poisoned arrows, riding sturdy steppe ponies. Expert bowmen came from Pontus, joined by Bithynian and Lydian knights resplendent in golden armor. Mystic seers from the eastern hinterlands mingled with bronze-clad warriors of Caria, where bird augurs told the future. Battalions from cave-riddled Cappadocia and silver-rich Mysia, even far Armenia, sent warriors to help defend Troy. Finally, a contingent of Amazons rode in, led by their beautiful warrior queen, Penthesilea. She would fight the mighty Achilles himself. As the Amazons joined the masses of far-flung tribes gathering on the Trojan plain, amid swirling dust and clanging spears and dancing horses, there arose the tremendous din of myriad tongues. Yet the Trojans united all these scattered tribes in one cause, to defend Anatolia. Mithridates' own lands were replete with romantic Amazon lore. Amazon grave mounds marked the countryside. Amazons were believed to have founded many Anatolian cities, including Sinope, Amasya, Amastris, and Themyscira in Pontus, and Ephesus, Mytilene on Lesbos, Smyrna, Priene, Cyme, Patene, Magnesia, Thyatira, Amazonion, and Marina. The greatest Greek heroes of myth had fought and loved warrior women from the east. Even Cyrus and Alexander had encountered strong-willed Amazon queens. Mithridates would have known all these tales by heart. Such independent women were foreign to the ancient Greeks, but in Mithridates' world, queens were powerful rulers like his mother and sister. Fierce women warriors were not imaginary, but real. Among the war-loving Sarmatians, Alans, Scythians, Sergini, Massagetae, and other nomads around the Black Sea, men and women dueled before marrying, and the women rode into battle with the men. As they traveled deeper into eastern lands, Mithridates and his friends teased each other with the possibility of meeting a party of young, independent horsewomen. Perhaps they would agree to go on together as a tribe of equals, like the romantic story of the young Scythian hunters and the Amazon warriors who joined forces and became the Sarmatians, recounted by Herodotus and Justin. Priam's legendary army was surpassed by that of Xerxes. Herodotus, born in Caria under Persian rule, conjured up colorful panoramas of Xerxes' millions of troops mustered from the corners of the Persian Empire. In the exotic pageantry of Xerxes' multitudes massed on the plain, each contingent displayed the distinctive armor and weapons of their homelands. Brandishing scimitars, lances, swords, poisoned darts, quivers, fashioned from the tanned skins of human foes, they rode scythed chariots, cavalry horses, and war camels. King Darius had commanded equally diverse and vast hosts of Persians and allies to fight Alexander, and, like King Priam in the Iliad and the great Persian rulers, Alexander also recruited multi-ethnic warriors from remote, mysterious places as far away as Afghanistan and India. Reading about these diverse armies in myth and history, the youthful Mithridates could glimpse his own polyglot armies of the future, recruited from the same marvelous lands described by Homer, Herodotus, and Xenophon. Homeward Bound. Occasional news of the Romans reached the hinterlands, and Mithridates was creating his own information network. He knew that Roman slave traders and tax collectors were preying on western Anatolia, and heard reports of his mother's collusion with the Romans. As they increased the distance between themselves and Sinope, Mithridates and his band could reveal their true identities. Rumors of Mithridates' sightings probably filtered back to his mother and her faction, even to the Romans in Pergamon. Mithradates probably intended for some news to get back to supporters in Sinope to counter any attempt by his mother to spread rumors that he was dead. Popular tales of his exploits enhanced his reputation, while his band remained elusive, always on the move. People in the East remembered the 2 spectacular comets and the Magi's ancient prophecies. Men and women handled the small denomination coins stamped with Mithradates' name and his comet whenever they went to market. They were thrilled to meet the exiled king in person, or to hear exciting rumors that he and his band of young knights were traveling around the kingdom of Pontus gathering strength. Stories probably circulated about the handsome young king's adventures, with romantic details about his feats and sayings. Pontus awaited the day when Mithradates VI Eupator, the savior king, would emerge from hiding and begin his reign, like the divine hero Mithra emerging from the dark cave in a burst of brilliant light. Reflecting on all he has learned in the years away from Sinope, Mithradates, perhaps 18 or 20 now, feels pride mixed with restlessness. Alexander, he knows, took over the Macedonian throne at age 20. The future of Mithradates' kingdom obsesses him. He is weary of brooding on his father's assassination and the queen's treachery. Is his young brother still a passive creature, controlled by his calculating mother? Have his sisters fallen under her spell, too? His outrage at the Roman depredations in Anatolia inflames his idealistic commitment to what is true and bright. Mithradates feels strong, invincible, impatient for action. His friends agree. It is time to seize power, time to punish the wicked, time to fulfill the oracles sent by the gods. Chapter 5. Return of the King. As Mithradates and his friends ride toward Sinope, they reap the rewards of their years in the countryside. A self-assured young man now, Mithradates has cultivated the trust of the commanders of forts, local leaders, and the people of Pontus, as well as warlike groups in the hinterlands. The ancient sources say only that Mithradates returned to Sinope and took back his throne, leaving us to imagine how these events actually came to pass. As Mithradates headed home in about 115 or 114 BC, garrison soldiers and armed bands probably joined his original company, fired by the young king's mission to avenge his father's murder. Made up of people from all ranks of society and from all corners of Pontus, this modest militia foreshadowed the large armies that the king would summon in the coming wars with Rome. This was the first demonstration of Mithradates' remarkable appeal to elites and ordinary folk of diverse backgrounds. Rumors or secret messages may have prepared some for the return of the beloved prince. Then, one morning, Mithradates' noble companions ride into Sinope, led by Dorilaus. The young men radiate confidence. Excitement surges through the crowd as the citizens recognize the long-lost boys of prominent families. Anticipation mounts as lookouts on the ramparts sight an army approaching. Mithradates, mounted on a fine horse, finally appears inside the gates of his city. The citizens behold their prince, tall and muscular, his handsome face framed by dark hair like a lion's mane in the style of the great Alexander. Mithradates' imposing height, powerful physique, and self-assurance were impressive. His complexion may have been noticeably pale from minute doses of arsenic. A luminous, translucent quality would set him apart from his companions, sun-tanned from years living outdoors. For those who recall the oracles, the divine lightning and the bright comets, the sudden reappearance of Mithradates would evoke the idea of the long-awaited savior king emerging in an aura of light. It was a bloodless coup, with little resistance from his mother and her coterie. Queen Laodice died mysteriously while confined in prison. Mithradates the Good did not survive her. Some sources state that Mithradates killed his mother and his brother. Modern historians struggle to sort out the impossibly compressed and tangled chronology of Mithradates' early career. Exactly how did he assume power, neutralize his adversaries, and select a wife? Here is a plausible scenario of Mithradates' revenge and first marriage, taking into account what is known from ancient sources and filling in missing details with reasonable conjecture. Mithridates, we can assume, had already begun to organize the web of informants that we know he relied on as king. These sources kept him apprised of the whereabouts of his mother and her retinue, and any roving Roman officials. His goal was to orchestrate a seamless assumption of power. The logical approach would have been to time his surprise return to Sinope to coincide with Queen Laodicea's absence. The queen often stayed in her new capital, Laodicea, entertaining guests at her palatial villa at Lake Stepane and luxuriating in the hot baths. Let's guess that the pampered princeling Mithridates the Good would be at his mother's side, while Mithridates' little sisters, Nyssa, Roxana, and Statira, remained in the nursery at Sinope, guarded by eunuchs. While Laodice idled at her retreat, no Romans would visit Sinope. Courtiers, loyal to his mother, would be left in charge there with his teenage sister, Princess Laodice the Younger. Was she still as clever and pretty as Mithridates remembered? In the season of ripening apples, Mithridates gives the order to march to Sinope. At Amasya, he dispatches an armed contingent to Laodicea. Security at Laodicea's villa was lax. Mithridates already knew that the place was not easily defended. In the carefully planned velvet coup, his men overcome the queen's guards and occupy Castle Igizari and her villa. Laodice and her young son are locked inside. After all, upon his return to the throne, it's perfectly proper for King Mithridates to ensure the security of his mother, younger brother, and their friends. Now, Queen Laodice and her circle are prisoners in their gilded palace, while Mithridates makes his triumphal re-entry into Sinope. Confining the queen at her villa was more subtle than publicly throwing her into the dungeon at Sinope, but it would be dangerous to let his treacherous mother, his feckless co-heir, and other enemies live on, while Mithridates established his new government. After he dismissed his mother's cooks and royal tasters, the way was clear for Mithridates to plan a last lavish banquet at her villa. We can imagine him overseeing the preparation of extravagant dishes, the most luscious fruits, the most expensive wines, and for dessert, her favorite honey cakes. Arsenic, poison of kings and king of poisons, was almost certainly the secret ingredient. Colorless, odorless, flavorless, arsenic could be added to any drink or dish. Mithridates knew that just 60 parts per million, or less than 1/10 of an ounce, would be deadly in a goblet of rose-perfumed water or red wine. But why not allow his mother's guests to enjoy their sumptuous Last Supper without interruption? Mithridates, recalling the paradox of poisonous honey, savors the irony of creating a bittersweet treat. He stirs the arsenic powder into a pot of honey and drizzles it over the syrupy sweet cakes. After dessert, the guests withdraw to admire the sunset. Within half an hour, the queen and her son sense a faint metallic taste on their tongues. Beads of sweat glisten on their clammy brows as they become aware of impending nausea and stomach cramps. Saliva fills their mouths, but it is impossible to swallow. Their eyes take on an uncanny reddish sparkle. Suddenly, the royal pair begin clawing at their throats, drooling and moaning. After an hour or so of vomiting and diarrhea, Mithridates' mother and his only rival are writhing in convulsions. Shock follows. By midnight, both are dead. The king takes a wife. At the royal funeral for the queen and his brother, Mithridates observes the beauty and composure of his sister, Laodice the Younger. They are practically strangers. She was a spoiled little girl in the nursery when he last saw her. Now she's 16 or 17. To continue our plausible scenario, let us imagine Laodice fawning over her older brother, Mithridates, so handsome and strong and bold. Life was so insipid, and her mother's rules so vexing while he was away. How she missed him all these years. Laodice teases, who will her brother take as a bride? King Mithridates VI, Dionysus Eupator, must have a proper queen, not just a harem of frivolous beauties. Mithridates agrees. The new sovereign of Pontus must select a worthy wife. She will be the mother of his legitimate sons, ensuring his succession. The royal spouse must be perfect, and her bloodline should complement Mithridates' illustrious Greco-Persian heritage. Who could possibly fulfill that role? At last, Mithridates announces his decision. the king of Pontus will marry his own sister, Princess Laodice the Younger. It was an unexpected choice, but probably no one was shocked. Egyptian pharaohs and the Macedonian rulers of Egypt routinely practiced incestuous marriage. 2 kings of Egypt married their sisters during Mithradates' reign. Mithradates was aware of many such pairings in other Hellenistic courts. For example, Mithridates' great-uncle Mithradates IV had married his sister, also named Laodice, and Antiochus I of Syria had married his stepmother. In Armenia, Tigranes IV married his half-sister Erato. Marriage between royal half-siblings was common in ancient Greece too, and full sibling royal marriage was an ancient Zoroastrian practice. Marrying relatives was accepted as a way to preserve the purity of the royal blood. Mithridates' choice may also have reflected his knowledge of the mythic hero script. After defeating a powerful enemy, a traditional hero marries a princess, often the daughter of his enemy or his predecessor. Princess Laodice was all 3. So, not long after he reclaimed his crown when he was about 21, Mithridates wed his own sister. But Mithridates carried the logic of sibling marriage to an eccentric and egocentric degree. If no other family was grand enough to marry into such a distinguished royal line, then who was worthy to marry his other sisters? Only Mithridates. And what if Laodice the Younger did not give him sons? To control the genetic legacy of his family, and in case he might need to marry another sister later, Mithridates, the ancient sources state, decided to keep his younger sisters, Nyssa, Roxana, and Statira, virgins forever. They would never produce troublesome pretenders. Spinsterhood was almost unheard of in antiquity except for virgin priestesses. Like Rapunzel in her tower, the 3 sisters were totally secluded under guard for life, but no fairy-tale prince ever rescued them. This decision to lock away his young sisters is one of the earliest indicators of Mithridates' cruel calculating side. As we shall see, all of Mithridates' siblings met wretched fates, victims of their brother's extraordinary pride and paranoia. Quirks of the king. There were other eccentricities. Mithridates' childish obsessions with invincibility matured and intensified. Like mad King Attalus of Pergamon, Mithridates cultivated poison gardens of blue monkshood, Polymonia, plant of 1,000 powers, deadly nightshade, henbane and the like, with his Greek root-cutter Cratewus, also of Pergamon. The first ethnobotanist, and the father of botanical illustration, the Poison King's fellow experimenter, Cratewus, wrote 2 influential treatises that were among the king's treasures brought to Rome after Mithridates' death. The natural historian Pliny the Elder described these books now lost. One was the first to include realistic colored paintings of hundreds of medicinal plants. The other was a detailed pharmacology manual. Mithridates was the first to discover several different antidotes to poisons, noted Pliny, and some of these plants even bear Mithridates' name. Cratewus named several plants after his patron. For example, pink Mithridatia and feathery-leaved Eupatorium. Cratewus collaborated with the royal physician Papias and a team of healers. The ancient authors say Mithridates was always accompanied by a group of shamans from a Scythian tribe north of the Sea of Azov, called the Agarai. Many in the court must have found these shamans frightening, but the weird snake charmers knew how to transform viper venom into medicine, a feat only recently discovered by modern medicine. They could also have known the secrets of poisonous agaric mushrooms, named for the Agarai region in Scythia. Mithridates tended flocks of pontic ducks, feeding them the baneful plants they preferred, and harvesting their eggs, blood, and flesh for his experiments. Hoping to exploit their ability to live on poisons, Mithridates mixed the blood of the pontic ducks into his antidotes, wrote Pliny. It's likely that Mithridates' medicinal gardens were in secret locations at several royal residences. In his laboratories, under heavy guard, the Poison King would have stocked a variety of deadly minerals and biotoxins, arrow drugs, crystallized snake venoms, stingray spines and jellyfish, scorpions from Mesopotamia and Libya, poison fish from Armenia, poison plants and toadstools, rhododendron honey, realgar, and other toxic pigments, along with alexipharmic antidotes from near and far. These royal treasures seem very different from the tributes collected by Mithridates' royal ancestors. They prized such things as water from the Danube and sand from Egypt to advertise the vast reach of their kingdoms. But Persian kings also kept exotic poisons in their treasuries. The Roman natural historian Aelian described dreadful and rare natural biotoxins that could be obtained from India. One poison derived from purple snake venom was so lethal that a drop the size of a sesame seed would kill. The most prized Indian poison was the mysterious Dicairon, said to be excreted by a tiny orange bird that nested in the Himalayas. A few grains of Dicairon, it was said, would bring a dreamy death in a few hours, ideal for suicide. I've suggested elsewhere that Dicairon might have been pederin, exuded by large orange blister beetles of Asia, often found in bird nests. It's one of the most powerful biotoxins known to modern science, more potent than cobra venom. According to Aelian, this precious substance was given exclusively by the kings of India to the kings of Persia. Mithridates may have acquired some for his own pharmacy. Mithridates collected scientific treatises on pharmaca and corresponded with scholars about poisons and antidotes. His linguistic talents meant he could decipher scientific texts in many languages from Old Persian to Sanskrit. It's quite possible that Mithridates obtained copies of ancient Hindu texts, such as the Arthashastra by Kautilya, advisor to King Chandragupta in the time of Alexander. This manual spelled out numerous recipes for creating poisons and antidotes. Another Hindu treatise, The Laws of Manu, not only advised Maharajas to employ tasters, but also counseled them to mix all their food with medicines that are antidotes against poisons. Was it this ancient Indian concept that led King Attalus and Mithridates to mix tiny amounts of poisons with remedies to protect themselves and their friends? We'll never know, but it was Mithridates who gained notoriety for applying scientific methodology to this ancient principle. Experimenting tirelessly to perfect his universal antidote, Mithridates started each day by ingesting the best concoction he and his doctors had devised so far. Another eccentricity was Mithridates' appearance. One of the few Hellenistic kings to wear his hair long, Mithridates sported a curly mane that recalled Alexander's. It was also a strong political statement. Long hair for men in this era was distinctly un-Roman, a barbarian attribute. The king maintained his youthful habit of wearing old-fashioned royal Persian costume, long-sleeved tunic of white linen edged in purple, over trousers gathered at the ankle. Mithridates was a connoisseur of agate rings, and his simple diadem of purple and white ribbon may have been complemented with golden earrings. And everyone understood that Mithridates was always armed, even inside the palace at banquets. No one could ignore his impressive dagger lying along his thigh at all times. Mithridates would have favored a curved Persian-style dagger or short sword like those of his Iranian ancestors. Xenophon described the short dagger carried by Cyrus the Great. By Mithridates' day, the sikah, scimitar, had become associated with pirates and bandits. A crescent blade still carries a swashbuckling cachet today. Mithridates' dagger was probably about 16 inches long, keenly sharp on both edges, with a short cross-guard and a hilt encrusted with jewels. Recalling the ring with the secret poison that saved Hannibal from Roman captivity and execution, Mithridates had his swordmaker customize his dagger. We're told that the hilt had a removable pommel and a hollow compartment for poison. The ornate scabbard hung from a richly decorated belt at Mithridates' right hip. This was a thrusting, stabbing blade that could be drawn blade down in a surprise attack. It was widely known that the great Alexander had murdered 2 enemies bare-handed with a similar dagger. The king wore his dagger while dining with friends, and the cold blade rested under the silk cushions whenever he slept or took pleasure in bed with Laodice or one of his lovers. He owned other personal weaponry too, of course, wicked short knives that could be concealed on his body, javelins for hunting and war, and his bow and arrows. Everyone noticed that Mithridates' bow and quiver were always hanging where he could see and reach them. These precautions, like the phobia about poisoning, reflected a justifiable need for self-defense since childhood. Popular stories exaggerated Mithridates' reputation for hypervigilance. One tale claimed that he was so paranoid that he devised a bizarre zoological alarm system to protect himself while asleep. The king's slumber was guarded by a stag, a horse, and a bull. Staked around his tent on campaigns, these animal bodyguards were trained to detect the breathing of anyone who approached and alerted him with a clamorous alarm, bleating, whinnying, and bellowing. The image is amusing, yet not inconceivable, when one remembers that a gaggle of noisy geese guarded the Capitol in Rome. When he was a baby, lightning had burned Mithridates' cradle, scarring his forehead. Early in his reign, he survived another lightning strike. This time it struck his quiver, hanging beside his bed, burning up the arrows. The royal seers were summoned. According to Plutarch, they pronounced this an excellent omen, foretelling that his archers would win important victories. Priorities. In exile, Mithridates had pondered strategies as ruler of Pontus. The first priority was to reverse the damages done by his mother to Pontus's military strength and economic independence. The next step was to restore and extend the territory and status that his father had gained. He had to avoid becoming a Roman satellite. The Senate's removal of Greater Phrygia from Pontic control had enraged Mithridates. How dare they take what belonged to Pontus, an official friend of Rome? Through cunning diplomacy, intrigue, and judiciously applied military might, Mithridates planned to solidify alliances and expand his influence in the entire Black Sea region. Roman foreign policy was unstable, with civil unrest and slave revolts in Italy and crises in Germany, Spain, and North Africa, all demanding military commitments. Mithridates intended to make his kingdom of Greater Pontus powerful enough to stand up to the aggressive, treacherous Romans, but it had to happen without attracting their attention. Could he convince Rome to share power, to be content with hegemony in the West, while he, the divinely anointed King Mithridates, ruled the East? Other powerful leaders before Mithridates, Hannibal, Antiochus the Great, Jugurtha, had attempted to negotiate or grapple with Rome as equals, or at least to achieve a kind of equilibrium, but Rome could tolerate no other superpowers. Yet, as he observed the crisis engulfing the Republic from his vantage point in Pontus, Mithridates hoped to convince the Romans that it was in their best interest to withdraw from Anatolia, to confine their empire to what they already possessed in the western Mediterranean, Europe, and North Africa, while he, the rightful inheritor of the great Macedonian Persian kingdom, ruled Greece, the Black Sea, and the Near East. Mithridates' early reign was marked by a series of rapid and brilliant conquests. The precise chronology is debated, but within the first 2 decades Mithridates tripled the territory of Pontus, winning important resources and allies. He tamed the wild Scythians and intervened to control or ally with neighboring kingdoms around the Black Sea. The ancient sources offer some historical landmarks, but it's up to us to guess how these events unfolded. How, for example, did Mithridates manage to deflect Rome's disapproval of his actions, turning their reactions to his own advantage? How was he able to entice the Romans to play the aggressor while he accrued power and attracted followers? What were his long-range plans? How would he orchestrate the unavoidable showdown with Rome? First, Mithridates needed to learn everything he could about the Republic's recent history and current situation. Who were the most powerful men in Rome, the rising stars? How much manpower could Rome afford to post to the Asian province? What weaknesses could be exploited? Upon his arrival in Sinope, we know that Mithridates recalled his father's advisers and gathered informants to help him assess the situation across the Mediterranean. His most trusted adviser was his boyhood companion Dorilaus. As the highest-ranking military officer and chief of the royal bodyguards, Dorilaus was a key member of the king's friends, an inner circle of Greeks, Anatolians, Persians, and foreign allies from all social ranks. Dorilaus was now also high priest of the Temple of Love at Comina Pontica, a lucrative, luxurious posting that automatically made him second in command. A mutilated portrait of Dorilaus, inscribed with his name and titles, was discovered by French archaeologists in the 1930s. It was one of 12 marble busts of the king's friends displayed in the Mithradates monument on the island of Delos. A statue of Mithradates undoubtedly stood in the center. In the 18th century, a badly damaged marble head and torso from a larger-than-life statue made in about 100 BC had been found in the Inopus streambed beside the Mithradates monument. The identity of the idealized king, wearing a metal diadem and draped in a cloak, was debated. The statue is now thought to portray Mithradates. The features strongly resemble his portraits on coins of this period. From the inscriptions inside the monument, archaeologists identified 10 of the 12 friends and allies that Mithradates wished to publicize. The frieze of busts is unique because it was the first public monument from antiquity to depict Greeks and Persians, as well as Syrians and Parthians, as colleagues, and it proves that Mithradates was allied with Syria and Parthia at an early date. The labeled portraits, which might have been realistically painted, were Dorilaus, Gaius, son of Hermias, Mithridates' private secretary, son of Antipater, Papias, son of Menophilus, Mithridates' physician, Asclepiodorus of Delos, Diophantus, Mithridates' general who subdued Scythia, 2 unnamed officials from the Arsacid kingdom of Parthia, King Ariathes VII of Cappadocia, Mithridates' young nephew, son of his older sister Laodice, and King Antiochus VIII, Grypus, Hooknose, the last Seleucid king of Syria. Grypus, a fascinating figure, and Mithridates had much in common. Grypus, too, had mastered poisons at a young age, after his older brother was poisoned by his scheming mother. Around the time that Mithridates was evading his own mother's plots, Grypus was reclaiming his throne by tricking his mother into drinking a goblet of poison that she had prepared for him. The Mithridates monument, dedicated in 102 or 101 BC on behalf of the Roman people, Delos, and the Athenians, shows how popular Mithridates was in Greece. He was also considered a friend of Rome. The monument included a statue of Mithridates dressed, improbably, as a Roman legionary. The head is missing, but the inscription identifies it as Mithridates. The statue may have been a mass-produced body in legionnaire garb, topped with a head of Mithridates, a common expedient in an era when the fortunes of Rome's friends fluctuated wildly. Meanwhile, in Rome, the chaotic, blood-soaked events in the last decades of the Roman Republic before, during, and after the Mithridatic Wars have been extensively described by modern historians based on multiple histories and commentaries by ancient Roman authors. Since we are in Pontus, with Mithridates, looking through his eyes, relying on his spies, informants, and advisers, and their interpretations of events, this section considers what he could have known about Roman history and current events, and identifies significant individuals destined to tangle with Mithridates. Among Greek and Persian-influenced cultures, Rome was viewed as a brash, uncivilized newcomer, dangerous and powerful, but with an impoverished cultural history. Even their language seemed crude and rigid compared to Greek. And Rome's worst enemies couldn't have invented a more negative origin story. Mithridates understood how easy it was to turn their sacred myth about the fierce Lupa, she-wolf who nurtured Romulus and Remus, into lurid propaganda against the Romans. According to the Romans' own myth, the she-wolf's children were murderers. Romulus killed his own brother, and the first Romans were violent fugitives and rapists. Anyone who knew Latin could joke that Lupa was slang for whore. In antiquity, wolves were feared as bloodthirsty marauders, killers of flocks. Rome's opponents in Italy and the provinces often cited the old proverb, "You Romans send as guardians of your flocks not dogs or shepherds, but wolves." As early as the 5th century BC, indigenous Italians had likened the Romans to crazed wolves. Later in his reign, Mithradates would ally with Italian rebels who declared war on the Roman wolf, vowing to destroy its lair, the city of Rome. The rebels issued coins showing the Italian bull goring the Roman wolf. Archaeologists have also discovered gold Italian coins similar to Mithradates' Pontic coins showing Dionysus, an allusion to Mithradates' nickname and a symbol of rebellion against Rome. Mithradates studied Roman history from a Greek and Anatolian perspective, of course. These views can be glimpsed in the writings of Strabo, a native of Pontus. Strabo pointed out that the Romans had enlarged their own country by the dismemberment of that of others, a policy that led to frequent revolts. Ancient Greek historians and philosophers hostile to Rome argued that if Alexander had lived there would be no Roman Empire, a view that surely influenced Mithradates. He attracted many philosophers and statesmen to his entourage, among them Pelopidas, Xenocles, Diodorus of Adramyttion, and Mithradates of Skepsis near ancient Troy. An inventor of memory devices and a dazzling new rhetorical style, Mithradates' acid criticism of Rome earned him the nickname Misor Hormaios, Rome-hater. Mithradates bestowed exceptional honors on Mithradates, even referring to him as father. Mithradates was appointed as a kind of supreme court judge whose decisions were independent of the king. Mithridates' speeches included many touches that suggest the hand of Mithradates, the Rome-hater. Mithridates learned how Rome's monarchy had been replaced by a republic governed by patricians, aristocratic clans who had received special political powers under the old kings. In the early republic, the poor citizens had suffered great debt, loss of land, and food shortages. The poor plebeians, plebs, had banded together in the 5th century BC and created their own organization, a kind of parallel state, electing tribunes to improve their circumstances. The plebs gained some debt relief and land grants in newly acquired territories. As they won more political power, some ambitious, rich citizens joined forces with them. The exclusive privileges of the old noble families began to decline, precipitating direct conflict between patricians and plebs. This struggle of the orders brought about the rise of a new elite made up of old families and wealthy allies of the plebs. This new elite ruled Rome through its domination of the Senate. Mithridates' actions and speeches reveal that he had an excellent understanding of how the government by the Senate and people of Rome functioned. After the indigenous people of Italy were subdued, Rome had embarked on overseas adventures. Rome's challenge to the great Carthaginian Empire in North Africa for control of Sicily began the Punic Wars from 264 to 146 BC. Hannibal invaded Italy in the Second Punic War, but his splendid victories came to naught. Hannibal was defeated in 202 BC, but, as Mithridates and his allies knew, the Carthaginian kept up the fight in Anatolia until his death in Bithynia. Ever after, Rome feared that another powerful enemy of Hannibal's caliber might arise. Mithridates recognized that this anxiety kept them intolerant of independent-minded monarchs. After the defeat of Hannibal, Rome's image was admired, until they began a series of ferocious wars to conquer Greece, Spain, and Gaul. The violent Roman culture of war and strife had bred generations of steadfast men and women of great physical and moral courage. Many in the ancient world respected the traditional Roman values and were impressed by rousing narratives describing unwavering loyalty, patriotism, and integrity. Mithridates and his allies knew the life stories of Rome's greatest military leaders, such as Scipio Africanus, as well as they knew the stories of the Romans' noble enemies, like Hannibal and Jugurtha. Tales of valor and glory continued to coalesce around Roman war heroes and their powerful opponents, but more and more accounts of Roman atrocities and savage behavior began to circulate as the old Roman order began to morph into a relentless engine of imperial expansion and resource extraction. Well before Mithridates assumed his throne, events in Rome seemed to overflow with every human passion, virtue, and vice. There were mountains and valleys of emotion, volcanic rage and cruelty, springs of mercy, abysses of terror. Mithridates appreciated that some Roman statesmen deplored the corruption of the traditional Latin virtues: austerity, bravery, justice, piety, mercy, and moral rigor. By the beginning of the 1st century BC, people from the Senate House in Rome to far-flung marketplaces across the Mediterranean were discussing frightening portents, casting shadows over the empire and its ruthless and superstitious leaders driven by lust for power. For every glorious battle and triumph, it seemed that some Roman commander sat brooding amid the ruins of another great city and wept over the desolation his army had wrought, or over his own shattered ambitions. By the time Mithridates assumed his throne, Rome had transformed itself into a war machine, oiled with blood and plunder, ravenous for more slaves, more land, more riches. Too much was not enough. By the 1st century BC, Rome had become a predator, driven to survive by attacking and devouring. Plebs, patricians, new citizens, tax collectors, warlords, all had grown fat on the prey gobbled up by the beast of war. Each victory sharpened the appetite and the killer instincts of the predator. For Mithridates and other outside observers, Rome was a wolf that must kill to live and lives to kill. Recently, the same lupine image was used by modern historians to explain Rome's success, likening the late Republic and Empire to a voracious predator for whom there can be no rest, no turning back. The scholars point out that, compelled by the logic of the predatory imperial state, it was impossible for Rome to stop attacking and consuming in every direction. In the decades just before Mithridates' reign, the great wolf's attention swung toward Greece and the eastern Mediterranean. Conquests in Macedonia and Greece drew Rome to invade Asia Minor in 191 to 188 BC, with the ultimate defeat of King Antiochus the Great of Syria at Magnesia. Uprisings in freedom-loving Greece were savagely crushed in the 140s. The Roman army's destruction of Corinth in 146 BC by fire, with unprecedented looting and the methodical slaughter of the population, was a horrific event. In Mithridates' day, it was still a searing, living memory. In that same year, Roman legions had utterly destroyed Carthage and sold the Carthaginians into slavery, ending the Third Punic War. Greece and North Africa became Roman provinces. In 133 BC, Rome inherited Phrygia, bestowed by Attilus's dubious last will and testament. Rome's conquests delivered great wealth from plunder and taxes and a glut of human captives. But the chasm widened between rich and poor, especially in Italy, as the rich grabbed more and more land holdings, monopolized resources, raked in lucrative investments in the provinces, and choked newly conquered territories with taxation and debt. In 133 BC, murderous political violence broke out in Rome over land distribution and the unfair burdens of hard fighting in Spain, opening the floodgates of unrelenting civil wars. The next year, in 132, a massive slave revolt had to be crushed in Sicily. That same year, Aristonicus's son citizens rebelled in Anatolia. His cities were finally broken in 128 BC. News of Italy's current civil uprisings and overseas wars reached Mithridates in Sinope via travelers, traders, Roman exiles, Greek and Celtic refugees, spies, ambassadors, and pirates. Mithridates followed the careers of the main players and studied the characters, words, and deeds of the leaders emerging in the tumultuous period of the late Roman Republic. These were men like the bitter rivals Marius and Sulla, the courageous cavalry officer Sertorius, who would lead a rebellion in Spain, the merciless Manius Aquilius, poisoner of cities, and Lucullus, Sulla's resourceful young lieutenant. King Jugurtha's downfall. Of particular interest to Mithridates was Rome's long war with King Jugurtha of Numidia, once a trusted ally. Jugurtha's kingdom, inhabited by Berber nomads, lay between the Roman province that had once been Carthage and the kingdom of the nomadic Moors. Numidia provided the lions, leopards, and bears for circuses in Rome. Jugurtha had originally hoped to coexist with Rome, but found all his diplomatic efforts blocked. After a series of vacillating decisions and conflicting diplomatic signals, and in the wake of poor military leadership, Rome declared war on Jugurtha in 112 BC. Mithradates surely observed the progress of the Jugurthine War and what it might mean for his own confrontations with Rome. North Africa's flora, fauna, and medical knowledge were also of great interest. There were reports of a mysterious tribe, the Scyllae, immune to poisonous serpents and scorpions. According to the Romans, the Scyllae were so habituated to snake bites that their saliva was an effective anti-venin. Mithradates would have been fascinated to learn that Roman army doctors collected the saliva of Scyllae nomads to counteract snake bites suffered by legionaries on the African campaigns. Roman writers railed against Scyllae and other professional poisoners who set up shops in Rome around this time. Mithradates may have invited some Scyllae to join his medical team. The Roman campaigns against Jugurtha held practical military lessons for Mithradates. A series of incompetent Roman generals managed to win numerous battles in a war of dubious motivation. During a lull in the war, the Numidian population of Vega set upon a Roman garrison during a festival. In a massacre with similarities to the large-scale one Mithradates would order in 88 BC, they slaughtered the unarmed soldiers and their women and children. In about 107 BC, 5 years into the war, Marius took the Roman command. Vowing to overcome the Numidians, he reorganized the legions to include proletarian soldiers, but victory still eluded Marius. Whenever Jugurtha and his son-in-law King Bocchus of Mauritania appeared to be pressed to the wall, they slipped away into the hinterlands and recruited fresh warriors among the nomads. Mithradates might possess a similar advantage if Pontus could control or ally with the nomadic groups around the Black Sea and beyond Armenia. Indeed, in the coming wars with Rome, Mithradates and his son-in-law Tigranes of Armenia would elude Roman pursuers by melting back into uncharted nomad territory where they raised fresh armies. Finally, Marius's lieutenant Sulla bribed Bocchus to betray his kinsman Jugurtha. Shrewd, calculating Sulla promised Bocchus part of Numidia and the dubious status of friend of the Roman people. Bocchus turned over Jugurtha. Marius celebrated a triumph, dragging the mighty king Jugurtha, bound in chains, through the streets of Rome. Marius's procession displayed incredible booty, 3,000 pounds of gold, 6,000 pounds of silver, and 300,000 drachmas. After the procession, following Roman custom, Marius's thugs stripped off Jugurtha's royal robes. In the struggle to seize his golden earring, they tore off his earlobe. The king of Numidia was thrown down into the Teleanum, the same dark dungeon where Aristonicus, leader of the Sun citizens, had been strangled. That was a fate Mithradates intended to avoid. The once proud Jugurtha went mad and starved to death in 106 BC. That same year saw the birth of a Roman boy who would become Sulla's protege, nicknamed the bloodthirsty teenager, later known as Pompey the Great. To Marius's disgust, his rival, Sulla, seized credit for the victory. Sulla loved to show off a gold signet ring with a carved gem depicting himself accepting Jugurtha's surrender. Coins were issued showing Sulla on a throne above Jugurtha bound in chains. The Senate even approved a marble statue group showing Jugurtha kneeling before Sulla. According to the historian Plutarch, this final insult almost drove Marius insane with rage. During the first rounds of the battle to the death between Marius and Sulla, Marius himself visited Mithradates in 99 BC. Mithradates could have heard details of the Jugurthine War then, and probably learned more about Sulla too. Mithradates watched Roman manpower stretching to the breaking point, despite the innovations of Marius to recruit poor men into the army. Marius's military reforms inadvertently ushered in the rise of private armies made up of battle-hardened plebeian veterans wholly dependent on spoils and loyal only to their commanders. Such commanders could be played off against one another as one hungry predator might attack a rival. The events shaking Rome's foundations just before and during Mithradates' early reign seemed to suggest that the awesome machine was juddering. Perhaps the great wolf was not so invincible, after all. The reign begins. The Pontic army had dwindled under his mother's rule. To avoid becoming a passive client of Rome, Pontus needed a strong army. Mithradates started modestly, recruiting an army of 6,000 Greek mercenaries, about the equivalent of a Roman legion. This force of traditional Greek hoplites armed with shields and spears was trained to fight in very close formation. Roman military organization in this period was based on legions, about 5,000 men, each legion made up of 10 cohorts of about 480 soldiers in 3 ranks, armed with light javelins and wicked machetes, supported by about 300 cavalry. In Pontus, Mithradates paid assiduous attention to training cavalry and war chariot drivers. He recruited experienced Greek seamen from around the Black Sea, organizing a large, efficient navy. The Romans had manned a big navy during the Punic Wars, but they had allowed it to decline. Mithradates' ships now dominated the Black Sea, and the roaming pirate fleets were his allies. Early in his reign, Mithradates annexed Trapezus in eastern Pontus. Its hidden pirate coves made Trapezus the perfect home base for his navy. These early activities marked the beginning of Mithradates' grand plan for a Black Sea empire. Mithradates' family. Meanwhile, Mithradates attended to domestic responsibilities. If he followed traditional Persian custom, his honeymoon began on the first night of spring, and he fasted that day, eating nothing but an apple and a dish of camel marrow. Roughly a year later, in about 113 BC, Mithradates and his sister Laodice had their first son. Predictably, they named him Mithradates. Laodice had 2 more sons with Mithradates, named Arcathius, Greek ruler, and Machares, warrior. In 110, a daughter was born. Instead of naming her Laodice as might be expected, Mithradates chose a traditional Macedonian name, Cleopatra. Mithradates enjoyed sex with many women who caught his eye. The names of several of Mithradates' lovers were recorded. Besides Laodice, there were Adibagiana, Monime, from a Milesian family settled in Stratonicia, Berenice, Stratonice, and Hypsicratia. Mithradates fathered numerous offspring. I found the names of 19 children born to women other than Laodice in the ancient sources, bringing the total number of Mithradates' known named progeny to 23. The boys born to concubines were named after illustrious Persians: Cyrus, Xerxes, Darius, Artaphernes, one of Darius III's generals, Oxythres, a brother of Darius who became Alexander's general, Pharnaces, Mithradates' grandfather, and Xiphares. Other sons mentioned in the ancient sources were Mithradates of Pergamon, Phoenix, son of a Phoenician or Syrian concubine, and Exipodras. A man named Archelaus was raised as the son of Mithradates' general, Archelaus, but he claimed that his real father was Mithradates. That's not implausible, but he might have been a maternal grandson of Mithradates, who may well have married one of his daughters to his favorite general. Mithridates' daughter, Adibagiana's name, was Galatian. Other girls' names were Greek: Nyssa, Eupetra, Athenaeus, and Cleopatra the Younger. He called his most devoted daughter Dripatina, the diminutive form of the name of Darius's daughter, Dripatis. The king's last 2 daughters received Persian names, Mithridates and Orsabaris, from Beres, brilliant Venus. All of Mithridates' children were said to be extraordinarily attractive, with one exception. Poor Dripatina's appearance was marred by an accident of nature. Her baby teeth never fell out, so she had a double set of teeth. Castles, gold, allies. Mithridates initiated an intensive and expensive fortress-building program. He constructed 75 castles in Pontus and his eastern lands during his long rule. That's more than 1 castle a year. Each new stronghold contained hidden cisterns, weapons caches, trapdoors, and stone steps to an underground treasury carved out of bedrock, like the older castles of Pontus and Armenia. In these secret vaults were stacked bronze caskets bound with iron, filled with gold and silver, highly strategic in the coming campaigns. The construction projects were signs of Mithridates' foresight and obsession with security, but they also indicate his ready supply of money. What was the source of Mithridates' seemingly unlimited stores of gold? The question must have puzzled the Romans and his neighbors as much as it nags modern historians. We know that Pontus's prosperity came from trade and rich natural resources, gold, silver, iron, and precious minerals. Mithridates' affluent forefathers had hidden away coin hoards in castles throughout the realm, unavailable to Queen Laodice as regent. How Mithridates the Great became so very rich remains a mystery. Somehow he was never short of cash throughout the long wars with Rome. Not only could the king raise an army on short notice, but he always had plenty to pay his soldiers well. Mithridates drew substantial revenues from tributes, and his control of Black Sea trade in grain, saltfish, wine, olive oil, honey, wax, gold, iron, minerals, dyes and pigments, leather, furs, wool, linen, and other goods. His tax policies must have been wisely calculated to enable him to profit from commerce without suppressing it, a policy that would have differed radically from Rome's at that time. Mithridates' Scythian allies controlled rich gold fields. The nomads also looted kurgans, grave mounds that dot the steppes around the Sea of Azov and the Black Sea. Modern archaeologists have discovered that many of the elaborate graves had been plundered in antiquity. Some even contain the skeletons of ancient would-be robbers. The evidence suggests that successive waves of nomads dug for treasure in the kurgans of newly conquered lands. Some of this gold may have found its way to Pontus as tribute and in trade agreements. Mithridates also profited from overland trade with India and China. The Silk Route had opened during Mithridates' childhood. The first camel caravans arrived in Parthia, bearing Chinese silk in exchange for fine Parthian horses in 106 BC. As Chinese armies pressed westward into the Darim Basin, and as Parthia began to clash with its neighbors in the Middle East, caravans shifted from the southern to northern routes, through Colchis and Pontus to the Black Sea. Again, Mithridates would have encouraged this trade without overtaxing it. Yet another stream of wealth may have been related to the extensive black market in slaves and plunder carried on by pirates based in Crete, Cilicia, on the coast of Syria, and the Black Sea. Piracy in the 1st century BC wasn't small-scale thievery and robbing ships at sea. This vast shadow navy constituted a political power in its own right, a terroristic paramilitary force controlling the sea lanes of the eastern Mediterranean and the Black Sea. Pirate harbors in Crete and Cilicia were protected by invincible fortresses. The corsairs not only looted ships' cargoes and held rich passengers for ransom, they made bold raids inland to capture droves of slaves, and they even besieged walled cities. Pirates offered mercenary services to warring parties during the late Hellenistic period. As a matter of war strategy and for profit, Mithridates continued and built upon his father's lucrative relations with the pirate admirals. Mithridates also maintained his father's friendships and lucrative trade links with Athens and the Greek islands. He cultivated the Greek and Persian-influenced cities of western Anatolia and established amicable terms with Armenia, Syria, Media, Parthia, and Egypt. If Mithridates could also befriend the Scythians, annex lands around the Black Sea, secure good relations with independent Greek and indigenous ports, and ensure a peaceful trade climate, the entire Black Sea could become Mithridates' own personal lake. Everyone would profit, especially Pontus. Before Mithridates, the Greeks and Romans held a negative notion of the Black Sea. They compared its shape to a fearsome Scythian bow, with its distinctive double curve, a particularly ominous image, since Scythian archers were dreaded for their unholy skill at shooting poison arrows. Before Mithridates, the Black Sea was seen as an obstacle instead of an opportunity. His decision to control and develop the entire Black Sea region was a creative, brilliant new strategy. Black Sea Empire. The Greek cities on the north coast of the Black Sea were in constant conflict with the steppe nomads. They paid tributes to buy protection from one tribe of Scythians, Sarmatians, Taurai, Thracians, Roxolani, or others, only to see them superseded by another stronger group which demanded yet another ransom. Early in his reign, Mithridates received an embassy from the strategic kingdom of Cimmerian Bosporus, Crimea. King Perisides asked Mithridates to intervene, to protect the northern Black Sea from the marauders. Seizing the opportunity, Mithradates immediately sent his army and navy, led by his Greek general Diophantus and Admiral Neoptolemus. After an arduous campaign, Diophantus was eventually victorious. In the end, the nomads agreed to be independent allies of Mithradates, promising tribute, mutual protection, and aid. Scythian and other nomad warriors often enlisted as mercenaries in armies of foreign leaders they respected. An intelligent commander with great diplomatic skills, Diophantus negotiated a peace with the Scythians, the Sarmatians, and the Bosporan kingdom, all to Mithradates' advantage. In 1878, near Panticapaion, Russian archaeologists discovered a long inscription on a statue of Diophantus. It is a detailed summary of the Scythian campaign, naming the fortresses erected for Mithradates and hailing Diophantus as the first foreign invader to subdue the Scythians, praising the commander's courage, wisdom, and kindness. Another honorific inscription graced a statue of Mithradates himself here. This inscription is highly significant because it refers to Mithradates as the King of Kings. This was a coveted ancient Iranian title that could be held by only one supreme Near Eastern ruler at a time. Mithradates' own forceful personality, illustrious ancestry, and generous terms of diplomacy, along with his horsemanship, prowess with bow and arrow, knowledge of the nomads' dialects, and respect for their culture, impressed the Scythians and other northern tribes. Mithradates betrothed some of his daughters to the nomad chieftains and promised glory and riches to the groups who joined him. No one had ever really vanquished the fiercely independent nomads. Mithradates was extremely proud of his success in the north. He liked to point out that his new allies, the expert mounted archers of Central Asia, had bested the armies of Cyrus, Darius, and Alexander. Pontus's new powerful influence in this northern region apparently passed under the Roman radar. Even if the Senate took notice, it would have approved stability that ensured grain, saltfish, and other goods bound for Italy in exchange for olive oil and wine. Diophantus's pacification and reorganization of the northern Black Sea region was a remarkably successful military and diplomatic mission. Mithradates now enjoyed almost inexhaustible supplies of men, grain, gold, and raw materials. By 106 BC, Mithradates had absorbed the Crimea and the Taman Peninsula into the kingdom of the Bosporus. The fortresses of this strategic region and the wealthy cities of Phanagoria and Panticapaion became his royal residences. The bulk of Mithradates' agate and gem collection probably came from this region, which was also known for pomegranates, figs, apples, and pears. It's interesting to learn from Pliny that Mithradates sent gardeners to transplant and cultivate laurel and myrtle in the Crimea. These two sacred plants, native to the Mediterranean, were important in Greek mythology, medicine, and religious rituals signifying victory. Despite the botanist's best efforts, however, the plants failed to thrive in the north. After 3 seasons of ferocious fighting, Colchis, a strategic land on the remote eastern Black Sea, also pledged allegiance to Mithradates. He annexed the rugged western part of Armenia as well, forging good relations with independent Anatolian and Persian chieftains there. On the western Black Sea, Mithradates allied with the war-loving Thracians and the powerful Iranian-influenced Bastarni and Roxolani, again after tough fighting. The Germanic Gauls, who strongly resisted Roman military advances, also supported Mithradates. The king now ruled or was allied with all the lands around the Black Sea, except for northwest Anatolia and the mountainous coast north of Colchis. Mithridates' grand strategy for the Black Sea was coming into being. The idea was to secure a co-prosperity trade zone and tax it fairly. The plan would benefit everyone, including the Scythians, who were beginning to settle into towns, and even the Romans, who depended on grain from the steppes. Mithridates could recruit Black Sea pirate sailors to join his legitimate navy for regular pay and reward others to prey on the rich ships of holdout states that declined to join his co-prosperity plan. Mithridates, as organizer, enforcer, and duty collector of this Black Sea empire, would profit greatly, of course, but he could promise that everyone else would grow rich too, Indeed, the immense and surprising wealth that archaeologists are uncovering in the northern Black Sea region, not just in urban areas, but in the Kora, reveals the great success of Mithradates' concept. Mithradates' far-sighted vision offered a positive alternative to Rome's rapacious greed and violent resource extraction in its early period of conquest. Instead of continual war, Mithradates offered peace. Instead of imposing blood-sucking taxes and debt, Mithradates would tax moderately and reinvest taxes in military measures to ensure security. Mithridates stood for a new vision of mutual prosperity, while the Romans of the late Republic pursued corruption, selfish profit, and plunder. It's easy to see the strong attraction of such a strategy and the deep loyalty it could generate. Mithridates' Black Sea would become the central pivot, the benevolent middleman in a grand Eurasian trading community. As long as Mithridates Eupator, the good father, ruled, all could expect to live long and prosper. But what about his neighbors Cappadocia, Bithynia, Paphlagonia, Galatia? Mithridates' intrigues in the Roman-controlled sphere west of Pontus would require stealth and delicacy. Phrygia and western Anatolia presented even more problems. The heart of Provincia Asia was occupied by Roman troops, colonial administrators, tax farmers, and tens of thousands of Roman settlers. Mithridates needed the most up-to-date information about these lands. Despite his successes in empire-building, Mithridates was beginning to feel restless. He missed the invigorating outdoor life he had enjoyed with his companions in exile. Justin commented, Mithridates would rather spend his time in the open plains and mountains instead of at the dinner table. He longed to be training with his brothers-in-arms in the field instead of relaxing at court with his cronies. He preferred to compete in foot races and horse racing and tournaments of strength than to make small talk with Queen Laodice and the courtiers. How could he recapture the exhilaration of his youthful rambles in Pontus and further his long-term goals at the same time? The Fact-Finding Mission. Justin tells us that Mithridates set off again from Sinope with close friends, this time on an extensive reconnaissance expedition. The timing of this grand tour isn't certain, but it may have been around 110 or 108 BC. Traveling incognito, the group roamed Galatia, Paphlagonia, Cappadocia, and Bithynia, gathering information for future campaigns. No one was aware of their presence, writes Justin. What better way to gain deep knowledge of Pontus's neighbors, lands that the king intended to absorb into his kingdom? Mithridates was always thinking ahead, like his heroes Cyrus and Alexander. Mithridates reconnoitered Anatolia's cities and scouted defenses. Exercising his remarkable memory, he took note of the natural resources, roads, people, and terrain. In Bithynia especially, says Justin, Mithridates boldly surveyed all the areas that would favor his victory there, already imagining himself master of Asia. As Renak pointed out, this intelligence-gathering trip surely reinforced the ambitions of the young king. Wherever the royal band did identify themselves in Greek and indigenous towns and villages, they were greeted enthusiastically. The oracles surrounding Mithridates' birth were not forgotten among anti-Romans. His conquests of Persian-influenced lands around the Black Sea had made him king of kings. It was valuable for Mithridates to hear local complaints about Roman settlers and to learn where he could rally support and recruit soldiers. The royal companions probably engaged in contests of skill and stamina on the road. If Mithridates and his band attempted to match Alexander's endurance in riding and marching long distances, for example, they would have to have made successive marches of 400 stades, a total of about 150 miles. Mithridates was a strong horseman. Ancient writers say that he was able to ride about 1,000 stades, 110 to 125 miles in a single day, with fresh horses. They visited isolated fortresses in Bithynia, Galatia, and Paphlagonia. In Paphlagonia, Mithridates surely visited Samaeta, the fort built by Mithridates I of Pontus. Not far from here, near Pimolisa, lay the gloomy deep caverns of Mount Realgar mine, with its deadly motherlodes of arsenic-laden minerals. Mithridatic strongholds also existed in Cappadocia. In Galatia lay the hidden castles Blusium and Piium, where great treasures were stored. These places were dominated by powerful local outlaws and chieftains, people who could be of great value in the coming war. The group may have visited historical sites of special interest to Mithradates, such as Troy, site of the legendary war between the Greeks and Priam's vast armies of Trojans and barbarians. In Lydia, Mithradates could hang a pendant or bracelet on the ancient plane tree revered by Xerxes in 480 BC. The Persian monarch had honored the venerable tree with expensive ornaments, golden necklaces, copper bracelets, and even a fine embroidered robe. Ever since, travelers draped their own offerings on the branches. Gordium in Phrygia was another venerated landmark. Here, the brash young Alexander had slashed his sword through the Gordian knot. We know that Mithradates made pilgrimages to places where Alexander stopped. At Ephesus, for example, where Mithradates enlarged the sanctuary by shooting an arrow, as Alexander had done, he sought out an inn, honored by the Macedonians' presence. In Priene, one could visit another house where Alexander had stayed. Bedding down where Alexander once slept, Mithradates, like many an ambitious conqueror since, must have compared his own accomplishments to those of his hero, who had died knowing he was master of the world at age 32. On this grand tour, Mithradates called in at Cyzicus and Heraclea, two independent, strongly fortified Greek cities that would later defy him. Mithradates also visited Pergamon, the capital of the Romans' Asian province. Here he heard many complaints of corrupt government and gross overtaxation. Cilicia, with its harsh landscape and rocky coast, was another important stop. This was the headquarters of the dashing Syrian pirate Admiral Seleucus, a good friend of Pontus. We also hear that Mithradates sailed to the island of Rhodes, a powerful, independent Greek city-state with its own navy. The island was celebrated for withstanding a great siege in 305 to 304 BC by Demetrius Poliorcetes of Macedonia, who had failed on a magnificent scale. He left behind his gigantic siege towers, which Rhodians used to create a huge statue of the sun god Helios, the Colossus of Rhodes, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The Colossus had toppled in the earthquake of 222 BC. Mithradates and his men could marvel at the enormous bronze limbs still scattered around the harbor, keeping an eye out for the island's poisonous vipers and giant lizards. The mission in Rhodes was mainly political. Might Rhodes, an ally of Rome that controlled part of Lycia, agree to become a friend of Pontus? Mithradates bestowed generous gifts to the city, and the Rhodians erected a marble statue of Mithradates in their agora, marketplace. Next, Mithradates sailed to the little island of Delos. Italian merchants dominated wealthy Delos, which the Romans had turned into a vast slave depot. The small Greek community there welcomed Mithradates as a patron of the island and friend of Athens. Mithradates gave votive tablets to the temple of Asclepius and to Zeus on Mount Kinthos, and he inscribed 2 tablets in the temple of Serapis, the Egyptian god of healing and dream interpretation. This commercial nexus of the Aegean was crucial for winning Greek support and gathering news from Italy. While he was away, Mithradates had left his wife, Queen Laodice, his eunuchs, and some of the king's friends in charge. Even though it was always dangerous for a ruler to leave home, for security reasons, Mithradates didn't advise anyone of his travel plans or when to expect his return. Mithradates and his companions were gone so long, at least a year, maybe longer, that it was believed that they had perished. Embracing the role of the tragically widowed queen of Pontus, anticipating ruling the kingdom as her mother had done after her father's murder, Laodice publicly mourned the death of her brother-husband. The grieving young widow consoled herself by having love affairs with Mithradates' friends in Sinope. Chapter 6. Storm Clouds. One day, without warning, Mithradates and his companions suddenly reappeared at the gates of Sinope, to the shock and distress of Laodice and her lovers. But the citizens of Pontus joyfully welcomed their king home after such a long absence. Except for a few significant details, we're left in the dark about Mithridates' homecoming. Here is a reconstruction of how things may have gone, based on the facts recorded by Justin. The honeymoon's over. Someone, neglecting to do the arithmetic, tactlessly congratulated the king on the birth of another son by Queen Laodice during his absence. He had been gone too long for the child to be his. Hiding his rage, Mithridates embraces his wife and then visits the harem nursery to count his children. Festive banquets are being prepared to welcome him. Making the rounds of the palace, the king calls in at the royal kitchens to check on preparations, chatting amiably with the cooks, maids, and serving women, all aflushed with excitement at the return of their king. But 2 of the serving women seem uneasy. Mithridates draws them aside, escorting them to a shady portico out of sight and hearing of the others. We know that the women informed on Laodice. Let us suppose they were flaxen-haired Gauls from the Danube tribes, whose goodwill Mithridates cultivated. The maids' pale eyes widen when the king speaks in their dialect. He explains that he has been learning it from his friend and bodyguard Bituitus, a strapping chieftain of the Allobroges, whose land had been annexed by Rome. Mithridates' penetrating stare and questions elicit the women's terrible secret. Words tumble out, confirming his suspicions. Queen Laodice had become pregnant by one of his friends. Laodice thought she could conceal her unfaithfulness by an even greater crime. The servants warned Mithridates that his sister and wife, the mother of his heirs, was planning to slip poison into his food at the feast. They also named the queen's co-conspirators. Cursing his dead mother for raising such a treacherous daughter, Mithridates immediately executed Laodice and her collaborators. Was Laodice trying to replicate her mother's scheme to take over the kingdom and rule as regent of a young crown prince? We aren't told how Laodice was killed. When it was necessary to do away with someone, Mithridates almost always chose indirect means, usually poison, with the exception of 2 spectacular public murders described later. Perhaps, in cold scientific mode, the king and his botanist Cratylus used this opportunity to test and compare some quick-acting poisons on Laodice and her cohorts. The bastard boy was allowed to live. Perhaps he would come in handy some day. After the execution, we learn that Mithridates vowed never to marry again. Queens, especially queens named Laodice, spelled trouble. He had 3 legitimate male heirs now and a large harem filled with lovely replaceable courtesans with no claims on him. Why should he ever take another official wife? After Laodice's betrayal, the king threw himself into athletic training and building up his army and treasury. In his early 30s now, Mithridates was fit and competitive. He enjoyed wrestling and boxing tournaments, javelin throwing, martial arts contests, hand-to-hand duels, weightlifting, and other tests of strength. He competed in horse and chariot races around Anatolia and the Aegean. Marble inscriptions from Chios and Rhodes named Mithridates as victor in equestrian events. In Sinope, there were banquets with raucous entertainments by jesters, acrobats, Median fire jugglers, snake handlers, magicians, and contortionists. Mithridates appreciated refined cultural entertainments, too. His court attracted the best musicians, actors, and poets to declaim Homeric verses. A well-known inconvenience of greatness is that toadies are drawn to power as iron filings cling to a lodestone. Mithridates was surrounded by opportunists and flatterers. One man in particular, a conjurer named Sosipater, has come down in history as the most shameless sycophant in Mithridates' court. During times when the king was beset by doubts and suspicion, sycophants swooped in, accusing others of plotting against the king. Plutarch, who wrote an essay on how to distinguish friends from flatterers, remarked that some of Mithridates' courtiers were so keen to curry favor that they would offer themselves as guinea pigs for his medical experiments. Mithridates sponsored drinking contests in Sinope, offering a fabulous prize, 1 talent of silver, to the winner. A popular athlete from Cyzicus, Calamodrus, nearly matched Mithridates' capacity for wine. The king himself usually won, gallantly awarding the honors to the runner-up. There were gargantuan eating competitions, too. But no one could surpass Mithradates in his ability to devour platter after platter loaded with slabs of meat and bread. Mithradates even earned a place, number 8, in antiquity's top 12 gluttons of all time. Half of the men on the list hailed from Anatolia, where eating and drinking vast quantities was a folk tradition demonstrating wealth and manly vigor. Mithradates' massive physique and energy may have accounted for a huge appetite, but his capacity also harked back to his ancestors. Darius I boasted of his ability to hold his liquor as one of his great achievements, and people still shook their heads in awe over Alexander's ability to imbibe 24 toasts to his companion's health in one night, and his vicious 2-day hangovers after rowdy drinking bouts with his hard-living Macedonians. When he wasn't chariot racing or showing off his superior strength and cast-iron constitution, Mithradates was recruiting soldiers for Pontus's expanding army. A serious scholar of military history, he studied the strategies and tactics of famous commanders. Mithradates and his engineers attached scythe blades to his war chariot axles, a long-forgotten innovation of Cyrus the Great. To toughen his infantrymen, cavalry soldiers, and chariot drivers, Mithradates ordered all to participate with him in rigorous daily calisthenics and field exercises. Like Mithradates himself, wrote Justin, his army became inured to hardship and invincible. Soon he had created an unbeatable military force. Mithridates had gathered the intelligence he needed about his neighbors, and a large, capable army stood ready. It was time to complete his Black Sea empire by taking over Cappadocia, Bithynia, and Paphlagonia. But this would entail direct confrontation with Rome. Bithynia. Sometime in 108 to 104 BC, Mithridates made an alliance with the crafty king Nicomedes III of Bithynia. Nicomedes, like his father, had been an ally of Rome. But after Bithynia had helped to suppress Aristarchus's revolt, its request for part of Phrygia was denied in favor of Mithridates' father. So Nicomedes III had good reasons to resent Pontus, and he was adept at treading the diplomatic tightrope with Rome. When the Roman commander Gaius Marius requested troops from Bithynia to help subdue Germany, Nicomedes' bold retort had made a good impression on Mithridates. Nicomedes declared that he had no army to send because all of Bithynia's free men had fallen into debt and were sold into slavery by greedy Roman tax collectors. This reply had forced the Senate to pass a law forbidding the enslavement of the free citizens of Rome's allies. Mithridates' alliance with Nicomedes was well-timed. Roman armies were spread thin, embroiled in war with King Jugurtha of Numidia, and staving off the Germanic tribes. Mithridates and Nicomedes agreed to invade a weak Paphlagonia. All went smoothly. But when the news reached Rome, the Senate sent ambassadors demanding the restoration of Paphlagonia's king. In a defiant retort, Mithridates asserted that Paphlagonia had actually belonged to his father by inheritance. "I'm surprised," Mithridates claimed, "that Rome would question this now, since they had never doubted my father's right to Paphlagonia before." Taken aback by this arrogant response, the ambassadors failed to call Mithridates' bluff and turned to Nicomedes. Nicomedes took a sneakier attack. He contritely promised to restore Paphlagonia to its rightful ruler. Then he renamed one of his own sons with the traditional name of ancient Paphlagonian kings, Pylaemenes. Nicomedes boldly installed this pseudo-Pylaemenes on the throne. The Romans were tricked into approving this new king. When they finally figured out the ruse, the embarrassed Roman dignitaries hurried home. Nicomedes III emerged as the real ruler of Paphlagonia. Mithridates, impressed by Nicomedes' slick trick, responded by seizing part of Galatia. He built a major fortress there, Mithradation. Meanwhile, he considered his options in Cappadocia. Murder in Cappadocia. Cappadocia was ruled by Mithridates' older sister Laodice through her husband King Ariathes VI. They had 2 sons. Confusingly, both boys were also named Ariathes, reflecting their Persian blood. According to the historian Appian, the original kings of Cappadocia and Pontus had shared a royal bloodline, and Mithradates I had possessed both Galatia and Cappadocia. This history had justified Mithridates' father's indirect control of Galatia and Cappadocia, and Mithridates intended to do the same. Gordius, a Cappadocian noble in Laodice's court, was Mithridates' good friend. Presumably, it was Gordius who informed Mithridates that Laodice's young husband was beginning to assert himself. An independent-minded Ariathes was troublesome for both Laodice and Mithridates. Mithridates gave Gordius orders to eliminate King Ariathes VI. We are not told the means, but poison comes to mind. This favor made Mithridates' older sister Laodice the regent for her firstborn son, Ariathes VII, Mithridates' nephew. With this move, Mithridates expected to manipulate Cappadocia, provided his sister cooperated with him. But the ploy backfired. After Gordius's murder of Ariathes VI, the devious Nicomedes III of Bithynia saw an opening. Without informing Mithridates, his ally, Nicomedes suddenly invaded Cappadocia. Taken by surprise, Mithridates rushed with his army to rescue his sister. But when he arrived, he discovered that the resourceful widow Laodice had agreed to marry Nicomedes. His sister in bed with that odious backstabber. It occurred to Mithridates that she had probably invited Nicomedes to invade. This unexpected alliance meant that she and Nicomedes would manage Cappadocia together through her pliable son Ariathes VII. Mithridates quickly shifted gears. He proceeded with the rescue mission to place his nephew Ariathes on the Cappadocian throne. In the battle, Mithridates overcame Nicomedes' army and sent him and Laodice packing back to Bithynia. Mithridates' nephew, Ariathes VII, became the new boy king of Cappadocia. The young man's portrait was included in the Mithridates circle of friends in the Delos monument. But the inexperienced young prince needed a handler if Mithridates was to control Cappadocia indirectly without arousing the Roman Senate. Uncle Mithridates suggested that his nephew invite Gordius, the murderer of the youth's own father, to be his advisor. Young Ariathes VII recognized the trap. If he accepted Gordius, he would become an expendable puppet. If he refused, Uncle Mithridates would have a pretext for war. Ariathes refused, and resolutely led his army onto the battlefield. Foiled again. Not only had the boy inherited Laodicean defiance from his mother and grandmother, but Mithridates' spies reported that Nicomedes was sending support. His scheme thwarted, Mithridates now faced a dubious outcome in battle with a stubborn teenager. Exasperated, Mithridates drew up his formidable army, 80,000 infantrymen, 10,000 cavalry, and 600 scythed chariots. These numbers are likely somewhat exaggerated. Still, Mithridates' impressive forces demonstrate his wealth and popularity, but how he hated to waste his army to achieve what should have been a bloodless takeover. Mithridates prepared another decisive plan of action. He sent for his 8-year-old stepson, his dead wife Laodice's bastard. What happened next was reported by Justin in graphic detail, perhaps because there were so many witnesses. Relying on Justin's vivid account, we need only fill in a few minor details, and the scene takes on a cinematic quality. At sunrise, the two armies marched out on the battleground. We hear the clink of weapons being readied and war banners snapping in the wind. Suddenly, King Mithridates strides out to a hillock between the armies, visible to all. He calls for a meeting on the middle ground with his nephew. Mithridates ostentatiously lays down his bow and arrows, his javelins, and unbuckles his sword. Ariathes, suspicious, sends a guard over to search his uncle for concealed weapons. The soldier nervously begins to pat down Mithridates from his powerful shoulders to his leather boots. As the man's hands grope Mithridates' trousers somewhat too attentively, the king interrupts with a crude joke. "Watch out. You might find a weapon quite different from what you are seeking." The guard backs off, flummoxed. Ariathes approaches the grassy knoll between the armies where Mithradates stands alone, smiling pleasantly. The supporters and soldiers in the front ranks on each side look on tense, silent. Mithradates takes his nephew's arm, asking him for a private word. As they turn to walk together, Mithradates quickly reaches into his trousers and pulls out a stiletto concealed alongside his penis. With one brutal stroke, the blade slices the young man's throat. Mithradates reaches down to pick up his dead nephew's crown from the dust. Walking in a stately fashion over to the terrified young boy on the sidelines, he places the crown with a flourish on his head and shouts out his new name. All hail Ariathes, king of Cappadocia. On cue, grim Gordius steps forward and leads the dazed new ruler of Cappadocia away. Shocked at the pantomime of violent succession they have just witnessed, and now with no king to fight for, the real Ariathes commanders and men fell into confusion and impotence. In only one other instance would Mithradates violently kill a man in public for the shock value. Gordius's rule with Mithradates' stepson Ariathes was popular in Cappadocia, but a few years later, in about 96 BC, Nicomedes III staged a revolt. He had sent for the younger brother of the murdered king. This hapless pawn was hailed as Ariathes VIII. Mithradates dispatched his army and quelled the rebellion. What happened to Ariathes VIII? The story was that the boy died of a disease brought on by grief. Mithridates' bastard son, now dubbed Ariathes IX, continued to rule with Gordius as the true power behind the throne. Meanwhile, Mithridates opened lines of communication with the anti-Roman rebels in Italy, courted the Danube Gauls, and showered the northern nomads with largesse. He was a beloved patron of the Greeks, and sent embassies to North Africa, Egypt, and Parthia. He also dispatched envoys bearing gifts to Rome. The historian Diodorus characterized these as large sums of money with which to bribe the Senate. At any rate, his envoys, philosopher-statesmen from Anatolia, were gravely insulted by officials in Rome, a capital offense in Roman diplomacy, as Mithridates knew. His ambassadors immediately pressed charges in a public trial. Mithridates was consolidating his holdings and expanding his influence, although both Nicomedes III's cleverness and Roman retaliation would soon test the solidarity of his empire. Not long after murdering his nephew Ariathes, Mithridates had a chance to meet one of the most famous representatives of Roman power in person. A parley with Marius. In about 99 to 98 BC, Gaius Marius, the great plebeian war hero, struggling to maintain his power in Rome, arrived in Anatolia. His popular faction had just lost an election amid a murderous uprising inside the city. Old clan feuds were erupting into violence. It was the beginning of the bloody civil wars that would consume Rome for the next 2 generations. Leaving his loyal army of veterans behind, Marius sailed to Cappadocia and Galatia. Marius, about 58, more than 20 years older than Mithridates, was a tough, courageous leader beloved by his soldiers. He dug trenches, ate rations, and slept on the ground like them. Marius had served with distinction in Spain and Africa, and in Germany his legions had slaughtered more than 300,000 and enslaved more than 150,000 people. In physical strength, military skill, and ruthlessness, Marius was a Roman whom Mithridates could admire and learn from. Mithridates would have been eager to hear Marius's version of the capture of Jugurtha, rebel king of Numidia. There were reports that the ambitious patrician officer Lucius Cornelius Sulla was taking all the credit for Marius's victory in North Africa. Sulla was now in Rome, with his own army poised to seize total power. Civil war between these two bitter foes, the older Marius and his one-time protégé Sulla, loomed. The two enemies were vying to win command of the army that the Senate would soon have to send to subdue Mithridates. Would it be Marius or Sulla who would become his greatest challenge? Marius claimed he had come to fulfill a sacred vow, to consult the oracle of the great Anatolian mother goddess Cybele in her sanctuary at Pessinus. Like most great Roman and other leaders of his day, Marius wasn't only personally superstitious, he also grasped the value of religion in politics. As a boy, Marius had rescued some baby eaglets. His soothsayers interpreted this as a sign that he would achieve supreme authority in Rome. In Libya, an omen of 2 scorpions fighting had allowed him to escape death. Marius was always accompanied by a covey of Etruscan augurs who interpreted portents, and he wasn't above creating his own positive omens on campaigns. In Germany, for example, his soldiers captured a pair of vultures, fed them well, and then fitted them with bronze collars. The tame raptors could always be seen soaring above Marius's armies. The idea that Marius's vultures would soon feast on dead Germans made his men confident of victory. In the turbulent years just before Marius's trip, frightening omens of flaming spears and shields in the heavens were observed over Italy. In 104 BC, Roman seers reported that weapons in the sky had suddenly rushed together from east and west, and those from the east overcame those of the west. During his meeting with Marius, Mithradates may have conversed in Aramaic about these omens with Marius's Syrian prophetess, Martha. She had been discovered at the gladiatorial games in Rome, accurately predicting which men would be victors. Now, Marius claimed that he followed Martha's advice in all undertakings. She accompanied him everywhere, carried in a fancy litter by tall slaves from her own native Syria. Dressed in a crimson robe, fastened with a golden brooch, and waving a little spear decorated with ribbons, Martha directed Marius's theatrical religious sacrifices. If Mithradates was eager to learn about Marius, so too Marius sought to know more about the king of Pontus. From his seers and Martha of Syria, Marius was aware of the oracles surrounding Mithradates' birth. He wanted to meet this ambitious, popular ruler and gauge his character, figure out his intentions. For Marius had really come to investigate the Cappadocian situation. How imminent was war? How could Marius arrange to win glory in the conflict already brewing over Mithradates' growing power? This was Mithradates' first face-to-face audience with a charismatic Roman warlord. Both leaders were consumed with curiosity, yet eager to appear strong and confident. Mithradates received Marius with great attention and respect. With his ramrod posture, permanent scowl, and commanding voice, Marius was an imperious presence. His deep distrust of aristocratic luxury and erudition was well known. Mithradates could shift into a rustic, soldierly persona for the parley. Perhaps they met on the royal exercise grounds. Marius was proud of his expertise with weapons and his horsemanship. He exercised daily with much younger soldiers. Mithradates loved to show off as well. They were well matched, and in another life they might have been friends. The tough old warrior's parting words to Mithradates are famous. Either make yourself stronger than the Romans, or obey them. Modern historians are divided on the subtle meaning of Marius's imperative. Was this a friendly warning? Was Marius daring Mithradates to take on Rome? Marius's stern soundbite was reported in Rome, and enhanced his stature in the Senate. The face value of Marius's message was banal. Overcome or surrender could be standard advice for anyone, any time. As both men well knew, be stronger or submit also applied to Marius's own position vis-à-vis Rome and his enemy Sulla. Mithradates' calculated actions so far showed that he already intended to become so strong that he would never have to obey Rome. Sizing each other up, weighing the other's steel will, each man privately acknowledged the truth behind the cliché. There was no middle way for either man. But were they destined to be friends or foes? We cannot replay the body language, facial expressions, tone of voice, or gestures that must have conveyed so much at this meeting. I imagine that as the simple sentence was uttered, the two men locked eyes in perfect understanding. Face-off with Rome. Thanks to the interference of Nicomedes III, the Cappadocian circus began spinning out of Mithridates' control, inciting the anger of Rome, dashing Mithridates' preference for oblique action. When Laodice's younger son Ariathes VIII died of grief and Mithradates secured Cappadocia, Nicomedes feared that Mithradates would turn on Bithynia next. To incite the Romans against Mithradates, Nicomedes and Laodice found a handsome young man and slyly coached him to pretend to be a lost third son of the murdered King Ariathes VI, Laodice's previous husband. Laodice accompanied this new impostor to Rome and won an audience with the Senate as Queen of Bithynia and Cappadocia. Laodice swore that this youth was her son and the rightful heir of Cappadocia. Mithridates immediately dispatched his aide Gordius to Rome. The regent of Cappadocia delivered a spirited counter-message to the Senate. This boy was an impostor. Gordius revealed that the youth was really the son of a supporter of the notorious enemy of Rome, the rebel Aristonicus. It's striking that Mithridates and Gordius raised the specter of the revolt of the Sun citizens. That popular Anatolian insurgency, some 30 years earlier, still had the power to alarm the Senate and to galvanize Mithridates' followers. Gordius also tried to bribe Roman officials. The Senator's response was measured. Both Nicomedes and Mithridates were ordered out of the kingdoms they had attempted to dominate. The Senate officially liberated Paphlagonia and commanded the Cappadocians to choose a new king, since their royal family was now extinct. At this time, Sulla, the new praetor of Rome, was on his way to Cilicia with a legion of about 5,000 men. His orders were to suppress the pirates there. But Sulla made a detour to Cappadocia. This was Mithridates' first indirect encounter with Sulla, who was a few years his senior. Sulla's army overcame the troops protecting Gordius and his young charge commanded by Mithridates' general Archelaus. Gordius and young Ariathes IX had to return to Pontus, as Sulla personally crowned the new Cappadocian ruler Ariobarzanes. Sulla's threatening presence was matched by his words. He warned the minor kings of Anatolia to withdraw from their recent land grabs, or else. Mithridates observed with disgust the acquiescence of the Bithynian weasel Nicomedes III. Nicomedes and Laodice were bankrupt. They clutched at an alliance with the Roman Republic as though it were a lifeline. Mithridates, hemmed in by Roman troops in western Anatolia, offered no resistance. He withdrew his armies and bided his time. King Tigranes of Armenia. Mithridates turned his attention east to Armenia, far from Rome's notice. He needed a strong, reliable ally. For the time being, he wanted to avoid confrontations with Rome. In about 96 BC, Tigranes II of Armenia returned from the Parthian Empire, where he had lived for the past 30 years, to assume his father's throne. As a boy, Tigranes was sent as a royal hostage to be raised in the Parthian court. In Ctesiphon, he was educated in Parthian culture, a melding of nomadic and ancient Iranian traditions. Persian influence was very strong in Armenia, and Tigranes' mother was an Alan princess from beyond the Caucasus. Like royal marriage, alliances of this period, the practice of sending a prince as a hostage was a way to ensure civil relations between distrustful allies. Other examples were Philip of Macedon, educated in Thebes, and Cyrus the Great, raised in Media. When Tigranes' father died, the Parthians allowed Tigranes, at age 46, to don the Armenian royal tiara, with the understanding that he would abide by Parthia's wishes as his father had. But Tigranes harbored big ideas for building an Armenian empire. In about 94 BC, Gordius rode to Tigranes' court in Artaxata as Mithridates' envoy. Tigranes' high ambitions were matched by keen intelligence. He would have been familiar with the oracles about Mithridates and the comets of 135 and 119 BC and the Magi's blessing of the long-awaited savior king of Pontus. He kept abreast of Mithridates' conquests. An alliance with this rising emperor of the Black Sea could be useful. Tigranes was in a position to protect and also profit from trade on the northern Silk Route from China to the Black Sea. Tigranes listened to Mithridates' side of the story as Gordius filled him in on the Romans' imperial machinations in western Anatolia. Gordius had a proposition. He suggested that Tigranes attack weak Cappadocia and remove the Roman puppet Ariobarzanes. In exchange, King Mithridates of Pontus offered His Majesty the hand of his beloved daughter Princess Cleopatra, aged 16. The ancient writers agree that Mithridates cared deeply for all his daughters, and they returned his love. Indeed, his genuine attachment to them made his daughters all the more valuable in marriage alliances. Tigranes agreed to the alliance. Armenia had fought against the Romans on the side of Antiochus the Great, and had given refuge to Hannibal, who had designed Armenia's capital city. But Tigranes had lived most of his life in distant Parthia, far from Roman reach. According to Justin, Tigranes knew little of Rome and didn't anticipate that the Romans would object so strongly to a regime change in Cappadocia. Tigranes presented Gordius with some fine Armenian steeds for his journey back to Cappadocia, to prepare the way for Tigranes' attack. Mithridates was about 40 in 94 BC, a few years younger than his new son-in-law. After the royal wedding sealed their treaty, the two monarchs became friends and natural allies, respecting each other as equals. Both were strong-willed, rich, ambitious, energetic, and popular. Both loved to ride spirited horses and lived for the chase, savoring the Spartan outdoor life as much as they basked in luxury at court. They hunted deer, boar, and lion together, staying at Tigranes' hunting lodges in his forest and mountain estates. Although both spoke Greek, Mithridates quickly picked up Parthian and Armenian. In court, the pair dressed in complementary traditional Persian-style garb, Tigranes in dark purple and a tiara, Mithridates in gleaming white with a simple purple diadem. As was his practice, Mithridates would have presented Tigranes with an agate ring bearing his portrait. Traditionally, Armenian monarchs wore a distinctive tiara studded with stars, but Tigranes was unique. His was decorated with a comet, trailing a long, curving tail, an image that appeared on some of Tigranes' coins. Mithridates would have taken this comet design as a signal of Tigranes' allegiance to Pontus, as an allusion to the spectacular comets heralding the long-awaited savior. Mithridates considered himself the king of kings, Shah-Shah, the ancient title for the most powerful ruler in Persian-influenced lands. But Armenia's first great king, Tigranes, had his own agenda. The older monarch didn't see himself as doing Mithridates' bidding. Their mutual support furthered Tigranes' own goals of unifying and expanding his kingdom. Tigranes had already annexed part of Cappadocia and was extending south, taking over the weak kingdom of Syria. He also bit off a big chunk of territory from the Parthians, who were fighting nomadic invasions on their eastern frontier. In time, Tigranes' supreme armies would ravage Mesopotamia and occupy Syria, Phoenicia, and Cilicia. The Armenian conqueror rewarded cities that joined him, laid waste to those that resisted, and moved whole populations around as though they were game pieces. While Mithridates was engaged in the coming wars with Rome, Tigranes would begin building his fabulous new city, Tigranocerta. Intended to rival the magnificence of Susa and Babylon, the city was populated with the displaced citizens of towns that Tigranes leveled. Encouraged by his victories, and perhaps by the appearance of Halley's comet later during his reign, Tigranes would even begin referring to himself as King of Kings. But when he first allied with Tigranes in 94 BC, Mithridates was unaware of his new son-in-law's grand plans. After Tigranes wed Cleopatra, the two friends struck another bargain. In their joint campaigns in Cappadocia and elsewhere, they agreed that Mithridates would take the cities and the land. All captives and treasure would belong to Tigranes. The arrangement indicates that Mithridates' flow of revenue was already copious and reliable. He returned to Sinope, having set things in motion to regain indirect control of Cappadocia. Tigranes' attack would be a way of testing the Roman resolve. Mithridates' preparations for war included very heavy coin minting to pay for large armies and arms. The tangled situation in Anatolia became even more complex, and the chronology of events is hopelessly confused. We know that when Tigranes' army, led by generals Mithras and Bagoas, invaded Cappadocia in about 93 BC, the new puppet king, Ariobarzanes, panicked. He fled, sailing to his protectors in Rome. According to plan, Tigranes then recalled Ariathes IX and Gordius from Pontus to rule Cappadocia on Mithridates' terms. Tigranes had kept his part of the bargain. He had no interest in making war on Rome, and anyway Cappadocia was impoverished from years of despoiling armies. Tigranes took more captives than plunder. The Armenian army slipped away back to Artaxata to pursue Tigranes' own grand strategies. A trap for Aquilius. Around this time, Mithridates learned that his old foe, Nicomedes III of Bithynia, had died. He was succeeded by his weak son, Nicomedes IV, a brutal tyrant. Mithridates' spies informed him that Nicomedes' half-brother, Socrates the Good, had popular support. Mithridates sent an assassin named Alexander to murder Nicomedes IV, but the plot failed. Next, Mithridates gave Socrates command of a Pontic army. It seems that Mithridates also promised Socrates the hand of his daughter, or Cerberus, a traditional way of sealing an alliance and maintaining indirect control of the throne. The Bithynian people welcomed Socrates as he marched across the countryside of Bithynia. But when Socrates approached the capital, Nicomedia, there was a stalemate, with Nicomedes IV barricaded inside his castle. Meanwhile, to distract the Romans, Mithridates sent envoys to the tribes north and west of the Black Sea. Offering rewards, he urged them to attack the Roman garrison in Macedonia, northern Greece. Soon, however, the Roman Senate, having staved off the war with the Italians for a while by offering them citizenship, turned its attention back to Provincia Asia. Cappadocia and Bithynia were supposed to be passive client kingdoms. Now both were in crisis again, with the puppets Ariobarzanes and Nicomedes IV cowering in Rome, begging for aid. Troubled by the new developments, but unable to spare any more troops, the Senate dispatched Manius Aquilius to impose order in Anatolia. By senatorial decree, Aquilius's dual mission in 90 BC was to restore Nicomedes IV's rule in Bithynia and return Ariobarzanes to the Cappadocian throne. Both client kings understood that they ruled at Rome's pleasure. Aquilius would be backed up by Lucius Cassius, governor of Asia, and one Roman legion stationed in Pergamon. Aquilius was an ill-considered choice for this sensitive diplomatic mission. He was the son of Manius Aquilius the Elder, detested throughout Anatolia as the notorious Roman governor who had destroyed the Sun citizens with poison. Infamous for his corrupt government in Pergamon, Aquilius Sr. had been tried in Rome for gross avarice, profiteering, and bribery, but escaped punishment. His son wouldn't be so lucky. Aquilius Jr., unaware of the ghastly fate in store for him, sailed to Bithynia expecting to make a fortune as his father had, by raking in bribes and skimming exorbitant taxes. With his ally, Tigranes of Armenia, occupied in the east, and with the Senate sending threatening envoys like Sulla and Aquilius, Mithridates had to reframe his strategy and remain flexible without losing face. Conveniently, Socrates the Good suddenly died of an unknown cause. Apparently he ate or drank something that disagreed with him, as did so many whose earthly existence had become inconvenient for the Poison King. Cerberus returned home to Pontus, and Mithridates recalled the Pontic army. As a result, the military crisis in Bithynia sputtered out just as Aquilius and Cassius arrived with the Roman legion, reinforced with draftees from Phrygia and Galatia. Nicomedes IV scrambled back onto the throne of Bithynia. But Nicomedes IV had been compelled to borrow heavily from Roman backers to finance his restoration. Not only had he mortgaged his kingdom to financiers, but he had promised big payoffs to senators who returned him to power. Mired in blackmail and debt, stripped of free will, Nicomedes was, to put it in terms familiar to Mithridates and his Persian-influenced followers, sucked into the abyss, forced to do the bidding of the forces of darkness and deceit. Aquilius and his gang of Roman legates paid a visit to Nicomedes in Bithynia. Aquilius reminded the client king of his overdue financial obligations. But Nicomedes complained that the Bithynian countryside had been plundered by Socrates' troops sent by Mithradates. Bithynia's royal treasury was empty. How, Nicomedes whined, could he possibly pay off his debts? Aquilius had a cunning plan. Bithynia was broke? Well, Pontus was rich. Mithradates had supported the pretender Socrates the Good, who tried to steal Nicomedes' crown. Roman informers reported that Mithridates' entire navy was in the northern Black Sea. Aquilius instructed Nicomedes to send his fleet to raid Mithridates' unprotected port cities. At the same time, Nicomedes' army should make incursions over the border, pillaging towns of western Pontus. While Nicomedes collected the money he owed, Aquilius promised that Cassius's Roman legion would defend Bithynia from retaliation. Nicomedes had no choice. He capitulated and followed Aquilius's orders. Nicomedes, who had come from a long line of collaborators, became Rome's creature for the rest of his days. And thus began the war with Rome that would last all of Mithridates' life. In late 89 BC, Nicomedes IV sent his ships to assault Mithridates' ports as far east as Amastris, and he ordered his troops to attack western Pontus. Nicomedes did return with plenty of booty to repay his outstanding debts to the Roman senators, generals, and other creditors. Nicomedes' master, Aquilius, assumed the raids would teach the arrogant minor king Mithridates a lesson. But fear gripped Nicomedes' heart. For during all his incursions, his men had met no resistance at all. It was like raiding an unguarded candy store. Where were the local garrisons? This eerie silence from Mithridates could not bode well. Mithridates was far from ignorant of Aquilius's provocations. His friends in Bithynia must have informed him of Aquilius's plan. Mithridates' army and navy, all his forces, were in readiness, but he held off. Instead, he sent his navy on exercises in the northern Black Sea. He dispatched messengers to Pontus's rich ports and the towns on the frontier to warn them of the coming attack and to inform them of his strategy. Accordingly, the populations of the places targeted by Nicomedes had withdrawn to safety, leaving behind enough valuables to be grabbed up by the Bithynians. No Pontic troops were in sight during the invasion. Mithridates wanted to have a good and sufficient cause for war, says Appian. He understood that the Romans distrusted and covertly sought to destroy the great Black Sea Empire he was creating. Nicomedes was a weakling, impelled by his Roman masters to attack Pontus. This confrontation had been building for a long time. Mithridates saw that Rome, preoccupied with the social war in Italy, couldn't afford to send any more legions to Anatolia. Nicomedes' invasion allowed Mithridates to set a trap. The Roman generals in Bithynia and their reluctant coalition had walked right in. Now, before all the world, Mithridates was the innocent, unsuspecting victim of an aggressive, unprovoked attack on Pontus, instigated by the rapacious Roman wolf. Until now, Mithridates' policy had been to probe and test, goad and withdraw, constantly assessing Rome's reactions. He orchestrated crises here and there, sowing confusion and ambiguity in Rome, remarks historian Brian McGing, all the while observing carefully, making Pontus invincible and prepared for war, so that when the situation exploded, the chips would all fall to his advantage. Mithridates had already sent the eminent orator Xenocles of Adramyttion and other envoys to Rome to plead Anatolia's complaints before the Senate. Until Aquilius and Nicomedes invaded Pontus, the king's actions had been patient and opportunistic. Mithridates makes his case. Now Mithridates sees the opportunity to make his case against Rome in a very public manner. He dispatched an eloquent Greek statesman named Pelopidas to a high-profile debate with Nicomedes' spokesman to be judged by Aquilius, Lucius Cassius, and Quintus Oppius at their camp in Bithynia. Appian, who had access to imperial archives and the memoirs of some who were present, recounts what was said by each party. One of Appian's sources was P. Rutilius Rufus, a former friend of Marius, who later wrote a history of the Mithradatic Wars, now lost. An honorable and sympathetic provincial official in 105 BC, Rutilius had attempted to restrain ruthless tax collectors, but was condemned in Rome for his efforts in 92 BC. After that, Rutilius remained in Anatolia, where he was a popular figure. Another source for these meetings was Lucius Cornelius Sisenna, a Roman soldier historian of the Mithridatic Wars, whose multi-volume chronicle is now lost, but was consulted by surviving historians like Appian and Sallust. Modern historians accept the speeches recorded by Appian as accurate reflections of the grievances that Mithridates communicated to the Roman representatives, even if their actual words have been lost. Mithridates, master of propaganda, would have disseminated these speeches to friends and allies in Anatolia and Greece. Mithridates also intended to present his case before the Senate, so his arguments probably existed in written form, consulted by ancient historians. As an astute student of traditional Roman foreign policy, Mithridates assumed that the Senate wouldn't approve of Aquilius's decision to start a war. Yet Mithridates had to prepare for every contingency, since it was becoming obvious that developments in Italy were undermining the Senate's power to control ambitious military commanders like Sulla, Marius, and Aquilius. Pelopidas began by reminding the Romans that Mithridates' father had been an official friend of Rome, and that Mithridates himself had maintained this peaceful friendship. In return, said Pelopidas, Phrygia and Cappadocia were wrested away from Mithridates. Cappadocia had always belonged to Pontus. It was recovered by Mithridates' father with no opposition from Rome. Pointing at Aquilius, Pelopidas said, "Your own Roman general, your father, Manius Aquilius, gave Phrygia to Pontus as a reward for the victory over Aristarchus and the Sun citizens. Now, Pelopidas told the Romans, you allow Nicomedes' navy to threaten the security of the Black Sea trade. You let Nicomedes overrun Pontus and carry off plunder in quantities of which you are well aware." The clever juxtaposition of peaceful trade with illicit plunder cast the Romans as pirates while depicting Mithridates as the peaceful protector of Black Sea commerce. "My king was not unprepared to defend himself from these attacks," continued Pelopidas, "but he held back from war so that you might be eyewitnesses to these events." Pelopidas concluded his speech simply, alluding to Rome's tendency to betray its allies. "Mithridates, Rome's friend and ally, calls upon you to defend us against the aggression of Nicomedes, or at least restrain him." Nicomedes' ambassadors countered Pelopidas's plea. Mithridates had plotted against Nicomedes to place Socrates the Good on the throne by force of arms, they claimed. The late and lamented Socrates, once a peaceful prince, had fallen under Mithridates' evil influence. In fact, they declared, all of Mithridates' plots are really aimed at you, Romans. All his actions are examples of Mithridates' arrogance and hostility and his disobedience of your orders. Just look at his preparations for war. Mithridates stands in complete readiness for the great war he is planning. The Bithynians catalogued the vast armies under Mithridates' command. The Pontic army includes a great force of allies, Thracians, Scythians, and all the other neighboring peoples, now that Mithridates has taken over the Crimea and northern Black Sea. Mithridates has even formed a marriage alliance with Armenia, and he is sending envoys to Egypt and Syria. His navy already has 300 warships, and he's even hired expert sailors from Phoenicia and Egypt. Mithridates is not just gathering these forces to fight Nicomedes, they warned. These preparations are aimed at Rome. Nicomedes' envoys outlined Mithridates' strategy. He pretends to have an argument with Bithynia, but his real target is you. If you are wise, intoned the ambassadors, you won't wait until he declares war on you. Look at his deeds, not his words. Bithynia is your true friend and ally. Don't sacrifice us to this hypocrite who feigns friendship. Mithridates is not just our enemy, they thundered. Mithridates threatens Rome itself. Pretending to be objective, the Romans allowed Pelopidas a rebuttal. Well, if Nicomedes wants to complain about past events, we bow to Rome's judgment, drawled Pelopidas. What we are concerned about are the wrongs that have just occurred right before your eyes. The ravaging of Mithridates' territory, the interruption of trade in the Black Sea, the carrying away of vast plunder from Pontus. Pelopidas repeated his simple and reasonable request. Again, we call upon you, Romans, either prevent such outrages or help Mithridates regain his losses from Bithynia. At the very least, stand aside and allow Mithridates to defend himself. The generals were already committed to Nicomedes IV, but Pelopidas's eloquent speech put them to shame, reminding them that Pontus's old alliance with Rome was still in force, and that Aquilius's own father had given Phrygia to Mithridates' father, and pointedly contrasting Roman violent disruption with Mithridates' protection of free trade. Indeed, Mithridates had complied and withdrawn his armies. He had done Rome no harm. The Senate hadn't commissioned Aquilius to make war on Mithridates. The generals were at a loss for some time about what answer to make. Finally, after long consultation, they came up with this artful response. We would not wish Mithridates to suffer harm at the hands of Nicomedes, nor can we allow Mithridates to make war on Nicomedes. It is not in Rome's best interest for Bithynia to be weakened. Pelopidas reported back to Mithridates in Sinope. The Romans' brusque denial of justice in such a public manner gave Mithridates no other option. He immediately called for his stepson Ariathes IX, invested him with a large army, and sent him to take Cappadocia. Ariathes drove Ariobarzanes back to Rome and regained Cappadocia's throne. Then Mithridates dispatched Pelopidas back to the Roman camp on a very important mission. Appian reported the speeches at these meetings, too, with details that convey the gist of Pelopidas's orations and demonstrate Mithridates' genius for diplomacy and propaganda. The speeches show how cleverly Mithridates must have built his case against the Romans in Anatolia, revealing Aquilius as the aggressor, driven by pure greed, thereby justifying Mithridates' defensive reaction. O Romans, how patiently King Mithridates has borne the wrongs done to him, began Pelopidas. His heavy golden agate ring with the portrait of his king glinted as he gestured. Not only did you deprive Pontus of Phrygia and Cappadocia, you stood by and watched while Nicomedes invaded Mithridates' sovereign territory. We appealed to your friendship, but instead you treated Nicomedes as the victim and Mithridates as the accused. The next portion reflects Mithridates' excellent understanding of Roman constitutional law. You will be held accountable to the Roman Republic for what has just taken place in Cappadocia. Pelopidas warned Aquilius not to start such a major war without an official senatorial decree. If you do, you generals will be called to defend your actions in Rome when Mithridates lodges a formal complaint against you before the Senate. Then the ambassador described exactly what the Romans would be up against, should they make war on the most powerful ruler in the East. Bear this in mind, Romans. My king, Mithridates, rules his ancestral domain of Pontus. He also rules many neighboring lands, the Colchians, a very warlike people, all the Greeks around the Black Sea, and all the barbarian tribes beyond. Mithridates has allies ready to obey his every command, Scythians, Taurians, Bastarni, Thracians, Sarmatians, and all those tribes in the regions of the Don, the Danube, and the Sea of Azov. King Tigranes of Armenia is Mithridates' son-in-law, and he counts King Arsaces of Parthia as his ally. My king already has a large number of ships, and many more are being built as we speak. We possess war material of every kind in abundance. Pelopidas predicted that the rulers of Egypt and Syria would rush to Mithridates' aid. Then he raised a chilling image sure to alarm the Senate. Your newly acquired provinces in Asia, in Greece, in Africa, and in Italy itself will come to our side. Your Italian colonies are waging a relentless war against you right now, because they cannot endure your greed. You can't even subdue your colonies in Italy, yet you attack Mithradates and set Nicomedes on him. You treat us like an enemy, yet you still pretend to be our friend." Mithradates had instructed his ambassador to conclude by presenting the Roman generals with an insult, wrapped in a threat, wrapped in an ultimatum. If they accepted his request for justice, Mithradates would win. If they fell for the bait, he was prepared for war. "Come now, choose," exclaimed Pelopidas. "Restrain Nicomedes from harming Pontus, your old ally. If you do this, King Mithradates promises to help you put down that troublesome rebellion in Italy. Either throw off the deceitful mask of friendship, or let us go together to Rome and settle the dispute there." The Roman generals reacted as Mithradates expected. Aquilius ordered Mithradates to stay out of Bithynia, and announced that they would restore Ariobarzanes to Cappadocia's by now rather rickety throne. Roman centurions then forcibly escorted Pelopidas to the border of Pontus for fear that he would be able to rally the Bithynian countryside to Mithradates' cause. This detail suggests that popular hostility to Rome and support for Mithradates must have been palpable. Without waiting to hear what the people of Rome and the Senate would decide about such a great war, writes Appian, Aquilius immediately prepared to invade Pontus. Mithradates had goaded him into starting a major war with a friend of Rome without senatorial approval. Aquilius's decision was a sharp break from traditional Roman foreign policy at the end of the Republic. Powerful rogue commanders could now make war for their own gain as the Senate's power waned. Aquilius ordered ships to block the entrance to the Black Sea. According to Appian's figures, the invasion force totaled 176,000 men, of which 12,000 were Roman legionnaires. The three commanders took up positions in early 89 BC. Aquilius's 40,000 massed on the border of Pontus, south of the Algassi Mountains. Cassius's 40,000 marched to the frontier of Bithynia and Galatia. Oppius's 40,000 held the route through Cappadocia. Aquilius instructed Nicomedes IV that his 56,000 Bithynians would lead the invasion of Pontus. Mithradates was more than ready for them. Chapter 7. Victory. Aquilius ordered Nicomedes IV to lead his army into Pontus, ravaging the countryside as they advanced. They were unaware that Mithradates could call on an overwhelming force far beyond what the Romans could have anticipated. According to Appian, Mithradates commanded 250,000 soldiers and 50,000 cavalry, including all the reserves and commitments that Mithradates could count on from allies around the Black Sea and Armenia. According to Memnon, Mithradates had 190,000 infantry, 10,000 cavalry. Mithradates, in his mid-40s, had little combat experience. For this first crucial battle of his career, Appian says that Mithradates personally took charge of the troops massed at Sinope, placing Dorilaus at the head of the Greek phalanx. The fabulous wealth of Pontus was on display in the ranks of hoplites, with beautifully wrought bronze helmets and breastplates, gilded spears and shields flashing with jewels. There were bowmen, slingers, and peltasts, fighters armed with light swords and javelins, noble Persian Cappadocian knights, and Scythian and Sarmatian archers mounted on tough steppe ponies adorned with golden trappings. His ally, Tigranes, had contributed 10,000 Armenian cavalry riding large Parthian steeds. Mithridates' 300 warships and 100 pirate biremes displayed magnificent prows and luxurious decor. No expense was spared. The pageantry impressed his own soldiers and sailors as well as the populace, and it intimidated the enemy. As supreme commander, Mithridates took a strong hand in planning strategy. He found a vantage point from which to direct the action and dispatch more troops as needed. Among his experienced field generals were the brothers Archelaus, who had skirmished with Sulla, and Neoptolemus, who had helped subdue Scythia. In a rare gesture of trust, Mithradates appointed his son Arcathius, a young man of 20, to lead the prized Armenian cavalry. Hellenistic kings were usually loath to allow blood relatives to command forces that could be turned against them. Historians ask, why would Mithradates, whose paranoia was notorious, give this important command to his son? I think the answer lies in Mithridates' admiration for Alexander. Philip of Macedon had famously placed his 18-year-old son Alexander in charge of the cavalry at the important battle of Chaeronea in 338 BC. Alexander's audacious maneuvers had turned out to be the key to Philip's great victory. Now, in 89 BC, while Mithridates assumed the commanding role of a Xerxes or Darius, the master strategist, observing the battle from a high vantage point, he cast his son in the role of young Alexander. At the Amnius River, Mithridates' generals brought out only a small force, 40,000 light infantry, and Arcathius's 10,000 Armenian cavalry, greatly outnumbered by the Bithynian Roman coalition. But hidden behind the ranks of men and horses, a deadly surprise awaited the invaders. Mithridates' 130 war chariots equipped with whirling scythes. Chariots, known to Greek traditionalists from the epic poems of Homer, had enjoyed renewed popularity after the Romans conquered Greece. But these days, chariots were used only for racing or parades, not war. In the circus in Rome, fancy chariots were drawn by prancing show horses, even by ostriches and tigers. War chariots with rotating sickle-shaped blades projecting from the axles were an archaic weapon of the distant past, perfected by Mithridates' ancestor, Cyrus the Great. An aficionado of chariot warfare as well as of racing, Mithridates was aware that these Persian terror machines hadn't dominated a battlefield since Alexander fought Darius III in the 4th century BC. Mithridates would have studied the battle at Gaugamela in 331 BC when Alexander defeated Darius. In that case, Alexander's troops had been well prepared for Darius's death machines. The Macedonians simply opened their lines to let the scythe chariots pass by and then attack them from the rear. Alexander's surprise tactic had essentially ended the era of chariot warfare. On this day in 89 BC, however, more than 200 years later, Mithridates was counting on his contemporaries having forgotten Alexander's evasive maneuver. The Mithridatic Wars begin, 89 BC. As Nicomedes' great army approached across the plain, Mithridates' general, Neoptolemus, sent his men out to seize a rocky hill. The battle began. Bithynian skirmishers swarmed the hill, and Neoptolemus quickly advanced with more men, yelling for Arcathius to bring up his cavalry. Arcathius's Armenian horsemen charged into Nicomedes' phalanx, a risky decision that could have resulted in heavy casualties. The move seems to mimic young Alexander's feat at Chaeronea. Was he attempting to replicate Alexander's coup, using cavalry as a shock weapon to charge head-on instead of harassing the enemy's flanks? The tactic worked. Arcathius's cavalry charge bought more time for Neoptolemus's phalanx to engage the startled enemy. As Arcathius chased the enemy cavalry off the field, bloody fighting erupted behind him. Would Nicomedes' superior numbers prevail? Neoptolemus's men were falling back. Archelaus rushed to his brother's rescue, leading a wedge of soldiers in from the right, forcing the Bithynians to turn and fight off the fresh troops. Cleverly, Archelaus yielded ground to them little by little, drawing the Bithynians away from his brother's men, giving them the chance to rally. Nicomedes' Bithynian phalanx was now bunched up, the men standing back to back, straining to defend themselves on two fronts of the brother general's assaults. Peering through the dust swirling over the fight, Craterus, Mithridates' chariot master, grinned. The beleaguered phalanx presented his ideal target. Receiving the gleeful signal from his commander-in-chief, Craterus unleashed his chariots. The drivers whipped their powerful horses into a full-speed gallop. Suddenly, 130 war chariots surged out and bore down like guided missiles on Nicomedes' men. The vicious blades, spinning at a velocity 3 times the speed of the wheels, churned through the densely packed enemy. The shock was overwhelming, the carnage terrible. At the time of this battle, the natural philosopher Lucretius was a boy in Italy. Lucretius later wrote a hair-raising description of a scythed chariot attack. His introductory phrase, "they say," suggests that this scene was based on the memories of survivors or witnesses. They say, the scythed chariots, ravenous for slaughter, sheared off limbs so suddenly that legs and arms fell writhing on the ground before a man even felt any pain. In the ardor of battle, one soldier continued to fight, not realizing that his left arm and shield had been carried off in the wheel. Meanwhile, his companion attempted to rise on one leg, while his other lay twitching its toes in a pool of blood. Nicomedes' soldiers, wrote Appian, were aghast to see their mangled comrades sliced in two and still breathing, hanging on the scythes. Overcome by the hideousness of the slaughter, the ranks scattered in confusion. Nicomedes narrowly escaped. He and his Roman entourage fled to Aquilius's camp on the border, the same direction taken by his cavalry. Abandoned by their king, some of Nicomedes' soldiers still fought valiantly, wading through the bodies of dismembered comrades, but they were soon surrounded and overcome. Half of Nicomedes' forces were dead. The survivors surrendered that night. Mithradates' jubilant army overran the abandoned camp and captured the entire train of supplies. The Pontic generals were delighted to discover that the terror-stricken Nicomedes had left behind his war chest filled with silver and gold, treasure drained, as they knew, from Anatolia. Thousands of prisoners were marched to Sinope. Mithradates came out to receive the prisoners. Glowing with victory, the king addressed them. One can imagine Mithradates boasting that a modest number of righteous soldiers fighting on the side of truth and light and led by superior Greek generals had overcome a much larger invading army. He could point out that most of his vast troops hadn't even engaged in the fight. The losers may have fought courageously, but they had been misled by the forces of darkness. Gesturing at the wagons of abandoned supplies he'd captured from Nicomedes, Mithradates made a surprising announcement. All the captives were free to go. His men divided up the supplies, handing out Nicomedes' provisions, food, clothing, and coins to each enemy soldier for his journey home. This benevolent act, and others like it, broadcast by word of mouth, gave Mithradates a reputation for clemency toward his enemies. Philanthropia, mercy toward captured foes, was a Greek ideal embraced by Hellenistic monarchs. Like them, Mithradates admired Alexander's reputation for being as gentle after victory as he is terrible in battle. Is this when Mithradates began referring to himself as Eupator, the good father? Many survivors of the disastrous Roman Bithynian invasion of Pontus were mercenaries and draftees from Galatia and Phrygia. With no incentive to return to Bithynia or help the losers, Nicomedes and Aquilius, they joined the Pontic army. Bithynia and Paphlagonia fell to Mithradates' control. News of his spectacular victory and his magnanimous freeing of prisoners of war spread over the land, convincing many cities to take up his cause, eager to welcome Mithradates as God and Savior. Ancient writers tell how the populace of many Anatolian cities dressed in white garments and flocked to greet Mithradates, requesting his help against the Romans and acclaiming him with divine titles. Meanwhile, in the Roman camps, Nicomedes had scurried away to Aquilius's encampment, where he had to explain to his masters how he lost so many men, all his supplies, and his war chest. Appian says that Aquilius and the Roman generals were horrified by the fiasco. Too late they realized that they had heedlessly kindled a great strife without good judgment. But even more alarming, they had lost a war they had begun without any public decree from the people of Rome. They were now nothing but rogue enemy combatants, trapped in hostile territory with no backing from the Senate. An exultant Mithradates rode out from Sinope on his finest horse with an advance guard of 100 Sarmatians. The party ascended Mount Scoraba in the Olgassi Mountains. From these lofty peaks, rising above dense pine forests, they could look down toward Aquilius's vulnerable camp. There were numerous native sanctuaries in these mountains. It's likely that Mithridates performed a sacred fire ceremony here to thank the gods Ahura Mazda, Mithra, and Zeus the warrior for his great victory. On the ascent of Mount Skoroba, Mithridates' 100 Sarmatians surprised 800 of Nicomedes' cavalrymen trying to reach Aquilius's camp. Even though they outnumbered their Sarmatian horsemen 8-1, the Bithynians fled in terror from the nomads. The Sarmatians captured most of them and brought them to Mithridates. The king gave these men supplies and released them. Like their compatriots, they too joined the Pontic cavalry. Down in Aquilius's camp, Nicomedes had a frightening premonition. In the middle of the night, he fled again to the camp of Cassius. Aquilius, in fear of Mithridates' rapid advance, ordered his 40,000 soldiers and 4,000 cavalry to retreat. He hoped to reach the stronghold of Protopacion, eastern Bithynia. But Mithridates' army, led by Neoptolemus and Nemenes, an Armenian commander sent by Tigranes, overtook him that same day. This battle went very badly for Aquilius. Nearly 10,000 of his men lay dead on the field. Neoptolemus captured Aquilius's camp and brought 300 prisoners to Mithridates. Following his well-established practice of philanthropia, he treated them kindly and set them free. The 300 joined the good fight. But Aquilius had escaped, taking plenty of money with him. He reached the banks of the Sangarius and crossed the dark, swirling river by night. Then he headed southwest toward Pergamon, where he had once been the administrator of Rome's Asian province. Meanwhile, Cassius and Nicomedes retreated southwest to a stronghold called the Lion's Head, near Nysa, on the Meander River, east of Tralles. These sophisticated, wealthy towns had supported Aristonicus's son citizens' revolt in 133 to 129 BC. But a pro-Roman citizen of Nysa, named Chaeremon, supplied Cassius's men with 60,000 bushels of grain at the Lion's Head. Archaeologists have discovered an inscription at Nysa from Cassius thanking Chaeremon for his support. Originally, Cassius had about 40,000 men, but most of them had peeled off to join Mithridates. Panicked by Mithridates' relentless approach, Cassius tried to levy raw recruits from the countryside. His centurions drafted a mob of farmers, shopkeepers, artisans, and rustics. These people were hostile to the Romans and sympathetic to Mithridates. Appian says that Cassius attempted to train these unwarlike men, but had to give up in frustration. Cassius moved farther east, to Apamea, a prosperous trading center. A long-established Jewish community, this town also sided with Mithridates. A severe earthquake struck Apamea just as Cassius arrived. Forced to flee again, Cassius now gave up any idea of fighting and simply hoped to reach Rhodes, the independent island allied with Rome. Mithridates and his army soon arrived in Apamea, hot on Cassius's trail. After viewing the earthquake damage, Mithridates donated 100 talents to repair the buildings. He was well aware that Alexander had once been very generous in repairing quake-damaged Apamea. Sweeping victories in Anatolia. As he took control of his new domains, Mithridates named governors to administer the territories. His administrative style was practical and flexible. Some lands, Colchis, the Bosporus, were designated vice-kingdoms. Others he considered vassal kingdoms, for example Cappadocia under his son Ariathes, and possibly even Armenia under Tigranes. Still other areas were administered by military leaders or governors. In a striking move, harking back to his Persian origins, Mithridates revived the ancient Persian title for his governors in Greater Phrygia. He called them satraps. With Mithridates closing in, the Roman sympathizers Chaeremon of Nysa had to run for his life. With his sons, Chaeremon fled to Tralles, making for Ephesus. They were joined by many other fugitives. Mithridates' victories were sweeping all before him. There was an exodus of inland Roman settlers moving toward the large coastal cities where they sought refuge among the larger Italian populations, hoping to escape to Italy or safe islands. The road to Tralles, winding across deep gorges and stinking yellow-orange streams, was lined with tombs. The fugitives passed through an ominous landscape of caves sacred to Pluto, god of the underworld. The caverns emitted clouds of sulphurous gases, deadly to birds and animals, avoided by all, except the strange eunuch priests of Cybele. Mithridates, arriving in Nysa, was enraged to find Cassius's monument in the city square, thanking Chaeremon for his aid. Spies informed Mithridates that the traitor had fled with streams of Romans and sympathizers toward the coast. Two remarkable inscriptions, urgent public proclamations from Mithridates to his satrap in Nysa, were discovered in the late 1800s. These ancient wanted dead or alive posters, disseminated throughout the land, contain crucial information about Mithridates' plans, his intelligence operations, political rhetoric, and administrative style, and his vengeful compulsion to destroy all Romans and their local supporters. The first letter reads, King Mithridates, to the satrap Leonippus, greeting. Whereas Chaeremon, a man most hateful and most hostile to our state, has always consorted with our most detested enemies, and now, learning of my approach, has removed his sons Pythodorus and Pythion to a place of safety, and has himself fled. Proclaim that if anyone captures Chaeremon or Pythodorus or Pythion alive, he will receive 40 talents, and if anyone brings me the head of any of these three, he will receive 20 talents. Mithridates soon received an update from his spies. Now he knew that Chaeremon had reached Ephesus and had sent his sons with Cassius on to Rhodes. The king dictated another public decree to his satrap. Chaeremon has arranged the escape of the fugitive Romans with his sons to Rhodes. Now, learning of my approach, he has taken refuge in the temple of Artemis in Ephesus. From there he continues to communicate with the Romans, the common enemy of mankind. His confidence, in the face of the crimes he has committed, could be the starting point of a movement against us. Consider how you may, by any means, bring Chaeremon to us, or how he may be arrested and imprisoned until I am free of the enemy. Clearly, Mithridates saw Chaeremon and other Roman collaborators in Anatolia as a threat as dangerous as the Romans themselves. They mustn't be allowed to survive and connive with Romans to create a resistance movement. The counterinsurgents had to be rooted out with the help of the Anatolian populace. Mithridates' phrase, Romans, the common enemy of mankind, stands out as a powerful play on words. According to the Romans' own widely known propaganda, Rome called itself the common benefactor or savior of mankind. Mithridates' clever rewording twists Rome's self-image into a parody that resonated with anti-Romans throughout the land. Mithridates' agents were also searching for Aquilius and Nicomedes. Nicomedes was hurrying toward Pergamon, hoping to catch up with Aquilius, but Aquilius was already heading for Rhodes, desperate to meet up with Cassius and escape to Rome. What about Oppius, the third Roman general in this unauthorized war? Oppius had camped in Cappadocia with 40,000 men, most of whom deserted after the defeat of Nicomedes. Oppius now made his way with the remnant to Laodicea on the Lycus River, and appealed to the prosperous city of Aphrodisias for reinforcements. In 1982, archaeologists found 2 inscriptions showing that Oppius received that aid. Meanwhile, Mithridates led his triumphant armies across Phrygia, demolishing Rome's hold on Provincia Asia. When Mithridates routed the Roman coalition, he received an exuberant welcome in Bithynia, Galatia, Cappadocia, and Phrygia. On the march, he confiscated great quantities of gold and silver, which had been amassed by former kings, and he took possession of a great deal of military equipment. The location of these treasures must have been surveyed during Mithridates' early reign. Directing his generals to secure southwestern Asia Minor, Mithridates himself led the advance through Phrygia, his ranks swelling with followers as town after town pledged allegiance to the Savior King. He was being hailed as a liberator in the very land where Aristonicus had based his son citizens' revolt. Ever mindful of auspicious events, Mithridates went out of his way to pitch his tent near the old inn once occupied by Alexander the Great, a place he'd visited on his fact-finding mission. That early reconnaissance was paying off 1,000-fold now. Because it was occupied by Oppius and his men, Laodicea on the Lycus, famed for black sheep, was the first place to resist Mithradates. Mithradates surrounded the town and sent a messenger. "Laodiceans," proclaimed the herald, "King Mithradates promises that none of you will be harmed if you turn over the Roman general Oppius." The Laodiceans allowed Oppius's soldiers to depart. Many joined Mithradates. Then, as a mocking crowd gathered, the Laodiceans prodded Oppius's lictors, or color guard, wearing red tunics and carrying his legion standards, out the city gate. And then Oppius himself. Oppius would spend the next few years as a kind of pet captive in Mithradates' retinue. The king never harmed Oppius, but enjoyed exhibiting the tame Roman general as his personal servant in each city he visited. New World Order. Aphrodisias joined Mithradates' cause. An inscription describes how the city had previously sent envoys to Rome to plead for relief from corrupt tax farmers before the Senate on behalf of all the Greek cities in Asia Minor. Some pockets of resistance still remained, especially in Lycia, allied with Rhodes. Patara, Telmessus, Apollonus, Termessus, Stratonicea, Magnesia on the Meander, and Thebe were still holding out. Mithradates sent troops to besiege them, commanded by Pelopidas, the ambassador who had confronted Aquilius and the Roman generals in their camp before the war. Other cities, Tralles, Pergamon, Adramiteion, Cornus, Cnidus, Mytilene, Miletus, Erythrae, Smyrna, Iassus, Ceramus, Magnesia near Sepilus, Aracanda, Ephesus, and the islands of Kos, Lesbos, Samos, and Chios, all willingly went over to Mithradates. Rhodes was the only hope now for Cassius and Aquilius. When the news of Mithridates' great victories reached the Roman fleet blocking the entrance to the Black Sea, the Greek sailors began shouting with joy. They took over the ships for Mithridates, who now controlled the entire Black Sea as well as the Aegean. Mithridates established his new headquarters in the magnificent palace of King Attalus III on the fortified Acropolis of Pergamon, former capital of Rome's Asian province. In the palace, anything that remained of Attalus's old botanical gardens and toxicological notes and specimens would have intrigued Mithridates and his medical team. The king bestowed the name of his childhood companion Dorilaus on a city in Phrygia, Dorilaon. Mithridates began minting beautiful silver tetradrachms with his portrait in Pergamon, and the city of Smyrna also stamped bronze coins with his likeness. Other cities, including Ephesus, Miletus, Tralles, and Erythrae, issued new gold staters to trumpet their independence from Rome. Hearing of his victory, the desperate Italian rebels, fighting for their lives in Italy, sent envoys to Mithridates. The leader of the Marsi, Silo, begged Mithridates to join forces. In response to the requests to send an army to Italy to help overthrow the Romans, Mithridates promised that he would lead his armies to Italy after he had brought Asia under his sway. Archaeologists have discovered special-issue gold and silver coins with images of Dionysus, the god of liberation, and Mithridatic devices commemorating the communications between Mithridates and the insurgents in Italy from this time. Mithridates' first acts as the savior of Anatolia were social reforms aimed at redressing complaints against the Romans and their supporters. In what the historian Luis Ballesteros Pastor calls the Mithridatic Revolution, Mithridates relieved public and private debts, cancelling loans owed to Roman and Italian creditors, winning support from the middle and lower classes. Mithridates also granted everyone exemptions from taxes for 5 years, which pleased the wealthy. These radical acts underline Mithridates' own great wealth, now enhanced by the treasuries he had recently confiscated. But one could also say that Mithridates' new order championed a hybrid sort of government, a benign Persian-influenced monarchy enlightened by Greek democratic traditions, offering a real alternative to Rome's oppressive administration of its provinces during the late Republic. The oligarchies controlled by the Roman consuls were broken up in Anatolia, and in the next year Mithradates would order his cities to grant broad citizenship and civic rights. Thinking ahead, Mithradates must have been contemplating his options for dealing with the large numbers of Roman residents that still remained in Anatolia. He couldn't risk the emergence of a Roman resistance movement abetted by local sympathizers like Chaeremon. If he could take over the Aegean and Greece, Rome would be forced to withdraw from the eastern Mediterranean. The Adriatic Sea would become the new boundary between east and west, between Mithradates' dominions and Rome's. If the fighting continued, mainland Greece was the traditional battlefield for struggles pitting eastern against western powers. Mithradates sent envoys to Athens to broadcast the good news and to let them know he planned to liberate Greece. It may have been at this time that Mithradates bestowed gifts of his magnificent armor to the cities of Nemea and Delphi in Greece. According to ancient writers, a sense of Mithradates' extraordinary size could be gauged from his helmets, breastplates, greaves, and weapons. The armor, which glittered with precious metals and gems, was impressively large, probably deliberately oversized. Mithradates may have admired the enormous armor of the mythic heroes of the Trojan War displayed at Troy, and he certainly knew the famous story of Alexander's psychological warfare tricks in India. Alexander ordered his blacksmiths to forge several pieces of huge armor and weapons, which he left along with gigantic horse equipment at his camp in order to frighten the Indian armies into submission. Historians, ancient and modern, have marveled at Mithradates' extraordinary success in the First Mithridatic War. In less than a year, he'd gone from a minor king of a rich little realm on the Black Sea to one of the most powerful rulers in the ancient world. In 89 BC, Mithradates gave a public speech recounting his spectacular victories, castigating the Romans, and exhorting his followers to continue the fight. Pelopidas, Xenocles, Metrodorus, the Roman hater, and other philosopher-statesmen probably helped prepare Mithridates' text. Dressed in his finest Persian robe and trousers, wearing rings of agate, thought to make one's speech convincing, Mithridates would have delivered this oration in the great theater of Pergamon. Outdoor amphitheaters were often used for political gatherings. Pergamons held 10,000 people. The speech has been preserved by ancient historians. Probably many different versions of this crucial oral presentation, essentially a policy statement and declaration of war, circulated orally and in writing among Mithridates' enemies as well as his followers. Mithridates, maestro of public relations, would certainly have distributed copies to his allies. In a departure from his usual brevity, the historian Justin stated, "I consider this speech worthy of including in entirety in my abridged version of Trogus' history, just as it was originally written." Justin sought out a full copy of the speech that he considered original and verbatim. Modern historians have pointed out what they see as exaggerations and distortions for propaganda and rhetorical effects, but these might also confirm that Justin's version reflects parts of Mithridates' actual speech. There are some obvious signs of later additions by hostile writers. For example, it seems unlikely that Mithridates would publicly brag that he had murdered Socrates the Good of Bithynia and his nephew King Ariathes of Cappadocia. Whether or not the version Justin published is the word-for-word speech delivered by Mithridates that day in Pergamon, it is an accurate summary of Mithridates' program, his foreign policy, and his rationale for war with Rome. It offers the best insights we can have into Mithridates' vision of himself as the inheritor and unifier of Greek and Persian cultures, the ideal alternative to Rome, and it explains his compelling appeal to so many diverse groups outside Rome. Declaration of War. Mithridates' speech is quite long. Here is the essential substance combining paraphrase with direct quotations from Justin's version. "It would have been desirable," began Mithridates, "to have had the opportunity to decide whether to be at war or at peace with the Romans. But even the weakest person must defend himself and retaliate when attacked. Now it is obvious the Romans were not simply hostile. They have begun a great war, and now they must pay the consequences. I am confident of victory. You know, as well as I do, that the Romans can be beaten. We have already defeated Aquilius and Nicomedes and driven the Romans out of Cappadocia. The Romans are not invincible. The Samnites of Italy have defeated Roman armies. King Pyrrhus of Epirus won 3 battles against them. Hannibal was victorious in Italy for more than 16 years, and it wasn't Roman military strength that defeated Hannibal in the end, but the bitter rivalries of his own people. The Romans have enemies everywhere. In Anatolia, the Romans have hammered deep hatred into our people by their corrupt government, rapacious tax collecting, and public auctions of our property. Ever since Rome was founded, the native Italians have carried on perpetual wars with Rome, fighting for independence. The Gauls, famed for their spirit and valor, invaded Italy and took over many Roman cities. The Romans are terrified of the Gauls and pay them ransom, but we can count the Gauls as our friends. Italy is being overrun by many thousands of these courageous peoples. Right now, the Teutones and Cimbri are assailing Rome like a whirlwind. Mithridates' intelligence sources were formidable. His spies and friends in Italy and the provinces kept him very well informed. In the next portion of the speech, he revealed what he had learned about Rome's struggles with Italian tribes and the impending civil war. At this very moment, all of Italy has risen up in war, following the lead of the Marsi and the Samnites. These peoples are demanding not just independence, but also a share in the government and the rights of citizenship. At the same time, Rome is also torn by internal strife among its leading men. This conflict is just as bloody as the war with the Italians, and much more dangerous for Rome's survival. Even if the Romans could pursue individual wars against each of these enemies, this collective assault will overwhelm them. How can they imagine they could have their hands free for a war with us? We must fight the Romans sooner or later. Let us seize this chance and swiftly build up our strength. The Romans have their hands full of trouble. Now is the time. Here, Mithridates set out his grievances against Rome. The Romans started a war against me when I was just a child, from the moment they took away Greater Phrygia, which they had granted to my father. This land already belonged to my great-grandfather Mithradates II, who received it as dowry when he married the sister of Seleucus II. Ordering me to leave Paphlagonia was another act of war. My father had inherited Paphlagonia peacefully. I complied with all these harsh Roman decrees. I relinquished Phrygia and Paphlagonia. I removed my son from Cappadocia, even though I had won it fairly, and the Cappadocians requested my friend Gordius as their king. I even killed Socrates the Good when the Senate wanted to take over Bithynia. But did any of this mollify the Romans? No, they became more oppressive every day. The Romans sent Nicomedes of Bithynia, the son of a vulgar dancing girl, to attack Pontus. When I tried to defend my kingdom, they made war on me. But I'm not the only victim of the Romans, continued Mithridates. The Romans hate the power and majesty of great kings of great lands. They cheated my grandfather, King Pharnaces I, who should have inherited Pergamon. They even mistreat their allies. After King Eumenes II of Pergamon helped the Romans crush King Antiochus the Great, the Gauls, and the Macedonians, the Romans declared Eumenes an enemy and destroyed his son Aristarchus. No one rendered the Romans greater service than the African king Massinissa of Numidia, who helped Rome defeat Hannibal. Yet they turned on his grandson, Jugurtha, and viciously paraded him as a slave in chains before throwing him in prison to die. Why do the Romans hate great and good kings? Is it because their own history is filled with a string of shameful kings, lowly Latin sheep-herders, Sabine soothsayers, exiles from Corinth, slaves from Etruria? These were the Roman royalty. The Romans are so proud of their founders, Romulus and Remus. By the Romans' own account, their founders were suckled at a she-wolf's teats. That explains why the entire Roman population has the temperament of wolves. Like wolves, the Romans have an insatiable thirst for blood and a ravenous hunger for power and riches. My pedigree is superior to that motley Roman rabble, boasted Mithradates. My family can be traced back on my father's side to Cyrus and Darius, the founders of the Persian Empire. On my mother's side, I am related to Alexander the Great and Seleucus Nicator, founders of the Macedonian Empire. Moreover, not one of the peoples in my new kingdom has ever fallen under foreign domination or been ruled by foreign kings. Even Alexander the Great never ruled Pontus, Cappadocia, Paphlagonia, Bithynia, or Armenia, not to mention Scythia. Before me, only two other kings, Darius and Philip, had ventured to even enter Scythia, much less subdue it. Any campaign beyond the Black Sea means extreme hardship and great risk. Not only are the nomads fierce and courageous, but they have no towns or property, and their land is protected by desert wastes and freezing mountains. Those great kings barely escaped alive from Scythia. When I went to Scythia, I was just a raw novice at war, yet now I draw most of my strength against the Romans from my allies in Scythia. Our war against the Romans on our own land is entirely different. Our climate is mild. No soil is more fertile than ours. No land has as many important cities. If we take courage and pursue this war, I promise you we'll spend more time celebrating than fighting, more time counting our riches than going on campaign. Think of the wealth of Phrygia, Lydia, Ionia. We don't even have to storm these lands. All we have to do is occupy them. I've already recovered all of Pontus, Cappadocia, Paphlagonia, and the Bosporus, my rightful dominions. I'm the only man in the world to have subdued fierce Colchis and Scythia. My soldiers and my enemies can testify to my fairness and generosity. All Asia has been awaiting me, declared Mithradates. Just imagine what a great army we can achieve if you follow me to glory. After arousing the fervor of his followers by word and deed, Mithradates, savior king of Asia, plunged into the thick of his lifelong struggle against Rome. The primary objectives now were to consolidate his power in southern Anatolia, demonstrate naval supremacy in the Aegean, expel the Romans from the east, and liberate Greece. If the Senate chose to send either Sulla or Marius to oppose him, he wanted to have the best advantage. It would be better to defeat the Romans later in Greece than to have to fight them in the lands he now occupied. So, with the Anatolian coast and the entrance to the Aegean in his control, Mithradates called on pirate fleets and other allied ships to join the Pontic Armada sailing out from the Black Sea to the Aegean to take Rhodes. That island was also the destination of Aquilius and Cassius. Loot and love. Mithradates continued to march across southern Anatolia, accompanied by a retinue of speechwriters, eunuchs, doctors, bodyguards, and troops. The citizens of Ephesus celebrated Mithridates' arrival by toppling statues erected by the Romans in their city. Mithridates sailed over to the island of Kos, where he was received with jubilation. The people of Kos turned over a vast hoard of money and treasures that had been placed in the temple of Asclepius for safekeeping by the Queen Regent of Egypt, Cleopatra III, wife of Ptolemy VIII, descendant of the best friend of Alexander the Great. One of the treasures was her grandson, the young son of the reigning ruler, Alexander, in Egypt. Malleable, royal heirs could come in handy. Mithridates took the boy into his court and raised him with his other sons. Cleopatra's treasure included splendid works of art, statuary, paintings, vases, faience, gems, jewelry, royal costumes, and coffers of gold and silver coins. This caravan of valuables was sent under heavy guard to Pontus. One very special item, stored in a cedar chest and carefully labeled, was the vintage cloak of faded purple that had adorned the shoulders of the great Alexander. Mithridates' possession of this priceless heirloom reassured the king and his followers that he was the true inheritor of Alexander's legacy, the one who could liberate Greece from the Roman yoke. Mithradates also carried away a large hoard of money, 800 talents from Kos. According to the Jewish historian Josephus, the money was intended for the temple in Jerusalem, deposited on Kos by Jews of Anatolia for safekeeping. Next, Mithradates took Stratonicia, where Macedonian and indigenous traditions mingled. The city had supported Aristonicus's revolt. It was in Stratonicia, according to Appian, or perhaps in Miletus, as Plutarch wrote, that a self-possessed young Macedonian woman caught Mithridates' eye. The daughter of Philopoemen, a prominent citizen, Monime was a beauty, much talked about among the Greeks. Plutarch recounted the fascinating story of her courtship. The fate of Mithridates' first wife, his sister Laodice, was common knowledge, and so was the king's resistance to making any woman his official queen after Laodice's treachery. Mithridates was strongly drawn to Monime. Thinking he would make her the jewel of his harem, he began negotiations with her father. But Monime herself rejected Mithridates' offer of 1,500 gold pieces. She held out for more. Monime demanded a marriage contract and insisted that Mithridates give her the royal diadem and title of queen. Mithridates found Monime irresistible. Raised among strong, willful women, and as a gambler extraordinaire, Mithridates was attracted to powerful personalities whose intelligence complemented his own. For the past dozen years, the king's only female companionship had been casual trysts in his harem. As Monime knew, victory is an aphrodisiac. Mithridates, reveling in his great good fortune and feeling expansive, agreed to her conditions. The royal scribes prepared the marriage contract, and the gold was turned over to Philopoemen. Mithridates appointed Monime's father as his overseer in Ephesus. After the king tied the purple and gold ribbon around the head of his new queen, the pair withdrew to the private rooms of the palace in Pergamon to become better acquainted. Meanwhile, in Rome. Alarming news reached Rome, telling of the unauthorized attack on Pontus by Nicomedes IV, instigated by Aquilius. The senators heard messengers recount details of the ignominious defeat, the flight of the 3 Roman generals, followed by Mithridates' triumphant sweep through the province of Asia. The loss of Roman honor and possessions demanded a quick and decisive response. The Senate declared war, after the fact, on King Mithridates VI Eupator. The 2 rival consuls, Marius and Sulla, cast lots to see who would win the command of this long-expected Mithridatic war. The gods didn't favor Marius. It was Sulla who won the coveted generalship. But the city of Rome was torn by civil strife and murder, and almost all Italy was in open rebellion. Rome's available troops were already fighting on many fronts. How could the Senate spare legions to send across the Mediterranean? Sulla was too embroiled in the civil war against Marius and his allies to depart for Asia. Mithridates' excellent intelligence sources had again given him impeccable timing. Rome's delayed military response would allow him time to build more ships and naval siege engines to attack Rhodes while Mithridates' armies marched to liberate Greece. The crisis atmosphere in Rome was compounded by a hard economic reality. There was no money to finance Sulla's legions. The senators voted to take an unheard-of emergency measure. So limited were their means at the time, and so unlimited were their ambitions, wrote Justin, that the Senate seized the ancient treasures of Rome's legendary King Numa, the successor of the founder Romulus. King Numa had set aside his special treasure 600 years earlier, with instructions that it was to be used only for holy sacrifices to the gods. While Mithridates was in his counting house happily counting out his gold, the Senate's agents were desperately selling Rome's most sacred treasure to the highest bidders. Appian commented that the market price of Numa's legacy came to only 9,000 pounds of gold. This was all Rome had to spend on so great a war. Rhodes, meanwhile, was Mithridates' immediate target. the island prepared for war, calling on Telmessus and its other allies in Lycia for aid. Aquilius captured. Aquilius had managed to reach the coast across from Lesbos. Oppius, he had heard, was Mithridates' sorry captive. Nicomedes IV was sailing to Rome. Cassius's whereabouts were unknown. Aquilius commandeered a boat to take him to Mytilene on Lesbos. There he hoped to arrange passage back to Italy. According to the historian Diodorus, Aquilius found refuge with a local doctor. But the citizens of Mytilene sided with Mithridates. They sent a posse of their most valiant young men to the house where Aquilius was staying. They seized Aquilius, put him in fetters, and rode him back to the mainland, where they turned him over to Mithridates' men. The soldiers set the prize prisoner on a donkey and paraded him before jeering crowds. All along the road to Pergamon, the soldiers forced the captive to repeat his name, Manius Aquilius, and confess his crimes against the people of Anatolia. All recognized the man's name on the way to Pergamon. Fearful Romans in the area kept a low profile and stayed home. Everyone else spit on the memory of the captive's notorious father, the elder Manius Aquilius, former Roman governor of Pergamon, erstwhile capital of Rome's Asian province. Deeply hated for crushing taxes, he had hatched schemes so egregious that he had been prosecuted for extortion yet acquitted. All remembered how Aquilius Sr. had poisoned innocent men, women, and children trapped in the cities that supported the Sun Citizens' Rebellion. Exploitation by tax profiteers like Aquilius and his son had kept resentment boiling in Anatolia, which the Romans viewed as an El Dorado overflowing with gold and natural resources, theirs for the plundering. When Mithridates was a youth in exile, the elder Aquilius had interfered in his mother's realm of Pontus, draining its treasury with high-interest loans. Officially, provincial tax rates were supposed to be set in Rome, but the office of tax collector was sold to the highest bidder, who then squeezed as much as he could for personal profit, while the Roman courts of justice turned a blind eye. Aquilius the Younger had headed the provincial commission in Asia, and, like his father, he was guilty of levying corrupt taxes and bribery. And now, as everyone knew, Aquilius's arrogant son had blackmailed and ordered the king of Bithynia, Nicomedes IV, to invade Pontus out of pure greed. Jubilation and revenge inflamed the Greeks and Anatolians, who turned out to castigate the shackled Roman on his humble mount. As humiliating as the procession was, Aquilius dreaded his meeting with King Mithridates more. The tables were turned, the Romans were on the run, and Mithridates ruled Asia. The man on the donkey could not imagine what awaited him in Pergamon. Chapter 8. Terror. In the palace at Pergamon, Mithridates was enjoying 2 honeymoons, one political and the other personal. Between romantic interludes with his new love, Monime, the king revelled in his victories and devised a public punishment for Aquilius. The Roman deserved to die for invading Pontus and preying on Anatolia. The king's herald summoned the populace to the theatre of Dionysus, perched on a steep hillside of the Acropolis, where Mithridates had recently delivered his speech declaring war on Rome. The crowd watches as a super-hot bonfire is stoked in the center of the theatre. Next, a giant figure well known in Pergamon, a freakishly tall soldier called Bastarna, from the Bastarni of Carpathia, appears riding a huge horse at a stately pace, around the fire dragging a long chain. At the end of the chain stumbles Aquilius. Suspense builds, and a dramatic recitation of the prisoner's crimes incites the audience. Next, with exaggerated ceremony, heaps of gold coins from Mithridates' treasury are trundled out. The glittering coins ring out as men laboriously tip them into a large stone crucible suspended over the fire. Within a few minutes, the coins are melted down. A glimmer of what is in store begins to dawn on the crowd and Aquilius. Then his captors force his jaws open and pour the molten gold down the greedy Roman's throat, a diabolical last meal for a glutton for gold. In its shocking visual impact, the dramatically staged execution of Achilles recalls Mithridates' public stabbing of his nephew Ariathes in full view of the opposing armies in Cappadocia. A generation later, in 53 BC, the king of Parthia copied Mithridates and poured gold down the throat of another rich Roman invader, loathed for his greed, M. Licinius Crassus. The raw symbolism of death by molten gold catapulted this atrocity into a byword for cruel, if poetically just, revenge in the Middle Ages and beyond. The image of angry, colonized people forcing the imperialist to have his fill of gold was still deeply seared into the popular consciousness some 1,500 years later. European historians and artists appropriated the same scene to imagine how Moctezuma, the last king of the Aztecs, punished the Spanish conquistadors' insatiable lust for the yellow metal. In 88 BC, however, Mithridates' vicious execution of one detested Roman was soon overshadowed by an even more horrific event, the cold-blooded massacre of tens of thousands of Italian-speaking residents in Provincia, Asia. Death to the Romans. After Mithridates shattered the Roman coalition armies and began his sweep down through central Anatolia, Romans and their sympathizers fled before him to the coast. Among them were Chirimon of Nysa and his family, and the Roman general Cassius. Mithridates' decrees offering rewards for Chirimon cast new light on the situation in the Roman province not fully explained in the ancient texts. The inscriptions tell us that Italian refugees bringing their households and slaves were flowing into Ephesus, Adramyttion, Caunus, and other major cities near the coast. So, in the months before the massacre of 88, great numbers of Romans and Italians were already camping out in temple sanctuaries for safety. Soldiers from the defeated Roman legions also joined this stream of refugees. This means that the Latin-speaking populations of these cities soared in the months before the order to kill them was actually carried out. By converging in a few major cities, the desperate fugitives became even more vulnerable. This mass exodus helps account for the terrible success of Mithridates' order, which effectively wiped out the Roman presence in Asia Minor. The adventures of one Roman who survived are hinted at in the ancient sources. It was rumored in Rome that the former provincial officer Rutilius Rufus had escaped death during the massacre because he disguised himself in Greek clothes. Some Italians did avoid the fate of their countrymen by wearing distinctive Greek clothing, but it's more likely that Rutilius Rufus was spared because he was so respected in Anatolia for trying to protect the province from ruthless tax collectors. It was well known that the Roman Senate had punished Rutilius for his leniency, convicting him on trumped-up charges. In 92 BC, he had settled in Smyrna, north of Ephesus, where he was welcomed by the populace with honors and flowers. It seems that friends in Smyrna warned Rutilius about the massacre, and arranged for his safe passage to Mytilene, Lesbos, the same island where Achilles was captured. Italian scholar Attilio Mastrocinque recently suggested that Rutilius may have played a role in turning Achilles over to Mithridates. The ancient historian Theophanes of Mytilene had even spread a story implicating Rutilius in the planning of the massacre of 88 BC. In any event, we know that Rutilius survived to write an influential memoir about the Mithridatic Wars. Sadly, Rutilius's Memoriae no longer exists, like so much of the literature of the ancient world. Appian reported that a few Italian refugees gathered on Rhodes. Among them were Cassius, Achilles' co-commander in the fiasco, and the sons of Chirimon of Nysa. His sons survived, but Chirimon remained in Ephesus and was believed to have died with the other Romans inside the temple. The stories of why Rutilius lived and why Chirimon chose to stay behind are just two of the thousands of personal tales of heroism and cowardice, survival and slaughter, now lost to history. The awful events that day in Ephesus, Pergamon, Adramyttion, Caunus, Tralles, and other cities were recounted in Chapter 1. Other pro-Mithridatic cities where massacres occurred include Nysa, Apamea, Cnidus, Miletus, Smyrna, Erythrae, and the Aegean islands of Kos, Lesbos, and Chios. We know they were regarded as complicit because these places were singled out for severe punishment by Sulla, the Roman general who came to avenge the massacre. The massacre raises a host of questions. How was it coordinated? When exactly did it occur? Where was Mithradates? How could he be so certain that so many people would carry out the command? We've already seen how deep resentment arose over harsh Roman occupation, taxation, and slavery in the Greek world and Anatolia. Mithridates' victories had the hated Romans on the run. But the savagery of the attacks in 88 BC tells us that Italian settlers were loathed to an extraordinary degree by all classes of society. The reasons are multi-layered. The Roman historian J.P.V. de Bolston documented Rome's good and bad press gleaned from ancient authors. Many observers admired traditional Roman culture and battle prowess, courage, and virtue, but Bolston notes that Romans of this era were also widely disliked for their insensitivity and offensiveness abroad. Marcus Cornelius Fronto, a prominent Libyan-Italian orator, wrote that the Romans lack warmth. They are a cold people. Diodorus of Sicily, a Greek historian who wrote just after the Mithridatic Wars, remarked that, in days of old, the Romans adhered to the best laws and customs, and over time they acquired the greatest and most splendid empire known to history. But the ancient practices gave way to pernicious tendencies. Relations between Roman officials and the colonies tended to be poisoned by mutual suspicion and power imbalance, even among local elites. Arrogance and superiority led to a stereotype of the ugly Roman businessman aggressively seeking profit and power, bankrupting and enslaving local families. Typical Roman views of the indigenous people of the Near East were stereotyped too. Romans considered Anatolians stupid and inferior, natural slaves. The physical attributes of enslaved populations were crassly compared. For example, Romans claimed that Syrians, Jews, and Greeks of Asia Minor were naturally submissive. They purchased Bithynians and Syrians for bearing litters because of their height. Gauls were said to be better than Spaniards for tending herds, and so on. Romans tossed off insulting proverbs and odious ethnic slurs such as Carians are only useful for testing poisons and all Phrygians improve with beating. Mithridates' personal and political motives for the massacre were even more complex. It's interesting to speculate whether he knew of the similar massacre of Romans in Numidia during the Jugurthan War. In Vega, during a festival, ordinary folk and nobles together had carried out the premeditated slaughter of Roman soldiers and their families garrisoned in the town. Marius, a veteran of the Jugurthan War, may have described this massacre to Mithridates at their meeting, but Mithridates could have heard it from any number of other sources. Did the slaughter at Vega and similar reprisals against Roman immigrants and traders during Jugurtha's War serve as a model for the massacre of 88 BC? If so, did Mithridates anticipate a harsh Roman response to his own plan? After Vega, the avenging Roman general Metellus ordered his soldiers to chop all the inhabitants into little pieces. Mithridates had to know that Rome would seek revenge for his order, but he must have believed that troubles at home in Italy would prevent a quick response. He may also have anticipated the devastating financial collapse that the Roman losses in Asia precipitated. He thought he had time to secure Greece and take Rhodes so that war with Rome could be fought far from his Pontic homeland and would be confined to crushing Sulla's legions on Greek soil. The ruthlessness and scale of the massacre, among other dark incidents, raises questions about Mithridates' psychology, for moderns anyway. Notably, no ancient writers thought him mad. Danish scholar Tønnes Becker Nielsen recently considered whether Mithridates possessed a borderline or psychotic personality disorder based on a checklist of modern psychiatric characteristics. Some traits exhibited by Mithridates, a grandiose sense of self-worth, a charismatic, manipulative personality, theatricality, impulsive and callous behavior, criminal versatility, appear to match the patterns of some psychopaths. Other traits, however, such as promiscuous sexual behavior, paranoia, and seeking opportunities to exert power, even political murders, were normal in the cutthroat world of Hellenistic kings. Some psychopathological traits do not apply, since Mithradates reportedly experienced deep emotions, including love, anxiety, remorse, and depression. He took responsibility for his own actions, maintained long-term relationships, and planned long-term goals. The recently created category, successful psychopath, might best describe Mithradates. One who exhibits ruthless, exploitative, grandiose behavior, but whose mitigating social traits and intelligence allow that person to achieve success and acclaim. Today, such people succeed in politics, law, medicine, and sports, areas that Mithradates also excelled in. According to Memnon, Mithradates killed 80,000 Romans scattered throughout the cities of Anatolia because he received word that they were hindering his designs. Rosemary Sheldon, a historian of ancient espionage, suggests that Mithradates may have learned that the Roman community was forwarding intelligence to Rome to sabotage his plans. Memnon's claim and Mithridates' drastic order suggest that a resistance or saboteur movement had already arisen, led by Romans and their supporters. This notion is also supported by Mithridates' wanted posters for Carimon. Mithridates may have ordered the massacre to show solidarity with the Italian rebels in response to their requests for aid in defeating the Romans. Some have suggested that besides removing opponents and potential troublemakers, confiscations of Roman property brought much wealth to Mithridates. Certainly, the resulting collapse of credit in Rome, which had been based on exorbitant taxation and profits in Asia, was a boon to Mithridates. The satraps of the murderous cities promised to divide the confiscated Roman property with Mithridates, but it seems safe to say that money was not his main object. He was already richer than the legendary kings Midas and Croesus combined. When Mithridates later accused Chios of not sharing the confiscated property with him, it was a matter of punishing traitors rather than a concern for lost profit. Mithridates' plans were subtle and carefully laid. In previous chapters, we heard how Mithridates employed oblique control, alliances, bribery, assassinations, military maneuvers, rhetoric, propaganda, and cunning diplomacy in the first 2 decades of his reign to persuade the Romans that they should withdraw from Anatolia and Greece. Now it was outright war. It would seem that 2 pressing motives led Mithridates to order the elimination of the Roman people remaining in Anatolia. Although his victories sent many Romans, including thousands of legionaries, into flight, many remained, especially in the cosmopolitan ports. These cities were notorious for switching sides. As commercial centers, they depended on business. Mithridates knew they couldn't be trusted to remain loyal should the war with Rome begin to go badly. He couldn't afford to allow a resistance movement to coalesce around resident Romans and their sympathizers in the lands he now occupied, while he was engaged in Greece and Rhodes. Second, the killing ensured and publicized the widespread, credible commitment to his cause. All the cities and territories whose diverse but well-integrated citizenry, Greeks, Jews, and Anatolians, had agreed to murder Romans, were now irrevocably bound to Mithridates. Another benefit of the ethnic cleansing included freeing numerous slaves and debtors who would join his forces, bolstering the king's reputation for generosity toward non-Romans, rich and poor alike. Mithridates may have issued the order from Ephesus, but his location on the day itself is unknown. Scholars of ancient intelligence wonder how the clandestine order was delivered, orally, in writing, in code. Numerous ancient accounts describe top-secret missives inscribed on wax tablets or hidden in the soles of sandals, inside dead rabbits, under horse blankets, braided into women's hair or horses' tails, or even tattooed on the shaved scalps of messengers. Mithridates' intelligence coup is still a great puzzle, remarks Sheldon. We do not know to this day how Mithridates coordinated this feat, how he communicated with his agents, or how he kept such a deadly plan secret for a month, especially in places like Tralles, where the order was discussed in the assembly. The year 88 BC was crammed with gripping events. It's impossible to determine the exact sequence of the execution of Aquilius, the massacre of Romans, the battle for Rhodes, and the Greek campaign. But one thing is certain. The massacre plot was set in motion at least 30 days in advance, allowing Mithridates to concentrate on his 2-pronged operation, the all-important liberation of Greece and the conquest of Rhodes. Athenion, Mithridates' envoy in Athens. Greeks in Anatolia, the Aegean Islands, and mainland Greece saw Mithridates Eupator as a heroic freedom fighter who could restore democracy to democracy's homeland. In the months before the massacre, the citizens of Athens voted to send the philosopher Athenion to Pergamon for an audience with Mithridates, requesting him to free Greece from Rome's grasp. It was traditional for philosophers to act as ambassadors, but this must have happened over the objections of Romans in Athens, or perhaps in secret. Mithridates warmly welcomed Athenion and presented him with typically sumptuous gifts, a gold and agate ring carved with the king's likeness, and a fine purple robe. The men became good friends. Athenion wrote many letters home, assuring the Athenians that Mithridates would restore their democratic constitution and cultural life, promising peace and great benefits, including relief from debts. Athenian's story is recounted in a negative light by the supercilious imperial-era author Athenaeus, who lived in Egypt in the late 2nd century A.D. In his Learned Banquet, a miscellany of Roman gossip and popular culture, Athenaeus wrote that, after all Asia had revolted to join the king, the philosopher Athenion sailed back to Athens. All Athens, men, women, and children, citizens and foreigners, turned out in the park-like setting of the Kerameikos, the cemetery along the Sacred Way, to welcome Athenion as he entered the great Dippolon Gate. Athenaeus's description, written 200 years later during the height of the Roman Empire, is filled with sarcasm directed at all those who had once placed their hope in Mithridates' revolution. But Athenaeus' sources did have access to contemporary, possibly eyewitness reports of Athenian's return. Keeping in mind that Athenaeus certainly twisted the story for the amusement of his smug, elite imperial audience, we must read between the lines to imagine the emotions of the Roman Athenians of Mithridates' day. Athenaeus berates Athenion as a preposterous freak of fortune, a demagogue who traded his ragged philosopher's cloak for a purple robe to be conducted with obnoxious pomp into Athens in a silver-footed litter. Athenaeus portrays the Athenians as credulous fools to hope that Mithridates could bring them a glorious future. He ridicules the adoring crowds who gathered outside the philosopher's new mansion, adorned with costly couches, paintings, statues, and displays of silver plate. Athenaeus depicts the procession by litter, the rich garments, and the flashy gold ring as signs of Athenian's arrogance, hypocrisy, and greed. Obviously, however, all these things had been traditional gifts from King Mithridates, intended to show the Athenians that Athenion was his true envoy. The Kerameikos and the Sacred Way were filled with throngs of excited citizens converging on the Agora, the public square where Athenion was to speak. Along the way, speeches, sacrifices, and libations were offered in his honor. In the Agora, Athenion climbed onto a large wooden platform in front of the portico of Attalus, the grand covered marketplace. On the stage, where the Roman generals who controlled Greece held tribunals, Athenion delivered his dramatic message from King Mithridates to the assembled people of Athens. Athenion began with a self-effacing comment, traditional in democratic Greek oratory. O Athenians, the state of affairs of my country compels me to tell you what I know, but the situation and the magnitude of the news to be discussed overwhelm me. At this, a great cheer went up from the audience, urging him to continue. I tell you then of things which could never have been hoped for, nor imagined in a dream. King Mithridates is now master of Bithynia and of Cappadocia, and he is master of all Asia, as far as Pamphylia and Cilicia. The kings of the Armenians and Persians are his guards. He is lord of all nations around the Black Sea and Pontus. Mithridates' dominions now encompass a vast territory. The Roman commander Oppius has surrendered, and is in the king's retinue as a prisoner. Manius Aquilius, the consul, who once celebrated a triumph in Rome for his victory over Sicilian slaves, is now dragged around behind a horse ridden by the giant ogre Bastarna. The Romans, living in Asia, are bowing down before the gods. Others are donning Greek clothing, and many recent Roman citizens are reverting to their original nationalities. Every city in Asia is honoring Mithradates with divine honors and calling him a god. Oracles everywhere promise him dominion over the whole world. He is sending armies to Thrace and Macedonia, and even Europe is coming over to his side. Not only are the Italian rebels sending ambassadors to Mithradates, but the Carthaginians too, all begging to ally with him for the destruction of the Romans. Here Athenion paused and wiped his face, giving the multitude time to absorb and exclaim over this news. Athenians, we must not bear this state of anarchy any longer, imposed by the Roman Senate while it controls our government. The Romans have closed our temples and let our schools fall to dust. Our theaters are off limits, and our courts of justice and schools of philosophy are silenced. They have even taken the Nix, our sacred place of assembly, away from the people. After this rousing speech, the crowd rushed to the theater of Dionysus and voted to elect Athenion general of the citizen army. Athenion accepted the generalship, a one-year post. Now, Athenians, he declared, you yourselves are your own generals, and I am commander-in-chief. If each of you exert everything in your power to cooperate, I shall be able to do as much as all of you put together. 9 archons, high officials, were selected following ancient democratic practice. Archaeologists have discovered an inscription with their names, showing that the men were all from prominent Athenian families. Athenaeus, like other Roman-era writers, characterized the philosopher as a dictator seizing power. Athenion thus appointed himself tyrant. Yet, as Athenaeus himself describes, Athenion was democratically elected by the majority of citizens in Athens according to the traditional process set out in the ancient Athenian constitution. Other contradictions in Athenaeus's account reveal his anti-democratic biases and his resort to stock insults. For example, he calls Athenions' mother a lowly Egyptian slave, and accuses him of growing fabulously wealthy as a philosophy teacher, even while he reviles him as impoverished. The historian Strabo, writing in the generation after the Mithridatic Wars, also asserted that Mithridates placed tyrants in Athens who violently oppressed the city. In fact, as modern historians agree, these leaders were elected by majority vote, by an electorate that included all classes. The restoration of democracy in Athens gave Athenion a mandate in a city previously controlled by Roman conquerors and elite sympathizers among the citizenry. Athenaeus's report of what happened next in Athens is elaborately detailed, portrayed as a reign of terror by the democratic majority. The events he describes were probably based on the experiences of Romans and pro-Roman Greek aristocrats who escaped prosecution and death after Athenions' election. Athenion placed guards at the city's gates, but many Romans and their sympathizers fled over the walls by night. Athenion sent out soldiers in pursuit, killing some and imprisoning others. Citizen assemblies and people's courts were convened. Athenians who collaborated with Romans were tried for treason. The convicted were beaten or executed, their property confiscated. Later that year, because of disruptions in trade, food and supplies became scarce in the city. Athenion had to order strict rations on barley and wheat. In Athenaeus's snide words, the ignorant Athenians were forced to subsist on grain that was barely enough to keep a chicken alive. Had Mithridates informed Athenion of his secret plans to wipe out Romans in Anatolia? Did Athenion order similar actions in Athens? The violence against Romans and their supporters in Athens after Athenions' election does parallel what was occurring in the cities of Anatolia in 88 BC. Mithridates appealed to both rich and poor, but any opposition that arose always came from aristocratic quarters. As in Athens, Roman collaborators among Anatolian oligarchic families lost their lives. For example, in Adramyttion, one of the towns where Romans were massacred, the local philosopher-statesman Diodorus, a partisan of Mithridates, was elected general. Diodorus had some members of the city council killed. Undoubtedly these were aristocratic supporters of Rome. The restored democracy in Athens, with Athenion and his successor Aristion elected on anti-Roman platforms, prepared the way for the coordinated arrival of Mithridates' liberation forces in Greece. A host of barbarian allies, led by his son Arcathius, marched out from Pontus across Bithynia and Thrace to northern Greece. At the same time, a large Pontic fleet and army, commanded by Mitrophanes, occupied Euboea and Thessaly. Meanwhile, Archelaus's troops took Delos by force. The sacred island served as the treasure house of the Aegean, controlled by Rome. Traditionally allied with Athens, the Greek residents of Delos had welcomed Mithradates early in his reign, and honored him with the monument decorated with statues of the king and a dozen of his friends. But now, Delos was pledged to aid Rome. After the massacre in 88 BC, the Italian residents, who dominated the island, took up hammers and smashed the fine marble portraits in the Mithradates monument on Delos, obliterating the faces of Mithradates and his friends. All the while, Mithradates' shipbuilders had been expanding his navy for the attack on Rhodes, still loyal to Rome. Now, bidding farewell to Queen Monime, Mithradates boarded his flagship as supreme naval commander of the fleet bound for Rhodes. The Rhodians hurried to strengthen their walls and harbors and erect engines of war everywhere, recruiting reinforcements from the mainland. The Battle for Rhodes. Rhodes, as Mithradates was well aware, had defended itself forcefully against Demetrius Poliorcetes, besieger of cities, back in 305 to 304 BC. That grueling siege went down in history as one of the greatest battles in antiquity. Demetrius's engineers had erected the tallest, most powerful, mechanized siege tower ever built. The city-taker was 130 feet high. It weighed 160 tons and was equipped with 16 heavy catapults. It required relays of more than 3,000 men to activate it. Iron plates fireproofed the wooden tower, and curtains of soaking wet wool and seaweed protected the windows from the Rhodians' fusillades of fiery arrows and flaming oil grenades. Demetrius had also deployed a 180-foot-long battering ram, manned by 1,000 soldiers, and he constructed huge drills for boring through walls. Despite all this technology, however, Rhodes had repelled the invader after a year of fierce fighting. Both sides won everlasting fame. Demetrius's glorious failure was materialized for all to see. The Rhodians melted the metal from his abandoned siege equipment to create the massive Colossus of Rhodes. Mithridates intended to outdo Demetrius. Planning his attack by sea and land, Mithridates' engineers constructed a sambuca, an immense tower mounted on 2 ships. It had a movable wicker bridge for scaling city walls from the sea. Meanwhile, Mithridates' land forces massed at Caunus. From there, they would sail to join the Pontic navy at Rhodes. Appian and other historians described the battle for Rhodes. As Mithridates' grand navy, decked out with magnificent carved figureheads and fancy equipment, hove into view, the people of Rhodes took drastic, scorched-earth measures, destroying and burning the outskirts of the city to deny Mithridates shelter and food. The Rhodian navy, commanded by the experienced and bold Greek admiral Demagoras, advanced, ready to attack the Pontic ships head-on. Mithridates, sailing ahead in his quinquereme, the largest warship of the day, saw that he greatly outnumbered the Rhodians and ordered his vessels to encircle the enemy. But Demagoras quickly withdrew within Rhodes' walled harbor, and the Rhodians prepared to fight from their city walls. Mithridates camped in the burned-over suburbs outside the city, while his ships continually probed the harbor. But the Rhodians maintained their defensive advantage. Demagoras sent a bireme, a small fast ship with 2 decks of rowers, to engage one of Mithridates' merchant vessels. Mithridates sent a multitude of warships into the fray, fighting with zeal, but his sailors were inexperienced and undisciplined compared to the expert Rhodians. Demagoras skillfully rammed Mithridates' vessels. The Rhodians came away with a great many costly figureheads and rich spoils, as well as a Pontic trireme and crew. The next day, Demagoras took 6 swift ships out to search for a lost ship. Mithridates' royal quinquereme and 25 of his fastest ships set off in pursuit. Demagoras cleverly evaded Mithridates all day, drawing him far out to sea. At sunset, as Demagoras expected, Mithridates ordered his ships to turn back. At that point, Demagoras plowed into them, ramming the enemy ships in the dark. During the confusion, while Mithridates was yelling orders at his sailors, one of his allied triremes from Chios rammed hard into Mithridates' own ship. The king's quinquereme somehow survived the jarring impact. In the thick of battle, Mithridates continued fighting, but the Magrus sank 2 Pontic ships and drove 2 others all the way to the Lycian coast. Rattled by the surprising successes of the outnumbered Rhodians, Mithridates brooded suspiciously on the collision with the Chian ship during the night battle. Was it deliberate? He had the Chian pilot and the lookout sailor flogged. From that day on, says Appian, Mithridates conceived a hatred for all Chians. Someday he would find a way to get even. Ominous prodigies began to undermine Mithridates' morale. In the burned-over countryside where Mithridates was camped, a gang of crows suddenly attacked a vulture. Then, that night, a huge star, a meteorite, fell on the very spot where the vulture had been pecked to death. The king's magi and soothsayers muttered grimly. The campaign for Rhodes wasn't going well. Where were his land forces? Mithridates' troops were supposed to board merchant vessels and triremes in Caunus and join him. In fact, they had set sail, but a massive storm drove the battered fleet toward Rhodes in no condition to fight. The Magrus' navy sailed out and fell upon the ships while they were still scattered and suffering the effects of the tempest. The Magrus captured some ships, rammed and sank others, and burned still more. The Rhodians took 400 prisoners that day. Some Rhodian deserters appeared in camp requesting a meeting with Mithridates. Perhaps things were looking up. The men led the king to the highest mountain on the island, a 2-hour climb up to the walled temple of Zeus. Here, Mithridates decided to station some soldiers, with instructions to create a fire signal later that night. Then he sent half of his army under cover onto his ships, directing the other half to sneak into positions with scaling ladders. At the fire signal from the mountain, all would attack Rhodes by land and sea simultaneously. But some Rhodian sentries posted on another hill detected the sneaky movements and lit a fire. Mithridates' army and the naval contingent, thinking this was the fire signal from Zeus's temple, were tricked into attacking too early. The Rhodians rushed to their walls and beat off Mithridates' men. Somehow, it seemed that the Rhodians had been prepared for his surprise attack. Had those deserters been double agents? It was time to bring up the Sambuca, the enormous contraption astride 2 ships drew up alongside the outer seawall of the temple of Isis, great mother goddess of Asia. The back wall of her temple formed part of the harbor fortifications. Mithridates' men labored to operate the pulleys of the Sambuca to raise the bridge to the top of the wall so that the soldiers massed in small ships below with ladders could swarm into the city. The Rhodians were struck with fear at the sight of the colossal siege machine. Its approach must have aroused anxiety for Cassius and a little group of Roman refugees inside the walls, too. Mithridates' troops began to clamber up the Sambuca. Suddenly, a great cheer went up among the Rhodians. Mithridates' grand structure was collapsing under the weight of all the men. And just at that moment, a glowing apparition of the goddess Isis appeared atop her temple. The goddess hurled a great fireball down onto the Sambuca and the men clinging to it. The huge contraption fell burning into the sea. The Rhodians had long been masters of firepower. During the fight against Demetrius in 305 BC, the entire night sky was lit up by spectacular fire missiles, dipped in burning pitch and sulfur. Demetrius had been stunned. Rhodians fired more than 800 flaming projectiles in a single night. Now Mithridates was beginning to appreciate Demetrius's decision to sue for peace with Rhodes. Was the vision of the goddess throwing masses of fire an illusion caused by a burst of awesome Rhodian incendiary power? Another meteor? A case of freak lightning? It didn't matter. For Mithridates' dispirited army, Isis's anger was a very bad omen. Mithridates despaired of taking Rhodes. Undefeated, but displeased, he sailed away to the coast of Lycia, leaving the charred remains of his Sambuca floating in the sea below the temple walls. Demagoras, itching to finish off Mithridates, would have another chance, but that duel lay years ahead. The Furies. On the coast of Lycia, Mithradates and his general Pelopidas decided to lay siege to Patara, an ally of Rhodes and Rome. Nearby, the Temple of Apollo boasted an oracle nearly as famous as Delphi. If Mithradates consulted this oracle, he and his soothsayers observed a school of sacred fish summoned by a flute as Apollo's priests scattered bits of meat on the water. If the fish devoured the scraps, all was well. If they flipped the offering away with their tails, things looked bad. Given the trajectory of Mithridatic omens in this campaign, the fish probably turned tail. Lycia was also the center of worship of the Anatolian and Greek mother goddesses Enai, Cybele, and Leto, the mother of Apollo and Artemis. Leto's sanctuary has been uncovered by archaeologists in the lush Xanthus Valley near Patara's shore. Mithridates ordered his men to cut down the old trees along the beautiful white sand beach. He knew this grove was sacred to Leto, but he desperately needed wood to rebuild his siege machines. That night, however, the king tossed and turned in his tent. The goddess Leto appeared in a dream and warned Mithridates to spare her sacred trees. Mithridates and his magi took dreams very seriously. They analyzed and recorded not just the king's dreams, but those of his concubines as well. More bad news came in the morning. Some other Greek islands had defected, joining Delos, pledging to help Rome. They must be punished. Resourceful enemies, angry gods, evil omens, bad weather, stubborn fish, now even his once loyal allies, everything seemed to be turning against him. Suspicion coiled in Mithridates' guts. Paranoia raised its hydra heads. First Isis, now Leto. Mother goddesses in particular seemed upset with him. How to placate them? The dour seers in his entourage began murmuring the names of the Furies, she-demons of justice who haunted murderers, especially those who had killed their own mothers and families. These horrid hags, carrying scorpion whips, hair writhing with poisonous serpents, and eyes dripping blood, were relentless avengers, hounding a murderer till he or she went insane with guilt and terror. The Furies had sent famous Greek heroes over the brink of madness, and mortals, even emperors, feared them. Mithridates, steeped in Greek myth and drama, may well have believed he was being pursued by the Furies for his murders, particularly of his mother and siblings. Could this be the explanation for the sensational story that Mithridates sacrificed a virgin to the Furies after the failure to take Rhodes? The incident appears in a list of omens by the Roman historian Livy, now lost but preserved in the Book of Prodigies by A. Julius Obsequens. For the year 88 BC, several prodigies were reported in Rome associated with Mithridates' preparations for war with Rome's allies. Some, like the apparition of Isis at the battle for Rhodes, are confirmed by other sources. Mithridates and his magi went to a sacred grove of the Furies, a forest of dark yew trees. Pregnant sheep and turtle-doves were the usual sacrificial animals for the daughters of the night. Just as Mithridates began to kindle the fire for his sacrifice of the ewe and dove, the sound of supernatural laughter filled the grove. According to Livy and Obsequens, this terrified everyone present, interrupting the ritual. Mithridates' magi conferred and instructed the king that he needed to sacrifice a virgin on the altar of the Furies. A young girl was procured. The next evening Mithridates began the incantations again, the knife poised over the victim's neck. But all of a sudden, the girl herself began laughing in a frightening, mirthless way. Her hysterical laughter, echoing the horrible laughter of the Furies, completely disrupted the sacrifice. Is it plausible that Mithridates really intended to sacrifice a human being? It seems shocking, but the practice wasn't unknown in his or in the Roman world. According to Herodotus, the Magi took pleasure in killing living things with their bare hands, animals, snakes, birds, butterflies, and ants. We know that the Magi sometimes ordered human sacrifice, ritually killing young boys and girls to ensure victory in battle. For example, when Xerxes invaded Greece in 480 BC, his Magi buried alive 9 children abducted from Greek families. For their part, Athens and Sparta had killed Persian ambassadors as ritual sacrifices, and some Greek generals made vows to the Furies before battle, either to excuse the slaughter of innocents or to ask the sacred avengers to support their cause. Mithridates knew the Greek plays of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides, describing how King Agamemnon sacrificed his own virgin daughter, Iphigenia, to ensure good sailing winds at the beginning of the Trojan War. But human sacrifice was not just something from old myths or deep antiquity. Surprisingly, in 97 BC, just a decade before Mithridates lost Rhodes, the Roman Senate found it necessary to pass a decree outlawing human sacrifice. The Druids in Gaul and cults in Spain and Carthage practiced human sacrifice, but the Senate's decree was directed at preventing such barbarian practices in the city of Rome itself. Indeed, the Romans had sacrificed humans in recent memory. During the Hannibalic Wars, the Romans buried alive 2 Greeks and 2 Gauls as ordered by the soothsayers, who interpreted the Sibylline books. The Romans had carried out a similar sacrifice as recently as 114 BC, just before the Jugurthan War, again burying alive 2 Greeks and 2 Gauls. These recent precedents, combined with Mithridates' knowledge of Persian and Greek kings who sacrificed virgins at the beginning of their great wars, lend plausibility to the ancient reports that Mithridates attempted to sacrifice a young girl. It's impossible to know whether the murders of his mother, brother, and sister, not to mention the murder of 80,000 Roman residents, weighed on Mithridates' conscience. But a sacrifice to the Furies could appease angry divinities, absolve blood guilt, and ensure victory in what Mithridates saw as a just war. The ritual could also be a useful propaganda move to demonstrate his religious commitment. What is so fascinating about the Roman account of Mithridates' human sacrifice is that it was reported in Rome without any sense of surprise or outrage. The fact that the sacrifice of the maiden was not actually carried out only adds to the credibility of the account. After these untoward events, Mithridates abandoned the siege of Patara. He could use the excuse that trying to take Rhodes and Patara at this time was forbidden by the gods. Leaving Pelopidas to continue the war in Lycia, Mithridates ordered Archelaus to gain allies by persuasion or by force in the Aegean en route to Greece. Delegating the war to his generals, the king returned to Pergamon to concentrate on manufacturing more weapons and siege machines, building more ships, and raising more reinforcements for Greece. He celebrated his 46th birthday in grand trencherman style. Appian tells us that Mithridates also spent a good deal of time enjoying himself in the arms of his new wife, Monime. While the king had been away at war, the lovers had exchanged many billets doux filled with longing and lust. The setbacks, possibly exacerbated by misgivings about his own murderous tactics, triggered paranoid behavior in Mithridates. The near miss with the Chian trireme at Rhodes led him to distrust his allies. The king resorted to harsh retributions, establishing tribunals to try those who were conspiring against him, much like the trials already going on in Athens and Adramyttion. People accused of inciting revolution against the king or supporting the Romans were brought before Mithridates and his judges. Many were convicted, but these courts do not appear to have been simply rubber stamps for juridical murder. As we saw, Mithridates had appointed the orator Mithradates as an expressly independent judge. Perhaps Mithradates was to thank for the acquittal of a fellow orator, Diodorus Zonus of Sardis, who had frequently pleaded Mithridates' cause in Rome. Falsely accused by some sycophants in Mithridates' court of urging cities to revolt, Diodorus was able to prove his innocence and survive the king's wrath. Despite the stalemate in Rhodes, Mithridates' rule extended from the Black Sea and most of western Asia to Greece, and his navy ruled the Aegean Sea. The extermination of Romans in Asia had gone like clockwork. Mithridates' vast stores of money were multiplying. He enjoyed his new love and basked in popular adulation, and his armies and navies were undefeated. His generals were advancing on Greece by land and sea to complete the capstone in Mithridates' new version of Alexander's great Greco-Persian Empire. Now, everything depended on the Greek campaign.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Recorded Books presents an unabridged recording of The Poison King, the life and legend of Mithradates, Rome's deadliest enemy.
Chapter 9. Battle for Greece. While he eagerly awaited the news from Greece, Mithradates was also following developments in Italy. His takeover of Provincia Asia appeared to be the least of Rome's problems now. Roman legions were battling the Italian insurgents in the countryside, and civil war had broken out in Rome. Sulla, Marius's rival, had been elected to a consulship. Gangs of Sulla's oligarch faction were at war with popular party mobs loyal to Marius. Sulla was driven out of the city by the populars. He took command of a Roman legion fighting Marsi rebels. Encouraged by a dream, in which Cybele, the great mother goddess, gave him a divine thunderbolt, Sulla stormed Rome and occupied the city with murderous street fighting. Sulla posted a reward for the head of Marius, who fled into hiding, but many Romans remained loyal to the old warrior. Now master of Rome, Sulla was nevertheless in a precarious situation. Sacred treasures from Rome's temples had already been sold to finance Sulla's war chest for the Mithradatic War. After Mithradates' victories in Anatolia and Greece, his influence was gaining momentum. He had promised to aid the Italian insurgents. Rome's power in the east would be lost forever if Sulla failed to defeat Mithradates. A decisive triumph over the Republic's deadliest threat since Hannibal would elevate Sulla's status from civil war to heroic conqueror. But would Sulla dare to leave Italy? How could he fight Mithradates and still maintain control in Rome? In 87 BC, the horns of Sulla's dilemma sharpened when Cinna, loyal to Marius, won a consul's seat. That summer Halley's comet appeared, a portent of disaster for Rome. Cinna swore an oath to keep peace with Sulla's aristocratic party, but his promise rang hollow. Marius's gangs were poised to fall on Sulla's supporters, and the lives of Sulla's wife and children were in grave danger. What course would Sulla take? Mithradates assumed that Sulla, the Senate, and the Roman people intended to try to avenge his killing of Italians in Anatolia, but he believed the chaos in Italy would tie their hands for some time. After his liberation of the Greek world became a fait accompli, he could hope that Rome would have to accept the new division of power and respect Mithradates the Great, King of Kings, as the new Alexander at the helm of a reborn Greco-Persian empire. The liberation of Greece. While war ravaged Rome, Mithradates gloried in the victories of the Greek campaign. Halley's comet was taken as a good omen by Mithradates' magi and by his allies. In Athens, the philosopher Aristion succeeded Athenion, elected on a pro-Mithradates platform. Aristion's name appeared with Mithradates on Athenian coins of 87 to 86 BC. Mithridates' own handsome coins featured his idealized portrait, looking very much like his hero Alexander, with parted lips and luxuriant hair. Imagery evoking Mithridates' Persian connections appeared on the reverse, such as winged Pegasus and the star and crescent. Other coins displayed Dionysus the Liberator, associating him with opposition to Rome by slaves and rebels in Italy. Mithridates made sure his portrait was known to everyone. He employed the best Greek artisans, and he understood the propaganda value of aesthetically pleasing currency. His coinage conveyed the message that Mithridates was the great unifier and protector of Greek and Persian civilizations. Knowing that his unsurpassed coins would be admired, collected, and selected for hoards of buried treasure, Mithridates also designed them for posterity. Indeed, Mithridates' portrait coins are considered by numismatic experts to be the most beautiful of all ancient coins. Mithridates also commissioned numerous seal rings bearing his portrait, which he presented to friends and allies. Such rings bestowed political authority on the wearer. They also carried propaganda messages, as we saw with Sulla's signet ring depicting his victory over Jugurtha, and the ring with Mithridates' likeness flaunted by Athenion in Athens. In 87 BC, Mithradates' generals Archelaus and Mitrophanes stormed Roman-controlled Delos. The destruction was devastating. The city was sacked and burned to the ground. Thousands of able-bodied slaves suddenly freed from Roman chains joined the Greek Liberation Army. Mithradates' generals killed virtually all the unarmed Italian merchants of Delos and sold their wives and children into slavery. The estimated number killed on Delos was 20,000, bringing the death toll of non-combatant Roman citizens in 88 to 87 BC to at least 100,000, perhaps more. Mitrophanes and Archelaus took possession of the island's valuables and seized the coffers inside the great temple of Apollo. They stored most of the plunder on the little wooden island of Skiathos, Mitrophanes' naval base and hospital. But what should be the fate of Apollo's sacred hoard stored over the centuries in his temple? Traditionally, Apollo's treasure on Delos had been safeguarded by Athens. Mithradates decided that the treasure would be delivered to Aristion in Athens by a contingent of 2,000 hand-picked soldiers. This grand gesture sealed Mithradates' promise to liberate all Hellas from Rome. Aristion used the treasure to finance the revolution begun by Athenion. The 2,000 Pontic soldiers sent by Archelaus probably completed the purge of Romans and pro-Romans remaining in Attica. They also trained the mainland Greeks, whose armies had long ago been disbanded by the Roman overseers. Then, in the words of one modern historian, with absurd and sublime devotion to its old ideals, Athens declared war on Rome and announced its alliance with the savior king Mithradates the Great. Athens still enjoyed prestige throughout Greece and the non-Roman world. The once great, now ghostly city-states of Sparta and Thebes set aside their ancient rivalry with Athens and joined the Pontic alliance, anticipating the arrival of Mithradates' liberation army. General Archelaus's troops, mostly Gauls from Galatia, were welcomed with joy in the Peloponnese, Attica, and Boeotia. As they marched north, bands of eager but ill-trained and poorly armed citizen soldiers from Sparta, Athens, and other Greek towns joined the liberated slave auxiliaries in Archelaus's ranks. Mithradates divided his forces into a three-pronged operation. One prong moved across Thrace to Macedonia, led by his favorite son Arcathius, who had proved himself in the battles against Aquilius and Nicomedes, and General Taxiles, named for an Indian prince who had welcomed Alexander the Great. They commanded about 100,000 barbarian foot soldiers called the Bronze Shields and 10,000 horsemen from Thrace, Sarmatia, Scythia, and Armenia. Once Arcathius and Taxiles took control of Amphipolis on the border, Macedonia came to Mithradates' side. This victory meant they could ship plentiful food supplies to Archelaus in Piraeus, Athens' port. Archelaus had secured southern and central Greece. Now he and Aristion occupied Attica, the territory of Athens and Piraeus, making up the second prong. The third prong was led by Mitrophanes, who took Euboea, establishing headquarters at Chalcis. His fleet was advancing up the coast of Thessaly. Meanwhile, Neoptolemus and Dromachetes were sailing with more men from Anatolia to Chalcis, and Dorilaus stood ready with another highly trained army of 80,000 reinforcements in Pontus. Mithridates' three armies were to converge on Macedonia. If all went according to plan, the small, isolated Roman garrison there would be pinned beneath the Trident by the summer of 87 BC. But the commander of the Roman outpost in Macedonia decided on a bold preemptive strategy to blunt Mithridates' three-pronged assault. He sent troops out to meet Arcathius's barbarian horde and ordered his legate, Bruttius, to engage Mitrophanes at sea. Bruttius's small fleet was successful. Mitrophanes had to watch helplessly as his sailors flailed in the waves begging for mercy. Bruttius's men killed them one by one. Bruttius chased Mitrophanes back to Euboea, forcing him to leave his hospital and depot on Skiathos unprotected. Bruttius overran the island, grabbing up loot and capturing thousands of soldiers. The prisoners of war, many of them wounded or sick, might have hoped for humane treatment at the hands of the Romans. In the campaign for Rhodes, Admiral Demagorus had treated Mithridates' captives honorably, Even Mithridates had famously granted amnesty to Roman soldiers and their allies in earlier battles. But the Roman Bruttius meted out revenge for the Italian victims in Provincia Asia and Delos. He separated the prisoners into two groups, freeborn men and Roman slaves who had joined Mithridates. Bruttius's centurions announced that the free men would be released, but first they methodically lopped off the prisoners' hands. The maimed soldiers were free, but would never lift a sword or shield again. And the runaway slaves? All were crucified, nailed to rough crosses, and left to die on Sciathos. Although elated with his success, Bruttius could not follow up with a direct attack on Euboea. Even with 1,000 reinforcements drafted from Macedonia, he was still outnumbered. Instead, he marched through Boeotia to try to stop the middle prong led by Archelaus. The armies met at Chaeronea, the broad plain surrounded by rocky hills that controlled the route between northern and southern Greece. So many battles had been fought at Chaeronea that the plain was known as the dancing ground of Ares, god of war. This was the same battleground where Alexander's father Philip had defeated the Greeks in 338 BC. Bruttius and Archelaus clashed here for 3 days. As Alfred Duggan commented, Bruttius was actually holding his own until a typically Roman piece of red tape compelled him to break off the campaign. A communique arrived from Sulla's young lieutenant, Lucius Lucullus, informing Bruttius that Sulla alone was commissioned by the Roman people to conduct the war on Mithridates. Bruttius was ordered to return to Macedonia. Bruttius obeyed. That allowed Archelaus to occupy Boeotia and set up winter quarters in Piraeus. Meanwhile, Aristion's citizen army battened down in Athens. They felt secure inside the great walls and fortifications, protecting the city and its port. Meanwhile, in Pergamon, Mithridates must have been annoyed by the losses at Sciathos, but he could glory in his spectacular successes so far. He was popular, prosperous, victorious. The grand future foretold by the oracles and comets was coming true at last. He had wrested Asia from Rome's grip, and he ruled Bithynia, Cappadocia, Paphlagonia, and Anatolia. The Romans were driven out of Asia. His general Archelaus was master of the Aegean and mainland Greece. Mithridates' son Machares was viceroy of Pontus and Bosporus, including the Scythian lands beyond the Sea of Azov. His beloved son Arcathius, steamrolling south, overcame Bruttius's small garrison in Macedonia. Arcathius had subdued northern Greece and was already appointing satraps to govern what was to become his kingdom. As ambassadors from rebel cities in Italy, North Africa, Egypt, Parthia, and Syria sang Mithridates' praises, the savior king amassed more gold and dispensed riches, principalities, and satrapies to his friends. Cities, allied with Mithridates, issued grateful decrees, minted coins with his name and image, and dedicated portrait statues to him in their agoras. The king commissioned impressive statues of himself. Large silver and gilded images of the Mithradatic ancestors decorated the palace in Sinope, but those of Mithridates were even more grandiose. We know of at least 2 statues cast in solid gold, one life-size, the other 10 feet tall. Not only was gold impressively expensive, its color was sacred to fire, the sun, and Mithra. In Pergamon, a splendid festival was planned to celebrate Mithridates' successes. In the theater of Dionysus, where Aquilius's gruesome Last Supper had been served, the royal engineers put the finishing touches on an immense mechanized statue of Nike, the goddess of victory, suspended on cables behind curtains high above the royal box. On the day of the celebration, King Mithridates and Queen Monime, dressed in lavish finery, nodded and beamed at the audience from their silk-canopied, cushioned thrones, as choirs sang, officials orated, and actors, representing various lands, thanked the liberator king for his benevolence. The pageant was the climax with the appearance of winged victory bearing a real crown in her outstretched hands. By means of pulleys and levers, the goddess would majestically descend to place this crown on Mithridates' brow, and then magically rise up to the heavens again. If there were any witnesses of the awful collapse of the colossal Sambuca at Rhodes in the audience, they must have collectively held their breath, trying to suppress premonitions of disaster. Their fears were justified. Just as the stagehands were lowering the heavy statue in front of the royal box, the cables broke. Winged Victory crashed to the ground, the victor's crown dashed to pieces. Shocked silence, then pandemonium. Crowd and king shuddered in horror. The royals were hustled away from the scene of the terrible omen. Mithradates naturally fell into a depression, but not for long. The king emerged from seclusion a few days later, summoning his seers, the magi, his advisers, and spies. He pored over all the dispatches from the front, questioned everyone closely, demanded the freshest intelligence. He was certain that some disaster must have befallen one of his armies in Greece or Asia at the very moment that victory had come crashing down in Pergamon. His inquiries revealed nothing but sunny reports from his command posts. But he did hear a scrap of ominous news. On that very day, Lucius Cornelius Sulla had set sail from Italy, bringing 5 Roman legions to Greece. Sulla. This report must have sent an icy sliver of anxiety into Mithradates' already troubled mind. Far from the action, he couldn't personally supervise his armies in Greece, but he had great confidence in his excellent generals. And after all, how could Sulla's mere 30,000 troops prevail against Mithradates' myriads? But Sulla's men were battle-hardened, disciplined professionals. These tough veterans would fight ferociously for Sulla as long as they were paid handsomely in plunder. What sort of man was their commander? The Roman biographer Plutarch paints a portrait of an arrogant, repellent character with a hypnotically commanding presence and fathomless hunger for power. From an obscure patrician family without wealth, Sulla, born 138 BC, spent his youth carousing in the company of theatrical